Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A cybernetic right hand held a pistol. 2 shooters fired to kill at the target. It was all for the Empire, for the Emperor and his people, and any threat must be destroyed. Bullets flew toward a man in a futuristic suit. That was the sole purpose of the Imperial Guard. The eye holes began to glow with a bright red flame. A bullet flew straight at its target. The man deflected it. Several of the shooters fell from the shell's impact. Smoke from the freshly burned gunpowder billowed from the pistol's barrel. Hands clapped in the fog. He turned back. The man struck a pose with his pistols in the middle of the battlefield. Spaceships battled in the sky. A future Earth, where technology was significantly advanced, yet there was no hope. Due to an endless war caused by a shortage of resources, the Earth continued to tear itself apart, forcing humanity to migrate to other planets. Much of the Earth was engulfed in an explosion, and life on Earth came to an end as a result of an invasion by alien beings. A lone spaceship flew over the planet, but the surviving portion of humanity continued to traverse the vastness of space, and finally, after many years of wandering, they found a suitable planet. Numerous spaceships flew to the new planet, which humanity decided to name Navis, meaning new home. They sent word through space to other survivors, sharing the coordinates of their new home. Thus, scattered people across the galaxy began to gather on Navis. The Bellato Federation, a free territory for humans and other species. A futuristic city stood amidst the mountains. The Accretion Empire possessed a powerful army of robotic soldiers. A huge hole lay in the center of the metropolis. The Holy Alliance of Korra, a religious nation possessing powerful energy coupled with mental fortitude. A city stood on a hilltop. 3 hands reached for the crystal. Navis's resources were also limitless, prompting humanity to once again prepare for war, to monopolize them. A young man in a cybernetic suit walked with pistols in his hands. The man stood next to another young man and said that he was next, and that what had prevented him from doing so would be compared to everyone else. Hemelas glanced at him, and added that he simply needed to show His Majesty everything he was capable of, so he shouldn't forget that this was a crucial stage of his training. Luca looked back and said he'd see who had been unlucky. The young man turned to the commander, who asked if his name was Luca and said he'd better live up to his expectations, which the commander replied that he absolutely would. The protagonist placed his helmet on his head and thought that he should at least block or dodge all the bullets, a necessary skill for anyone wanting to officially join the Imperial Guard. His helmet glowed red, and he added that he'd completed all the emergency simulation training. He, an Imperial Guard trainee, had the deepest understanding of space, thanks to his senses and the perception enhancement procedure he'd undergone. A crowd of armed men stood before Luca. They all looked at him, baring their teeth. The boy noted that his opponents were 5 suicide bombers in cheap cybernetic gear. He drew his blade from its sheath and added that it shouldn't take more than 10 seconds. The suicide bombers suddenly drew their machine guns. Luca took a step. He instantly rushed forward to attack them. The man held a pistol in his hand. His head began to fall to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The others turned to look at him. They pointed their pistols at Luca. He looked at them and thought that this was a golden opportunity to impress the Emperor, so he had to distinguish himself. The suicide bombers fell with their heads thrown back, and Luca wondered how he could do that. He was surrounded by 4 suicide bombers. He noted that he'd never tried anything like this before, but he simply had to pull it off. The protagonist pointed the gun at the enemy. The boy looked ahead and realized he needed to crank up his senses to the max. A bullet ejected from the gun. It flew straight at Luca. The projectile slammed into his blade. The boy quickly swung his sword to block the incoming bullets. Hemelas watched the boy intently. The national emblem hung on the wall of the building. Luca stood shrouded in gunfire smoke. With a sharp downward motion, he wiped all the blood from his blade. Blood trickled from his nose from the effort. He noted that he'd done it. He'd outdone himself. The boy clenched his fist and added that this would definitely increase his value. The commander looked at Luca as he passed and said he didn't think he'd use projectile trajectory control, as it wasn't in the training program. The boy wiped his nose and replied that he'd simply copied the man in front of him. Hemelas said that this boy was from a prominent family, and he'd probably been trained for this beforehand. He was different from orphans like himself. The protagonist turned to look at him, and the commander said he liked him and wanted to give him a gift. Hemelas touched the protagonist's eye with his fingers. A crowd of trainee soldiers looked at someone with disdain. The commander bared his teeth in a smile. He crushed Luca's eyes and said that he didn't even flinch, and asked what was supposed to be happening. He'd also perfected his combat resilience training. Blood streamed from the boy's eye, and the commander said he liked it, and the boy replied that he was glad of it. A warrior standing behind him looked at him, and he added that he would have removed that eye anyway and that he wanted eyes with trajectory prediction. Ailey raised his hand in greeting and said that he was number 12, Ailey. Luca looked up at him, who added that he'd like to talk to him. The bare-chested protagonist was sitting on the bed. Ailey asked guiltily, "Why did he come so suddenly?" He scratched the back of his head, and the protagonist told him to move on. The boy was putting on his jacket. The blonde boy said he'd performed magnificently. He was impressed. Luca said that, young master, if he'd come to exchange praise, he'd come to the wrong place. Aili looked at him and laughed, thinking to himself that his aura alone told him he was a member of the noble aristocracy of the Karthik family. He glanced at the boy and added that, logically, being rude to a member of noble blood wouldn't be to his advantage, but perhaps he was feeling jealous. But let it be simply because he was tired. Aili handed him a blue pill and said, "Here you go." There was a single pill on the white cybernetic prosthesis. The guy said he'd come to give it to him. It dulled his senses a bit, but it would help him rest better. Luca looked him in the eye and said he didn't need it. Eli replied that he wouldn't be able to train properly tomorrow if he didn't get enough rest, and that he should know better than to rely on mentality alone. The protagonist took the pill. He turned to Eli and said it was different from the sleeping pills they made on the streets, and that he'd also performed admirably, while he'd simply copied him. The guy pointed to his eye and replied that he had mechanical combat eyes, so calculating trajectories wasn't difficult at all, and that his work was even more impressive considering he'd done it purely on instinct. He extended his hand and added that he thought that was why the commander had noticed him, an ordinary boy, and had even given him a mechanical eye at his own expense. The boy replied that he'd simply worked hard during training. He looked at him and added that he, a feeble commoner, was nothing compared to the magnificent aristocrats. Street children were walking through a vacant lot. Luca said that he had to seize every opportunity, being at the bottom of the hierarchy. Eli looked at him silently. He folded his arms and said that he had passed the selection fairly, but there were plenty of nobles who had failed, and that he was betting they would pay for the results. He glanced briefly at the protagonist and added that there was no proof, but it seemed to him that this was the case. Guys like him, without any support, would never fail the advanced soldier cultivation procedure, because for them, the only way to get in was through their own efforts. Luca looked at him and thought he hadn't expected the aristocrat to tell him about the imperfections of the nobility, and that he hadn't even considered it. He asked what exactly this man wanted to convey. Aili extended his hand and said that he truly believed that only people like him were worthy of the top. Luca glanced at his palm, and Aili added that he was rooting for him. He shook his hand and said that was exactly what he wanted. His eye flashed red, and he said that it was all for the Empire. Aili looked at him indifferently. Fire erupted from a hole in the middle of the metropolis. This story would tell the events of the life of a boy raised as a military tool. A huge spaceship flew through the sky, in the despotic empire of Akertia. An image appeared with a map of the planet Novus and its characteristics. Aili takes aim at the dummy. Luca raises his pistol. The dark-haired man takes aim, looking ahead with concentration. Luca fires the weapon. The dummy approaches the man. Its head is riddled with bullet holes. Aili looks ahead in surprise and tells the dark-haired man that he managed to hit all the dummies squarely in the head, adding that the top performers are truly cut from a different cloth. The fair-haired man looks at Luca and asks him if he's already gotten used to his transplanted right eye, adding that it's not fair to be good at shooting when you specialize in close combat. Luca closes his eyes and says that a member of the guard must be good with any weapon, adding that he doesn't want to hear all this from someone who hits the same spot every time. The fair-haired man smiles and says that after all, he specializes in shooting. Luca looks at Ili and says that if he continues to be so carefree, he'll surely surpass him. The other man replies that he'd be happy about that, because he's rooting for him, adding that the Empire needs people like Ili. The protagonist stares away. The blonde man looks at his palm and says that the value of skill and talent is gradually eroding in their empire, and as long as someone has status and money, even the feeble can become gifted. He adds that if naturally gifted commoners like himself suddenly start asserting themselves, people will finally begin to distinguish between the truly gifted and the untalented. And doesn't he think so? The Imperial Guard trainee glares ahead. Ilya looks at him, and Luca says that all this sounds like a criticism of the Empire's foundations, and continues that if he reports what he said to the administration, they won't let it slide, despite his being a Karthik. The other man smiles. The fair-haired boy raised his hand and said that if he were capable of such a thing, he wouldn't say it so easily, because he knows Luca is a good man, adding that he thanks him anyway. Luca reloads his pistol and pauses, saying how much this infuriates him. 2 years later, in the training building, metal vehicles drive across the sand. Hemelas looks down and orders Luca and Aili to lead the squads in the upcoming training session. The commander looks at the cadets and says that if any of them have a problem with this, they should leave the premises. He adds that if there are no such problems, they should continue according to his plan. The boys look intently at the commander. The vehicles stop in front of a ravine, and the commander continues that the Korets have illegally settled in this ravine, and this training will allow them to test their skills in the field. Hemelas looks ahead angrily and orders that no prisoners be taken and that everyone be killed. The commander spreads his legs. Aili looks ahead and tells Luca that this is their first real mission. Luca asks him why he's nervous, adding that he's killed people during training, though this time it's external military forces. The two men look into the ravine, and Aili quotes that the Bellato Federation is the Holy Alliance of COR, adding that even the Akertian Empire, like all of them, is descended from humans. Luca glances at Aili and says there's no point in getting emotional. The dark-haired man looks away and asks if he really thinks the senior guardsmen are here to protect them. The warrior in armor clenched his fists, a completely nomadic legion. The legionnaire stares ahead piercingly, and Luca says that these are overseers who would easily kill them if they tried to save anyone's life, because there's no place in the Imperial Guard for those who don't know their place. Eli turns his head, and the protagonist continues that all the other inhabitants of Navis are just annoying bugs to the Empire, adding that they were taught that each of them wants to use and deceive the Empire for personal gain. The interlocutor lowered his gaze and said thoughtfully that he knows, and that this is exactly what they were taught. A child hands a flower to a woman. A warrior walks past fallen bodies. The light of the lighthouse pierces the haze. The warrior, sword in hand, walks along the road, thinking that it seems to him that the Korites are not even armed, and that this mission should end without incident. The warrior looks ahead. He glances at the child. The child covers her face with her hands and calls for her mother. Luca looks down, thinking that the child is so scared that she can't even move. The child trembles with fear. The girl wipes away her tears. Luca thinks that the child is not a fighting unit that can put up a fight, and continues to think that it's a shame he doesn't have a pistol. Tears roll down the child's face. The commander looks furiously ahead and shouts for them to take no prisoners and kill everyone. Luca swings his sword and thinks he shouldn't hesitate. They're all pests, eating up the Empire's reserves. The warrior smashes his sword through the wall. The girl looks fearfully at the sword that pierced the wall. The man leans over the child and whispers to her to pretend to be dead, then she might survive. A red sign appears, and the protagonist thinks he shouldn't have done this, and if the general staff finds out about his actions, anything could happen to him. The warrior walks away, thinking that perhaps he should go back and finish them off. An explosion occurs near the wall. The boy looks up. Eiley turns his head. Luca's eyes widen, wondering what Eiley is doing there. That means he saw everything. The blonde boy looks down. Beads of sweat roll down the dark-haired boy's face, and he thinks Eiley won't report it, but someone else could have seen it. The warrior turned his head, thinking he needed to keep an eye on Eiley. An explosion occurred at the top of the tower. The warrior looked up. The man in the cloak took a stance. The man with long hair threw his hand forward and shouted for them to get away. Luca looked at his opponent, and wondered if he had caused the explosion. The man in the cloak took a stance, and the protagonist thought that if the man could cause an explosion without any weapons, then he must be a wielder of the Force. Eiley plummeted downwards. A flash lit Eiley's face. The man in the cloak struck with a beam of energy. Luca looked on in fear, thinking that this was a man who wielded the Force. The man with long hair clutched his chest and shouted that there was a human settlement here, not a military base, adding that they had killed people who were simply trying to survive. Luca stood at the head of a squad of warriors and silently wondered what the captain could have told them about this, since he knew about it. Eli lies defeated on the ground, declaring that he was careless and has no excuses. Luca thinks he must take care of Eli, because this is all because he hesitated. The dark-haired man stares ahead intently and orders everyone to disperse and return to base, continuing to think that he has trained many times in the technique of dealing with warriors who wield the power. The man in the cloak looks at the warrior in surprise. He directs streams of energy towards Luca. The man looks thoughtfully at his opponent, mentally thinking that he probably acted as bait so his allies could escape, and continues to think that to use the power, a person must perform a certain sequence of actions, in this case, hand signals. A beam of energy forms in the man's hand, and Luca thinks that as long as he sees rifts in space, he can withstand the explosions. Explosions cover everything around. A drop of blood runs down the man's nose. The dark-haired man rushes forward, thinking that he has no choice, and that a battle of attrition is preferable, even if his body suffers from high-speed maneuvers. The man moves toward his opponent, thinking that he must attack faster. Luca moves even faster. The man stands in the opponent's path, looking forward furiously. The warrior has approached the man. The protagonist looks at the man, thinking that he will never escape. The opponent throws his palm forward. The hooded man strikes with his hand. Luca looks ahead in horror, thinking that he probably won't survive. The man's eyes widen in surprise. The long-haired man looks at Luca with tears in his eyes and says that this can't be, because he is still just a child. The warrior grabs the sword with both hands. The man strikes. The man lies on the ground, struck by the sword. Luca leans over his opponent, imagining that if he hadn't continued to press, he would have died. Pieces of ammunition lie on the ground. Beads of sweat roll down the warrior's face, and he mentally screams that the Karitovites are true fanatics whose beliefs are beyond comprehension, adding questioningly that it's strange that the enemy couldn't kill him. An image of the training corps symbol appears, and a voice tells him to move, and during battle, he mustn't let emotions consume him, because it's all for the Empire. The man sits on the ground. Luca glares back furiously. For the sake of the Emperor and his people, any threat must be destroyed. That's the sole purpose of the Imperial Guard's existence. The warrior looks at the burning settlement, nothing more. Recovery pods stand in a room in the Akertian hospital. Luca frowns, and Eiley asks if he's felt the line between life and death. The protagonist lies in the pod and lets Eiley speak for himself, adding that he was the one who nearly died. The blond man lifts his head and says he'll have new arms and legs, asking what changes he'll have. Luca replies that he had an injury to his back and ordered a set of titanium bones and artificial skin. He continues that he'd been planning to completely renew his body within a couple of years anyway, and that a little sooner would be even better. Ailey shifted his gaze and asked, "Well, the commander knew there would be a force wielder there." Luca looked at him and replied that if their guards hadn't even moved to help, then they could have handled it themselves, adding that there had been no casualties in the end. The blonde-haired boy added that the commander hadn't told them anything because he wanted to test them. He continued that it was strange, and that both he and the other cadet, whose heads had been blown off by force, had somehow survived, and that it was too strange to be a simple coincidence. Streams of fire magic exploded. Luca looked ahead. An explosion occurred on the tower. The dark-haired boy looked straight ahead and asked if maybe that guy hadn't meant to kill them at all. Tears streamed down the man's face, and he declared that the boy was just a child. Luca looked ahead with fury and thought that he was already a warrior, a soldier, and that sparing his life was a mistake on the man's part. He added that this worthless mercy was the reason the Coritas continued to die out, and declared that a man could regret the deaths of his comrades from hell. Ailey rolled over and asked Luca why he turned a blind eye to that Coric child. He focused his gaze and asked the boy to simply say why. The young man rolled over and said he was fed up with his comrades' chatter and asked if he'd updated his language. The boy frowned and declared it an unfortunate misunderstanding, adding that it wouldn't happen again. The mentor stood up straight and announced that the boys had completed 2 of their 4 years of training in the Imperial Guard, adding that a new batch of young cadets had arrived and that they would serve as role models for them. The young men stood before the teacher, who continued to say that 2 in particular, Luca and Ailey, were top 1 and top 2. The man looked at the boys and declared that they could well become centurions, adding that they should continue to work for the good of the Empire and its citizens. Beads of sweat rolled down the boys' faces, and they agreed with the teacher. A chart of the Imperial Guard's organization appears, 1,000 guardsmen, divided into 10 hundreds, each led by a centurion, the guard commander, the chief centurion, also a centurion of the first 100. The mentor clasps his hands behind his back and says that's all, adding that the boys should continue training. The young man thinks that cadets like him, after a complete body replacement with a mechanical one, are appointed centurions of the 10th hundred, the lowest rank. Luca looks ahead and thinks that if he can become a centurion of the 9th hundred, he can achieve great things. A fight rages in the ring. Ailey raises his fist to strike. Luca parries his opponent's attack. The boys clash in hand-to-hand combat. Luca raises his fist and thinks that Ailey has become stronger with his new arm. The boy kicks. Ailey throws his hand forward in defense. The boy looks ahead in surprise. Luca furiously attacks his opponent. A fair-haired man stares at a fist flying toward him. The young man throws his hand forward and declares to his friend that he has won 124 of 124 rounds. Ailey sits on the roof of the academy and tells his friend that he was so hoping to win at least this time. Luca replies that if the new components could so easily ensure victory, then what would be the point of training? The man turns to his friend and says that he seems to have become tougher since that speech, adding that those centurions seem to have firmly settled in his head, to which the latter replies that of course. The young man looks ahead and says that if he succeeds in the Imperial Guard, he will be in demand everywhere. Ailey says that he has already reached a height where his origins are irrelevant, and adds that he can relax. Luca looks away and says that, unlike his friend, he has nowhere to return to, adding that this is why he continues to climb with all his might. The boy turned to his friend and said he was talented too, but lacked motivation. He asked why he joined the academy. Ailey replied that this was what his friend thought of him. The boy raised his head and declared that he wanted to become a scientist, an archaeologist, to study ancient, forgotten civilizations. Luca leaned on his hands and asked why he hadn't gone there if he wanted to. Ailey replied that archaeology, especially ancient civilizations, was forbidden in his empire. He added that, besides, members of his family were often generals and that he wouldn't have been allowed to follow any other path. The dark-haired boy raised his head and asked what his friend meant, that he was saddened by not being able to do what he loved, adding that he was spoiled. He continued that in their slums, people dream of living at least one more day and that many are happy to have something to eat today. Eli turned his head to his friend and said he knew he would say that, adding that he had shared his secret. Luca replied that this could be interpreted as criticism of the Empire's foundations, and that it would be the end for the boy if anyone reported him. The young man closed his eyes and asked his friend that he wouldn't do that, adding that he was keeping his secret. The boy lowered his head and declared that he hesitated because the enemy was unarmed and continued that if Eli hadn't intervened, he would have carried the matter out. The boy's eyes flashed with rage, and he declared his loyalty to the Emperor and the Empire for recognizing his talent, declaring that the Empire's enemies were his enemies, and that his friend was no exception. The blond man stared at his friend. His lips pursed. Eli jumped off the roof and called his friend a liar. He turned to the young man and said that if his devotion to the Empire truly exceeded the bounds of mere loyalty, he would have already tried to kill him. The boy smiled and told Luca not to strain himself so much. He gritted his teeth and called his friend names, exclaiming that he would die if he continued like this. An uninhabited neutral ground. The sun rises from behind the mountains. A young man in a black cloak places his hand on the wall. He stands before the wall and says that it is a mysterious place that responds with a surge of energy even after millions of years. The boy's eyes gleam. He turns his head and addresses Luca, asking if this isn't amazing, and continues to say that there were civilizations that explored the stars even before the dawn of humanity. Cloud's eyes blaze with anger, and he thinks he's already set boundaries, but the young man continues to trample them. Eiley presses his palm to the wall, and Luca tells Eiley not to relax, as they're on a reconnaissance mission and that this is training, adding that if they run into anyone, there will be a fight. The boy shakes his head and says that if anything happens, the guards will still help them. Cloud comes up behind Luca and says that this present exists because of the past, and these traces allow a glimpse into the future. The Imperial Guard cadet's eyes widen and said that if you think about it that way, you can understand why so many people are interested in history. Luca turned and thought about how Cloud's family might not be as prominent as Karthika's, but they were still respected. Cloud asked if he was dating anyone, since he liked him. Luca thrust his fist forward and said that if the boy took another step, he would consider it a threat. Cloud put his hand behind his head and said there was no need to be so afraid, and continued that if he didn't have a partner, he'd like to introduce the boy to his younger sister. Luca replied that he was an orphan, to which Cloud countered that it didn't matter whether he was an orphan or an aristocrat, as long as he held an honorable position. The young man approached the boy and told him to just think about it, adding that his sister was pretty and that the boy was popular, and Luca told his comrade to shut up. The boy's pupil dilated. The young man stared ahead. Armored warriors stood behind cover, and one of them said he and Cloud would remain on the front lines, thinking it was a biological response, and deciding that Ilias's group would provide cover. The warrior looked ahead. He leaned to the side and saw something approaching. A magical crystal hovered in the air. The man turned his head in its direction. The boy's eyes glowed with fury. He wraps his hand around the weapon and remembers that this is the paladin Koratov. His gaze is fixed ahead. The boys stand facing each other. One of the warriors raises his hand. Cloud turns and commands everyone to run. Luca turns his head. Beams of energy spread out in a circle. Splashes of blood fly in all directions. The protagonist looks at Cloud with excitement. The warrior concentrates his power in his hand. The spear pierced the barrier. The weapon's blade radiated magic. The boy looked at the trail left by the spear as it flew past. The stranger extended his hand in front of him. He caught the spear with one hand without any problem. The hero looked down at the prone fighter. Cloud was before him, saying that he would like to introduce him to his little sister if the boy doesn't have a partner. Luca's eyes widened in understanding. The young man looked at his feet, reflecting on how he had caught a glimpse of the spear, while Cloud's upper body had disappeared. Sweat broke out on the boy's face as he saw the error messages, urging the mechanical eye to begin working. Multiple error messages appeared before his eyes as he urged the system to calculate the trajectory of his spear. The enemy extended his hand forward, while the hero saw the same messages. Fire erupted from the weapon. A protective field stopped the bullets in front of the enemy's face. 3 warriors ran, shouting for Luca to pull himself together. The warrior pointed 2 pistols, shouting at him not to stand there, but to fight, to buy himself time. The young man tensed, realizing it was Elijah. Sweat streamed down his face as he thought about how he was right. Even if he tried to run, he couldn't escape, and there was only one way to resolve the situation. The hero held up his red sword, arguing that they needed to fight until Imperial Guard reinforcements arrived. A countdown was set. The boy looked around, realizing they only needed about 20 seconds. He imagined a large warrior, confident that a guard would soon arrive. The boy looked at the enemy standing at the gate. 1 second, 22 hundredths, had passed. The villain swung his spear, and the stopwatch showed 1.65 seconds. 1/100th of a second later, the protagonist saw the spear thrown in front of him, thinking, "No." The weapon passed near his head, and he realized that these mere 20 seconds were a very, very long time. A second later, the spear pierced his helmet, barely grazing the young man's hair. The enemy opened his palm, shrouded in magic. The criminal delivered a crushing blow to Luca at 2.68 seconds. The hero was stunned by the blow, looking away. His eye widened in fear. Death was mentioned. The boy wondered if he would die. There was no way he could survive a fight with this monster for 20 whole seconds. Suddenly, Luca saw Hamila's silhouette before him, looking like a piglet who realized he'd been led to slaughter. The commander shouted angrily that if he turned his back on the enemy, all that awaited him was a bullet to the head. While the enemy swung his sword, he should do the same. The young man gritted his teeth, listening to him explain that there was no place for weaklings in the Imperial Guard. 3 seconds passed. The boy charged, pushing off with his foot, thinking about what hadn't happened yet until the other man lunged. Luca grabbed his sword in mid-motion. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving a red trail, driving away the thought of attacking first. 3.21 seconds passed. Energy particles scattered around the spear blade. A powerful explosion occurred at 4.36 seconds, and his friend shouted after the boy. A twisting object fell from above. The sharp blade sank into the ground after 5.27 seconds. The wounded young man braced himself for battle, looking at his opponent. The fingers on his iron hand were broken as he realized he could no longer use it, but it could block a spear. Luca, gritting his teeth, watched his opponent, thinking about preparing for the next attack. By this point, 7.51 seconds had passed. The villain grabbed his sword at 8.12 seconds. He began swinging the weapon, leaving marks. The hero gritted his teeth, trying to dodge the opponent's attack at 9 seconds. The warrior's limbs flew apart after the attack at 9.51 seconds. One of the warriors sensed what was happening behind him. Luca turned to the side and shouted to Ilias, wondering if he was the villain's target. At 10.21 seconds, the opponent charged. The opponent swung at the hero at 11.53 seconds. The young man's eyes widened, staring ahead. At 12.09, his eyes turned red with anger. Luca lunged toward his opponent, who swung his weapon at 12.44. The dark forest seemed calm. The fighter's leg was revealed. The thrusters in his foot ignited. They began to lift him off the ground. The fighter rose into the air, propelled by a jet. He rapidly moved forward, increasing his speed. The speed was very high. The man flew toward the light. His red cloak fluttered with the speed he gained. The thrusters propelled him forward. The fighter flew straight toward the collision between the opponent and the hero. Enraged, Luca began attacking his opponent in midair. They were face to face. Before the young man's eyes, the unknown man grabbed the villain by the head. The young man was shocked by the scene. The warrior was pulling his enemy's head back. The fighter pinned the opponent to the ground, swung his fist. The engines revved up. The man dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. He reached for his weapon. The warrior held the pistol to his enemy's head. The man dragged him along the ground. They were heading for the wall. The fighter swung his fist, attempting to attack his opponent. A large beam of energy struck the gate. The hero watched the wall rise above the forest. Surprise was written on the young man's face. Thick smoke drifted between the trees. The silhouette of a warrior with red eyes appeared nearby. The huge fighter approached closely. He looked at the young man. Luca fell to his knees, realizing he was saved. The warrior had his back turned. The enemy, pressed against the wall, leaned on his sword behind the fighter. The man turned, hearing something. The wounded scoundrel flared with magic. The fighter moved toward the enemy. He was kneeling, leaning on his weapon. The warrior reached for the weapon. He grabbed it from behind his back. The fighter held his weapon in front of him. Luca watched the unfolding event from the sidelines. The boy grew angry at the mention of an Imperial guardsman, bearing the arms of the Empire's Legion, a holy knight of Kor, who wielded the Force. The White Knight swung his sword. The opponents engaged in a mutual attack. The guardsman swung his weapon. They struck, and a bright light erupted. The young man wondered who would be stronger. Pieces of armor flew as they met face to face. The knight's helmet glass cracked. The fighter stared intently at his opponent. A huge pillar towered over the forest. The guardsman charged, using his suit's thrusters. Red and blue energies clashed in battle. An explosion occurred behind the forest. Chunks of earth and bright lights spread in all directions. The knight and the warrior continued to fight near the pillar. Flames spread around them. Luca watched intently, tense, thinking about how fast they were. Even his eyes couldn't follow their weapons. This was a fight at the level of the Imperial Guard. As the knight defended himself from the blows, the young man begged for the guardsman to win. A fiery flame erupted. Knight and warrior charged. The fighter grabbed his opponent by the head. He tried to push him away, holding on to his helmet. The thrusters in his suit started to fire. The guardsman, grabbing his enemy, accelerated to the side. He looked into his eyes, gaining speed. The warrior clutched his head with his hand. The knight raised a finger, using magic. The spear behind the protagonist's back gained energy. Luca slowly turned around, sensing something. It was said that for a second, a thought flashed through the young man's mind. A stream of energy rushed toward the fighter, as he was told that the Imperial Guardsman had no idea of the spear's speed and power, which he had felt on his own skin, and therefore would hardly be able to react correctly. The boy turned around, clenching his teeth, thinking that this was crap, and if the guardsman died, then they would die along with him. His legs shifted as the hero realized he had to do something. The spear flared with blue light. It lifted off the ground, heading upward. Luke tried to grab the weapon as it flew further. He clenched his teeth as he reached for the spear, thinking about making it work. The guardsman glowed blue as the boy contemplated letting him miss. A bright light illuminated the area. The knight grabbed the spear in his hand. With his other hand, the enemy tried to push the warrior's limb away from his face. A bright light fell on the fighter's face. The guardsman clenched his fist and swung. The knight, shrouded in magic, held a spear in his hand. The fighter delivered a crushing blow to his opponent, slamming him into the ground. A bright explosion rose above the forest. A young man, missing an arm and a leg, lay on the ground. He stared at the light, unsure of what had happened or which of them had survived. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, thinking that of course the Cor knight had survived, which meant all was lost. Footsteps approached him. Luca prayed. He lay motionless on the ground when the stranger approached him. The hero continued to pray. A soldier stood at his head, telling the cadet it was good work. The young man lay with his eyes closed as a guard, talking about how he was able to defeat the knight thanks to him, asked if he had been wounded in the stomach. The boy replied that he had been wounded when he tried to dodge his forced slash. The warrior extended his hand, saying he would help and that they should return to base. Luca's eyes widened, stunned. It was said that the Legion was a fully mechanical suit of armor that the Empire provided to the Imperial Guard. It replaced all vulnerable body parts that were useless in combat. The robot was shown assembling this armor, while they were explaining how it allowed a person to become a fully fledged weapon. A reflection was visible in his open eye. The plot was about how every cadet dreams of earning a legion. After all, it's proof that you're a full-fledged Imperial Guardsman. Rays of sunlight fell on the warrior as he extended his hand. The young man's lips moved as he clarified that he was alive, even without a brain. Half a fighter stood before him, and Luca questioned whether he was even human or a machine. The guardsman stood before the hero, talking about his brain. He wondered in horror about its disappearance. The fighter began to feel the top of his belt, screaming. The warrior fell to his knees. Luca lay motionless and cursed. The young man looked down at the pile of armor, and wondered if he had really been striving to become such a monster all this time. The boy lay on the ground, thinking about the cold, his body shaking uncontrollably, wondering if he could wait for help. Luca looked up, realizing this was the last sight he'd ever see. Someone approached him, asking if Luca was still alive. The smiling boy looked at the protagonist, who realized Ailey had survived. He replied that he wasn't in the best shape, but a headless knight was shown, and when his friend asked how everyone else was, the young man replied that everyone except them had died. Ailey lowered his head, wondering how serious his wounds were, but Luca said he was dying. The boy looked questioningly at the protagonist when he heard the question about his plans to do next. Ailey sat on the ground, listening to the story of what he'd longed for his whole life, right under his nose. The pillars towered above the forest. When the young man asked if the Korra and Bellato alliance was in that direction, the cadet replied that it was, and that what he desired couldn't be obtained in the Empire. Louis's eyes closed as he said it was fine, and that he could leave if he wished. His friend lowered his head as he heard that reinforcements would soon arrive, and if they crossed paths, all that remained was to return to the Empire, so Ailey had to go. The young man placed his hand on his knee. He began to rise from the ground. The young man, weakly, turned his head to look. As Ailey walked off into the distance, they spoke of his family, noble and wealthy enough to support him in all times, and any citizen of the Empire would envy that. He remembered gazing at the stars with Ailey, arguing that he couldn't understand the young man. Luca turned his gaze, understanding something. The hero looked at his smiling friend, thinking that he shone brighter when he talked about his dreams. The young man closed his eyes, pushing away the thought of wishing him to live the way he wanted with all his heart. A hand touched the hero's body. Luca opened his eyes, seeing his friend before him, and asked what this fool was doing. Elijah smiled, saying that judging by the boy's demeanor, he truly was preparing for the afterlife. He closed his eyes, knowing he wouldn't be able to live peacefully if he abandoned the hero to die like this, and the boy grinned back. A ship was approaching them when the young man wondered out loud who this idiot was. Luca was sitting, reading a book. He looked ahead, lost in thought. Elijah appeared from behind, asking if he was looking for spare parts. His friend pointed to a book, saying he could recommend the F-24 Reyes model. Its short adaptation period would get him back into action faster, and it was much better than the one he was currently using. The hero put the book down, asking his friend when he would stop appearing out of nowhere. Eli asked about what had frightened him, apologizing. The young man sat down next to him as they explained how, after returning to the Empire and undergoing rehabilitation, the hero was summoned to another department for questioning. Cloud, a guard, and cadets were pictured, and the young man explained what they wanted to know. 3 cadets and an Imperial Guard overseer were killed, and the incident itself was called a clash with the Korra Paladin. The young man sat, book in hand, reflecting on his thoughts. He'd been summoned because they were planning a thorough investigation into the matter, but the reason was different. A friend had asked if the hero had heard that some artifact had been found where they'd been sent. Luca remembered the cube. After Luca mentioned that everyone was now arguing over who should get it, the boy reasoned that he'd always thought that the floating cube was the cause. The boy looked away, asking who had ultimately taken it, but the young man replied that they'd reassigned a team specifically equipped for research purposes. Eli looked ahead, arguing that if the Holy Alliance refused to hand over this place and the artifact, a great massacre would ensue. Representatives of the 3 factions were shown, as he discussed how if the Empire declared war on the Alliance, Bellato would benefit simply by observing their infighting. His friend lowered his head, continuing to talk about how they usually try to limit skirmishes to minor incidents so that casualties don't affect anyone. The young man replied that he wasn't interested in politics, only direct orders and battles. The young man remarked that this was exactly what a member of the Imperial Guard should be like. A beam of light fell on the guardsman's body when the Imperial Guard was mentioned. Hamilas looked down, and the young man explained that when he reported that the decapitated guardsman continued to move, the captain concluded the following. They were talking about a phantom phenomenon caused by residual signals. The hero folded his fingers, wondering if it was truly just a residual signal, as he claimed, and if no, he was consciously reacting to his words after death. This was definitely not a phantom phenomenon. The young man sat with his back to him, realizing he had so many unanswered questions. A catalog of cybernetic products lay on the seat as he discussed how he wasn't so foolish as to try to understand something the higher-ups refused to answer. On a sunny day, the green clearing in the forest was filled with flowers, and they discussed how, in the vastness of the training grounds, there was one place that didn't quite fit the atmosphere of the guard: the guest room. People sat around the table, chatting. It was clear it was designed for family and friendly gatherings with cadets. Luca stared ahead, reflecting on how, as an orphan, he had never been here before. A young girl sat before him, as he considered how he hadn't even expected anyone to want to meet him. The young girl looked into his eyes. It was Lillian Ramon's, and why Cloud's sister had come to him. Images from the previous battle flashed before his eyes, and he wondered, lest they say she'll start asking about his death, because he was the squad leader. Lillian closed her eyes, telling him that if he thought she'd come to express her hatred for him, he shouldn't worry. Her family had been prepared for this news ever since her brother decided to join the Imperial Guard. She picked up a mug of tea, explaining that she'd come to see Luca. The heroes were sitting at the table when Lillian explained that her brother had talked about him a lot, and that he was his most talented friend among the other cadets. The young man replied that his brother had asked if he'd like to date her. The girl bowed her head, listening to the young man's thoughts. She knew about his origins, but Lillian remarked that it was her idea. They just have to sort out a few formalities. Luca stared ahead, commenting that she seemed interested in a relationship with him. Their legs were shown under the table. When the girl asked if he was against it, the guy countered by saying he didn't know her at all. She remarked that that could be remedied, right? The hero immediately asked why him, and Lillian questioned whether his brother's dying wish wasn't a compelling enough reason for him. The guy sipped his tea, listening to the girl explain that she was certain he would only benefit from this, and that many men would envy him. A red background appeared behind the cadet as he explained that he agreed. There was absolutely no reason to refuse her. For someone like him to secure such a golden bride of noble blood was a 1 in a million chance. The girl silently looked into his eyes as he thought about how he had always strived for success in life. Marrying an aristocrat only brought him closer to his goal. The question was, what more could one wish for? Luca stared ahead, realizing it was all too easy. Behind Lillian, her hands extended as she explained why the young man was plagued by doubts. Lillian's eyes widened when she heard him say he was forced to decline and asked him again. The young man rose from the table and said goodbye. He walked away from her, musing that he still considered Eiley, who had everything, an idiot for dreaming of escaping the Empire. Who would have known he himself would be so foolish as to make a decision based on his own doubts? The young girl watched the hero as he thought about how certain Lillian would take this as an aristocratic insult, and hoped it wouldn't escalate into anything serious. Her hands reached for the young man's hand. She grabbed it tightly, but he wasn't expecting it. She turned to him, suggesting that perhaps he was rushing things. Her face flushed as she suggested they start with friendship. Luca looked back, insisting that that wasn't the point. Lillian ran away, shouting that she'd be back after saying goodbye. The young man silently looked at his hand. The hero watched the fleeing girl, musing that it would be difficult to get rid of her. Akertia, a sparring ground, 2 men stood facing each other. The man carefully examined the young man in front of him. He smirked, saying he hadn't expected him to come. It was the Imperial Guard's wrestling instructor, Kinyuan. The young man flexed his arms, explaining that he had come to learn from him, the instructor. The man smiled, explaining that he could easily help with anything related to wrestling, though he already knew a lot, and no matter how many cadets he tried, there were hardly a few stronger than him. The young man frowned, realizing there were those stronger than him. It wasn't enough for him to be considered the best cadet in the course. Kinyuan flexed his neck, asking why he was straining himself so much. The implication was that the instructor, while strong, wasn't as despotic as the other instructors. The bionic arm was shown, and it was explained that, unlike the other instructors and guardsmen, he uses a rather mediocre enhancement in combat, 1/10 the strength of what the boy currently wears. The only area where he's inferior is that his entire body isn't fused, making him simply weaker. Luca clutched his shoulder, thinking that if he couldn't win against him, then he didn't stand a chance against someone like the COR Paladin. The boy thanked him for the opportunity. Kinyuan exhaled, closing his eyes, expressing his lack of choice. The instructor commanded him to attack. Luca swung his fist, attacking the man. Kinyuan sidestepped, taking the blow, and asked if he wanted to use the new equipment. The young man tensed, pushing away the thought that he might be a retired guardsman, but he was sure he wouldn't even flinch from such an attack. The hero delivered multiple, rapid strikes at his opponent. The boy took a step, considering simply jumping on him and closing the distance. Luca leaned forward, eager for the fight, knowing he would finish him with one swift blow. Kinyuan parried another attack, extending his arm. He grabbed his opponent's body. The man lowered his arm, watching his opponent spin. Luca's eyes bulged as he swung his fist. The young man reasoned that victory was his. The instructor meekly watched the approaching attack. Kinyuan narrowed his eyes. His eye flared with blue magic. The cadet flipped over Kinyuan's head. The boy was in the air, wondering. He looked down at the instructor, wondering why he was flying. Luca landed on his arm. The boy reasoned that there was no way that would stop him. The hero flew into an attack from behind. A foot flew at the instructor's head. Kinyuan managed to catch the young man's leg. The cadet flew high into the air, head down. He landed on his back, bouncing from the blows. Luca lay there, wondering what the hell was going on. He watched Kinyuan's approaching feat, who noticed that he had not only misjudged his opponent, but was also allowing himself to be distracted by something during the fight. The instructor looked at the prone boy, wondering why the young man was so impatient. The hero's eyes widened, not understanding what had happened. The boy recalled the events of the fight, saying that he thought he would hit Kinyuan in the chin with his first attack. The young man extended his fist in front of himself, reflecting on how the instructor had only touched his hand. Kinyuan touched the hero's fist. Luca sat with his head bowed, mulling over the way his body had swayed, as if he'd lost control. More precisely, the kinetic energy he'd imparted to Kinyuan had been redirected back, shaking him. The boy inquired about what it was, and the man replied that it was his personal method of self-defense. Luca spun around, asking if he could teach him. Kinyuan raised his hand, asking if he still wanted to learn. A drop of blood fell to the floor as he considered the short time frame that comes with a price. The two sat opposite each other. The instructor looked at the student, asking what he'd learned from that fight. The young man replied that it felt as if he'd been enchanted, his body moving on its own, uncontrollably. The man stared calmly ahead, speaking of Archaea's Victima, or the Archaea's fighting style. Luca looked down, wondering if this wasn't something bandits typically used, and what he'd seen was so impressive he'd even implemented into the military training program. Kinyuan raised his hand, explaining that they'd considered it, but that Victim's Archaea's had 3 significant flaws. The young man inquired about what was hard to teach her, and the instructor remarked that he was indeed smart. The man asked about something else, and a bead of sweat trickled down the hero's face when he inquired about the possibility of side effects like a concussion. The cadet sat across from him, listening to him explain that he was right, and that there was something else he was unlikely to understand right now. The young man remarked that if it made him stronger, the risks were worth it. The instructor rose to his feet, explaining that it wasn't his decision to make, as the hero was an asset to the Empire, asking if he even knew how much money was being invested. Luca jumped up after him, exclaiming, and Kinyuan asked him to answer. The young man was stunned to hear that training in the Archaea's fighting style would inevitably leave its mark on his brain. He asked if he could swear to stop using it when that happened. Luca watched his back, knowing he would understand even if he lied. The man smiled at the cadet's assertion that he couldn't swear, but would try not to use it. The instructor placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, noting that he appreciated his honesty. He tripped the hero. Luca's eyes widened, unsure of what was happening. Kinyuan threw him over his shoulder, telling him to always expect an attack from now on, and to be prepared for any situation. The boy clutched his head, exclaiming what it meant. The instructor turned away, ordering him to stand up, because he liked those who learn quickly. Eli looked at the boy cautiously, checking if he was even sleeping. The hero stared ahead with bags under his eyes. The friends were walking down the hallway when the young man explained that he'd simply been very busy, mentioning that he'd been practicing with Kinyuan every day for a month now. The cadet recalled one training session where the instructor had said that if he didn't understand something at first glance, nothing would change even if he explained it verbally. The boy understood that he wasn't really teaching him anything. The man wanted him to observe and figure it out for himself. Luca was bracing himself for the fight, arguing that Archaea's fighting style was vastly different from anything he trained before. Most fighting techniques were based on memorizing and refining movements, while Archaea's squeezed out what he already had. Kinyuan's brain glowed with energy as the young man explained that this was some sort of advanced combat algorithm that utilized every technique in his arsenal to generate the most effective method of combat in a given situation in a matter of seconds. In other words, it was brain training. The cadet looked at his friend, asking how his mission had gone. Eli replied that it was boring. He'd been ordered to dispose of a malfunctioning android. The two continued down the corridor, when the young man declared that all current missions were like this, child's play. The protagonist replied that the Korra Alliance was apparently being cautious because of the recent incident, and that was probably why the chief captain was constantly at the facility. His friend lowered his eyes, protesting that it wasn't for that reason. He'd heard things from his close ones. Luca replied that if the chief captain himself was getting involved, planning a rebellion, nothing less. The young man's eyes filled with fear as he agreed. Eli visualized silhouettes of people, saying he didn't know the details, but there was definitely a group of conspirators. Luca watched his interlocutor intently, listening. The young man lowered his head in anger, ranting about how war with the Alliance was already looming, questioning why some idiots were planning a civil war. What idiots? The boy's eyes widened when he heard that if he blamed all internal problems on idiocy, he was part of the problem too. Luke grabbed his friend by the neck, swinging his fist. The hero was furious, shouting that he'd warned the young man. He could turn a blind eye to his desire to leave the Empire, but if he intended to become an enemy, the young man wouldn't let it go. Pinned against the wall, Eli protested that he, too, had passed the Imperial Guard aptitude test, and such comments were no less important to the Empire. He smiled at the young man, telling him to calm down. Luca turned away, saying that he shouldn't jump to conclusions that could be misunderstood, that he didn't want to see the young man's name on the list of traitors. Eli replied that he knew and could only tell him that. His friend reached for the hero's shoulder, telling him to relax and that he'd treat him to something tasty this weekend. The young man stood with his back turned, saying he already had plans and that he'd had enough of this chatter. The young man reached out to him, asking if he had a girlfriend, and the young man inquired in return if it was time for him to leave. The buildings in the city stood in sunny weather, the lower sector of Akertia. Luca followed the man, who inquired about how much time had passed. For people like them, hailing from the slums, the scene was quite familiar. The boy stared ahead, saying that when he became a cadet, he thought he'd never go down to the lower sector again, because he didn't want to breathe the same air as this scum. The instructor remarked that he truly was one of those who strived upward. The young man kept his hands in his pockets, thinking about how he'd never expected Kinyuan to drag him down here when he'd announced his plans. The two were arguing outside, one asking him to get out of the way, to which he'd been told he was blocking the passage, a moron. The air in the lower sector was said to be polluted. The boy looked around, arguing that the city was powered by the thermal energy of the magma located directly beneath him, and all the waste and excess heat was channeled into the lower sector. He'd breathed this air for quite a while in the past, and he felt he had to get out or he'd be a loser for life. The young man was angry, cursing. He looked at the instructor, who was calling him to follow. People were passing a secure location in the city. The protagonist glanced around, questioning whether it was a black market. A man asked if this was his first time here, and the cadet replied that curious children rarely made it out alive. Luca followed Kinyuan, arguing that the instructor was quite knowledgeable when it came to the lower sector, and someone who had spent decades in the Imperial Guard knew this place better than him. Funny. The young man looked at his arm, pondering the instructor's order to use simpler prosthetics for his arms and legs on this expedition, wondering what he was planning. Kinyuan had his back turned when he warned Luca to get ready. They walked straight toward a nearby illuminated door. The two men stopped the guests, explaining that the spectator entrance was over there, and the instructor explained that he wanted to speak with the owner of this establishment. The man smiled when asked if he knew Boss Aleph, but replied that he didn't really know him and simply wanted to see him. The guy held up his gun, asking if he'd lost his mind. Kinyuan stared calmly ahead. The protagonist had attacked the man with a gun. He couldn't understand what was happening, gritting his teeth. The second guard reached for his weapon, watching the scene. Luca grabbed the scoundrel, pointed his gun at the second, and ordered him not to move. The instructor laughed, clarifying that they seemed to have figured it out now, didn't they? And asked to quickly call Aleph. 2 pistols fell to the ground. The cadet looked at the man, asking what he would have done if he hadn't made it in time, to which the man replied that he would have looked for another way, obviously. The young man looked around, asking what kind of place this was. Kinyuan looked away and said it was the hottest spot in the entire empire. The man turned, mentioning that this was a coliseum. 2 people stood by the door. The instructor sat across from the man with the guards. The fat man smoked a cigarette, watching the guests. Kinyuan raised a finger, requesting that the boy be sent into the arena. Luca looked down, hearing the instructor say he wouldn't demand compensation even if he died there, and understood why he'd ordered him to wear simpler gear. Aleph silently finished his cigarette. He tossed the butt right at them. The young man held out his hand, catching it in front of the instructor. The guards drew their weapons, taking aim. A guard with a pistol stood behind the fat man. When he started to complain about him being confused, they let them in not because they were going to fulfill their wishes, but because it would be easier to dispose of the corpses from here. Luca's expression changed as he considered the man bluffing. If he hadn't intended to talk to them, he would have already given the order to open fire. 3 pistols were pointed at the heroes when it was mentioned that 3 thugs were already aiming at their heads. The young man realized there were 2 more armed guards outside behind him. The boy lifted his leg, wondering what he should do first. He imagined kicking the table onto Aleph. Enraged, the man leaped up from his seat with the guards. The hero launched an attack on the opponents. The guards ran, swinging their fists. Luca grabbed the leader by the throat. After grabbing the leader, he aimed his pistol in front of him. He killed the guards with 2 shots. The guards who had been standing outside immediately burst into the room. The cadet attacked them, swooping down from above. Their heads also exploded from the shots. The hero stood behind the instructor, thinking the simulation was over, when the instructor asked what happened to the previous owner. The leader slumped in his chair, asking if he knew Toru, explaining that he died because he was caught fixing matches. Kinyuan asked if he was the one who killed Toru and seized control of the Colosseum. It was quite a profitable business, after all. The instructor stared ahead, saying they were friends, but he wasn't accusing the man of anything. After all, he'd killed his predecessor for power, and that's the natural order of things on the streets. The fat man jumped up, gun pointed at his head, and asked how he knew all this. Kinyuan told Aleph to calm down. The instructor, gun to his head, added that if he didn't want to end up like another Thor, the man gritted his teeth. He sat back down, muttering, "What the hell?" Aleph adjusted his glasses and realized all he needed was a place in the arena for that runt, right? The boss scanned the guy, commenting on how his arms and legs weren't even combat ready, and his body was still organic, and he'd be crushed to a pulp in seconds. The man looked at the guests, suggesting that he could fit him into the schedule. But didn't it seem fair to him to offer something in return? The instructor explained that he knew where Tora hid his safe, wondering if he had his eye. Aleph adjusted his glasses, asking where he'd gotten such details, adding that he was very curious about who he really was. Kinyuan closed his eyes, explaining that it was simply a relic of the past, not worth worrying about. The fat man said that if he wanted to observe, he'd assign a VIP seat and arrange drinks and girls. The instructor gave him a stern look, choosing only drinks, explaining that the boy didn't need special treatment, just let him pit him against his best fighters. The cadet looked at him, thinking that he could use some training. Luca watched the instructor's back, arguing that he was in complete control of the situation, without lifting a finger, and that he had what the young man lacked. The waiting room in the Colosseum. An object sparked on the ceiling as the man noted that the start was in 2 hours, so he could warm up in the meantime. The young man kept his hands in his pockets, wondering what was in Tora's safe. Aleph's demeanor had suddenly changed. The instructor was looking at the system window, claiming it held a treasure that could change Aleph's life. The young man looked at Kinyuan, wondering what he would do if he had to fight. The instructor asked if he was interested, and he'd tell him after he won the arena. The system window listed the monster Gabriel, the Iron Fist. He was the upcoming opponent. The cadet carefully examined the photo while Kinyuan was explaining that the Colosseum was teeming with idiots willing to implant themselves with illegal equipment, even if it reduced their lifespan. This was likely one of those people who didn't care about their own future at all, and in his current state, he could die from a single hit. The instructor raised a finger, urging him to remember what he'd taught him, the foundation of the Archaea's fighting style. The young man asked again what it was. Kinyuan lowered his hand, telling him to be content with what he had. Luca tensed, saying he only knew that being content with something meant certain defeat. The instructor pointed out that water doesn't lose, it simply changes form. A soldier in armor was depicted, attempting to fight, waving his weapon around. Kinyuan spoke of the boy's true potential, having watched him since he deflected bullets during a test without armor, calculating trajectory, and was doubly surprised when the young man asked to be trained. But as a talented man, the hero had come to the right place. Luca looked away, aware that the praise was somewhat unfounded, to which he received the answer. Of course. The instructor smiled, explaining that this might still be their last conversation. The young man smiled back. Darkness. A polygon of light lit up the arena. The hero stood by the open doors as he was announced as the man who dared to issue his first challenge to the Iron Fist himself, Gabriel, and whether this boy would be able to return home today. The announcer shouted that he was still a complete loser, that he should be called a good boy. The young man looked away, wondering what kind of lousy nickname that was. Spectators from above shouted about who had brought this empty-headed woman here. Unknown people laughed with shining eyes, commenting that the guy seemed to be seeking death, while others were not averse to watching a bloodbath. It was inspiring. Someone raised a hand, using magic, as they said that the dark side of a person always thirsts for someone's blood. It was precisely such desires that brought him to this arena. Luca's legs were on display, while he was thinking about how they clearly wouldn't mind watching his limbs get torn off or his face disfigured. That wasn't bad, frankly even good. The boy walked toward the center of the arena, musing that he finally felt like he had come home. The young man pulled back his hood and, unzipping his jacket, asked how they were doing down there. A red bag of food lay on a tray. Luca thought he couldn't remember the last time he'd allowed himself to act childishly. Little Luca stood alone, holding the tray. He stood among children like himself in tattered clothes. The boy noted that only twice a month did Imperials appear in their pit with food rations, but the orphanage director often sold half of them to line his own pockets, and hunger was commonplace for an orphan. Dumbbells and books lay on the ground. The protagonist reflected that even when he was starving, he never stopped training. He read books that crumbled to dust, and then went to lift pieces of iron as a form of physical exercise. A crumpled piece of paper flew at his head. 3 boys approached Luca and asked him if he was stupid or something, why was he wasting his energy, and said it would only make him hungrier. The boy looked at them calmly and replied that hunger could simply be sated with strength. He held 2 bags of food in his hands. Little Luca beat up his peers, remarking that the strong devour the weak. He understood well how this world works. Only the strong get everything, and the weak should be content. The children stood there with tears in their eyes and said that he was as second class as they were, and that if he had innate potential, he would have been placed in an orphanage for the gifted. The boy stood impassively, dumbbells in hand. They added that he would rot in this hole for the rest of his days anyway. He calmly ate the food he'd taken from him and thought, who cares about the whining of a loser? A photo of an older Luca appeared, noting that at 12, he'd successfully passed the aptitude test and been included on the list of potential Imperial Guard trainees, and at 15, he'd been officially accepted as a trainee. The 3 boys looked at him, and Luca thought that now it was clear to them that they could only dream of his life, and that he hoped they would never meet again. Luca stared at the wall. He looked ahead and noted that over the long period of his internship, he'd completely forgotten about this place, and he thought he'd never return. His opponent stood before him. The boy, unmistakably, stood with his hands in his pockets, the crowd in the stands chanting his enemy's name. He rubbed his fist and questioned whether he was actually pitted against this brat, and that Aleph was definitely high on something. But who cares as long as they're paying him? The guy looked at his opponent with despair in his eyes and thought that not only did he have a variety of jokes from different manufacturers, but he also completely lacked any structural balance. Gabriel clashed his fists, and the protagonist noted that his spine was twisted from the strain, and the part of his flesh that constantly contacted the metal was clearly inflamed, and it seemed he couldn't even sleep without painkillers. Luca's opponent leaned over and asked what he was staring at, and the guy added that he was strong, his body modified for one purpose only, to be faster. Gabriel looked at the guy and said he had a cute face and asked if he'd like to serve him at night. Luca smiled slyly and said he thought after today's fight, he'd definitely need a servant. The opponent's eye twitched sharply. Gabriel's face twisted in anger, and Luca added that he would cripple him. The brute walked away from him and said he would beat him into the ground until he begged to serve him. The show's fat host took the microphone and announced that their mini version of Do or Die was about to begin. Kinyuan glared at the guy, and the host asked if they would crush the boy's pie or witness his triumph. Luca and Gabriel stood facing each other in the ring, and the host announced that the killing show was about to begin. The guy raised his hand in front of him and thought that his body was entirely composed of combat components, and his prosthetics were far from combat ready, meaning that if he took even one blow, he would die instantly. Luca's opponent suddenly lunged at the protagonist. His fist hit the floor. The guy deftly dodged the big guy's attack. Luca counterattacked his opponent with a sharp right kick to the head. The opponent grinned wickedly and said it tickled. The protagonist looked at him and thought that with his normal equipment, he would have already punched him in the head. The guy was thrown back several meters from his opponent. He turned around and thought that the arena was quite compact, so he wouldn't be able to dodge for long. Luca deftly dodged Gabriel's numerous blows and added that all his attacks were lethal, while his were practically ineffective. The crowd in the stands watched their duel intently and cheered for Luca's opponent. The guy noted that the audience was also going a little crazy. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, thinking about this situation he found himself in. Kinyuan stood before Luca and told him to remember what he taught him, the basics of the Archaea's fighting style. Luca asked what it was. The mentor lowered his palm and replied, "Be content with what you have." The protagonist leaped up in front of his opponent, noting that he should be content with what he has. Wishing for what he doesn't have now won't help him. No amount of begging will make a weapon fall from the sky, and no matter how feeble his strength, he must cope with what he has. The man looked away and added that Kinyuan had taken the prosthetic limbs but left the prosthetic eye. Gabriel's punch flew straight at Luca, who thought this meant he had initially intended for him to overcome Gabriel without his strength. The man carefully watched his opponent's every move, accepting the given. Archaea's fighting style is based on using the given to its fullest. He raised his eyes. His eye glowed blue. Luca flew over his enemy and noted that Gabriel's fists were like devastating cannons, and the slight twitches at shoulder level were the trigger. His vision was cylindrical, and the length of his arms limited his range, significantly increasing the time it would take to hit, compared to a firearm, while the trajectory was obvious. His opponent's fist appeared before the boy's face. Kinyuan watched their duel with mild shock. He smiled slightly and thought it was brilliant. Luca stood amidst the dead warriors, his mentor noting that he already mastered the Archaea's fighting style, thanks to his own talent. The boy deftly dodged the enemy's attacks, and Kinyuan added that he should show him his potential. Gabriel looked ahead during his fist attack. The crowd watched their fight and shouted admonitions at Gabriel. The boy's mouth slightly opened, thinking that his concentration had sharpened to the limit, so good that he could completely predict his attacks. He somersaulted over the man and wondered if he could pull off the same feat. Luca's foot caught his opponent in the side. The boy jumped back sharply. The protagonist's fist caught Gabriel square in the face. A second kick also landed on his head. The boy smiled and remarked that it was arousing. Gabriel squatted in front of Luca, who wondered to himself if this was how Kinyuan had seen him back then. A vein swelled on the opponent's head, and he said he didn't know what kind of tricks he was using, but his useless attacks wouldn't work on him. Gabriel raised his hand to attack. His fist flew at Luca, slightly cutting his cheek. Gabriel's kick hit the concrete wall. He turned sharply toward the boy, who asked what he thought would work. He braced himself with his foot for a tataki and added that even if Alcai lacked pure strength, he made up for it with something else. Luca grabbed his opponent's head and neck with his hands. The other man gritted his teeth from the pressure. The pain of his neck twisting made his mouth drop open. The protagonist completely snapped his neck, who landed softly on the ground. The disconcerted crowd watched him. He thought, yes, you can wait for his demise until the day the crayfish whistled on the mountain. Blood trickled from his eye. He said he would keep climbing until their words became inaudible. The guy shoved his hands into his pockets behind his unconscious opponent. He pulled the gray hood over his head and thought that he could hardly have concentrated so well. Only because this was a predetermined and stable environment could he afford to concentrate on predicting his movements. The crowd watched Luca in shock. He walked to the ring exit. He stared off into the distance, and noted that he had to admit, Kinyuan was a great teacher. Kinyuan stood with his arms crossed, and told the boy it was good work. The boy passed him, and he said welcome to the foundations of Archea's Victima. The boy replied that he'd learned that accepting reality doesn't mean defeat. The mentor extended his fist and told him to take it. Luca held a card in his hand and asked if these were payment chips, and if they were still paying for the fight. The boy replied that they weren't. The boy stood before him, telling him these were Gabriel's hospital bills and that he should give him the money. Sometimes it was nice to be generous, at least until he was made a fool of. The boy replied that he couldn't recall ever wanting to be a benefactor, only a warrior and a soldier. Kinyuan rubbed his head and told him he was rather naive when it came to building interpersonal relationships. He glared at him and added that the kindness he was talking about wasn't charity, but an investment, and that it was better to build a future image to reap the benefits, just as he had justified his possession today. The mentor walked away from the protagonist, and told him not to forget that being able to take advantage of one's surroundings was also a trait of a good soldier. Beads of sweat trickled down the boy's face. He thought he had been gravely mistaken about Kinyuan, but he thought he was teaching him because he was impressed by his talent, and felt a kindred spirit in him, since they had both climbed from the bottom. But that was a superficial judgment. Kinyuan was determined to justify his investment in him. The man's dark hair hung down his back. The boy noted that in a way he couldn't refuse. The doctor's fingers glided across the tablet. Gabriel lay next to him on the cot. The doctor said he regretted that his body's parameters were incompatible with the cybernetic equipment, that expending so much energy could cause paralysis and a host of other problems, and that he recommended upgrading his hull to a Xionic Lindell 9. Gabriel gaped and said it was the newest model, one he couldn't afford, and questioned why they'd finally decided to rip him off, and that the other guys were just fine with Garbo tech. The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied that those people hardly installed as many incompatible modifications as he did, and that if he'd paid even a little attention to compatibility, the older models would have worked. Luca slipped into the room unnoticed. The big guy said he was poor and had used everything he could buy. The doctor replied that fine, they could limit themselves to just new limbs that fit his budget. The guy said only combat-ready ones, but he replied that was impossible. His funds would only be enough for good prosthetics, not combat-ready ones. The protagonists silently watched their conversation. Gabriel asked if they knew how much he'd spent on these modifications. The guy stood calmly by the door with his hands in his pockets and asked how he was doing, saying he was glad he was as energetic as ever. Gabriel's eyes widened in anger, and he said it was him, a good boy. The guy stood by his bed, and he shouted that he would kill him, definitely kill him, and let him remember his words. Luca approached him face to face and said that he'd warned him before the battle that he'd make him an invalid. Beads of sweat rolled down the boy's face. He remembered Kinyuan telling him to remember that taking advantage of the environment was a trait of a good soldier, adding that he instinctively began to mock him. Gabriel gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist said it was the model they'd mentioned. He held out the chip and asked if it would be enough to pay. The doctor replied that it was. Gabriel craned his neck and asked what he was doing. The doctor replied that he was paying his bills. The boy looked at him. The doctor asked why he should pay his bills. The doctor replied that he just felt like it. The big guy asked if, good boy, wasn't just a nickname. Beads of sweat streamed down his face. He asked if that was just the condescension of a winner. The boy stood with his hands in his pockets. Gabriel asked his name, and the doctor replied that it was Luca. The doctor looked at Luca, confused, and said that if he needed anything, he should just say so. The guy looked at him silently, and he added that he would repay the debt. The guy noted that it wasn't such an unpleasant feeling. The Akertia training hall. Two guys stood in the ring. Ailey jumped up abruptly. He launched a kick at Luca. Luca easily blocked it with his left hand. The guy spread his fingers. Ailey's eyes and mouth widened in shock. The protagonist clenched his fist to strike. His blows sent sparks flying. The fallen Ailey clutched his side with his right hand. They sat next to each other, and the blonde guy asked if the instructor had taught him the arcade fighting style, and the guy replied that he had. Beads of sweat rolled down the guy's face. He said that usually bandits used it, things like putting pieces of glass between their fingers or throwing dirt in the enemy's face. Luca replied that he understood. It was hard to believe, but Kinyuan had explained a lot of things to him. The boy closed his eyes and added that he, the only trainee who wouldn't avoid a fight with him, silently noted that the Colosseum experience had clearly shown him that his ideas about fighting were fundamentally flawed, as if all the techniques he'd honed so far had amounted to a tiny but precious nugget of knowledge. Ailey looked at him and noted that Luca seemed so pleased today. He leaned his hands on the ring. Ailey asked if he could help if he wasn't busy, and he replied that of course. The training barracks of the Imperial Guard of Akertia, the guest room. Cadets were sitting at tables in the cafeteria. Luca grimaced. Ailey showed embarrassment. Lillian looked calmly at Luca. The boy was trembling with anger, but Ailey asked him for forgiveness. Their family had always had good relations with the Ramones. He couldn't refuse. The blonde boy looked away, and the girl said she seemed to have sent enough visitation requests, and asked why he was avoiding him. He closed his eyes and replied that he wasn't interested, hoping she would take that as a refusal. Eli smiled awkwardly and suggested he could have been more gentle. Luca rudely interrupted him, saying that the whole situation was irritating him. Lillian looked at him impassively. Luca sipped his coffee. She asked him why he disliked her so much. He replied that he didn't have time to date women, and unlike them, an orphan like him had nowhere to return to if he was thrown out. She looked at him in confusion and asked if, in that case, getting closer to her would only benefit him. Luca looked back and replied that he didn't think she understood. A cartoonish image appeared, depicting Luca imprisoned in a cage by Lillian. He noted that if he relied on her aristocratic power, he could lose everything at any moment at her whim, and that he preferred the power he earned through his own labor. Eiley lowered his head in embarrassment. Lillian said it was strange to hear that from someone so close to the aristocrat. The boy replied that he associated with him because he was someone he could trust to keep his back, his friend, and the power of the Karfik clan had nothing to do with it. The girl stopped talking and asked what he meant by not giving her a chance. The protagonist silently sipped from his cup. He placed the mug on the table, but then stood up and said that unfortunately, he hoped they wouldn't see each other for long. An irritated Luca walked away from the table with his companions. He stopped in the middle of the room. Eiley caught up with him and asked why he was being so harsh. The boy stood in front of his friend and replied that she would have continued to cling to him if he had been gentle with her. He replied that it was true, but he really didn't like Lillian that much, and that they could have at least gone on a few dates. The protagonist turned to his comrade and said the problem was that he couldn't see any reason for her interest, asking if she only wanted to get close to a lowly boy because of Cloud's dying words, and that he felt like she was plotting something. Eiley raised his hand and asked if, simply put, he was afraid because he didn't understand the reasons, and said he thought he should take it a little easier, and then he would be sure. The boy looked at Luca, who asked if he liked the girl. He stood in front of Eiley, who asked why he thought so, and he replied that it was evident in his gaze, his size, and his increased activity. Arceus Victima was opening his eyes to many things. The boy's eyes glowed red, and he added that he had already said he wasn't interested, and that if he liked her, he should put all unnecessary preoccupations aside and act in his own best interests. A bead of sweat rolled down the blond boy's cheek. He turned around. On the table sat a mug of coffee, a glass of cola with ice, and Luca's empty cup. The boy said it was impossible for him. Lava was flowing into a hole in the middle of the metropolis. Kinyuan and Luca were sitting in the lotus position on the cliff. The boy crossed his arms and thought about meditation training, about maintaining calm no matter what. Kinyuan was sitting nearby. The boy asked what he would do if a fight broke out in the Colosseum boss's office. The boss replied that he would tell if he won. The boy kept his eyes closed, imagining armed bandits inside and outside the office, and he still couldn't figure out how to escape unscathed without any weapons. The bandit pointed at Luca and his mentor. Luca was standing behind the exit, guarded by 2 guards. The instructor sat imperturbably in meditation. The boy asked himself what he would do. The instructor said that, first and foremost, he would probably hide under the table. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's face. He said that Aleph and his guards had weapons, and that hiding would mean missing their chance to strike. Smoke billowed from the hole. Kinyuan added that he simply knew he would have seen it as an opportunity to neutralize them, even if he'd taken a few bullets. The boy asked what if he hadn't been there, or if he decided to flee. He looked at the instructor, who told him to give it up. He would definitely try to take Aleph hostage and seize his weapon. Considering how aggressively he trained, he'd already imagined how he'd deal with each of them. The bandits fired at the falling Luca. Kinyuan told him to know that even if he had been taken hostage, they would have both been simply shot, and that down there, they could change their leaders with a snap of their fingers. He would simply have provided them with a convenient opportunity to replace them. Kinyuan looked at Luca and said that of course, as soon as they turned their attention to him, he would have dealt with them and escaped with him through the secret passage. The boy looked back and thought that he had not only predicted his actions but also found an escape route. The range of his reasoning was truly incomprehensible. Kinyuan rose to his feet and said that, translated from a language no longer spoken, Arceus means penetrating gaze. Victima's Arceus uses all his brainpower to expand his perception. The boy looked down at them and asked if the problem wasn't that overclocking his thought process to the point of treachery had side effects. His eyes widened in shock. The boy looked at him and said that if he donned the Legion, Victim's Arceus would become unavailable to him. He replied that he was perceptive and thought it would take him at least a couple more months to figure that out. A brain artifact appeared, and Luca thought that as soon as he became an Imperial Guardsman, he would be granted the Legion, and that no one could constantly wear the Legion, an all-mechanical suit of armor crafted with the best technology in the Empire. The armor glowed red. The boy added that this technology connected broad-spectrum brain signals to a special processor that ensured the transmission, using all the brain's resources, meaning there would simply be no resources left for Victim's Arceus. The boy glanced anxiously at the floor, wondering if Kinyuan had deliberately kept this from him, anticipating his reaction. He had said that if he'd known it would be useless in the Legion, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on training, and that it was his own fault for being so slow. Luca immediately walked away from him and thanked him for his lessons, but he asked what that meant. He watched him go, and told him to come back if he changed his mind. The boy gritted his teeth in resentment. The lamps on the door were lit. Luca stood with his hands behind his back. Hemelas noted that 3 months had passed. He was sitting at his desk, adding that he was a bit busy, so there hadn't been time to meet with the trainees. The boy stood on the carpet in the middle of the room and wondered if it was because of the rebellion. As Elijah had said, he asked how he was doing, and the boy replied that he'd been training on his own. The commander sat idly by and said that it was true, he hadn't given him a mission in a while, even though he was good enough to act. He glanced nervously at the floor. Hemelas asked if he'd heard rumors that he'd often practiced with instructor Kinyuan. The boy wondered if that was why he'd summoned him. A flashback image of Luca's memories appeared, and he noted that perhaps all the higher-ups already knew everything, from his exploits in the lower sector to his participation in illegal combat. The commander looked at him and asked what he'd wanted to learn about Arce's Victima. The boy replied that he no longer had. He asked again, claiming he'd left on his own. Luca asked how he'd found out. The commander smirked and replied that Arce's Victima was incompatible with the Legion, so it wasn't practiced within the Imperial Guard, but he'd figured that out himself. Kinyuan stood with his hands behind his back. Hemelas said that Kinyuan weeded out the incompetent immediately, and those who were capable would be disappointed to discover the futility of such training, which is why he remained Arce's Victim's only supporter in the Imperial Guard. Luca tried to get the commander to listen and asked if he wanted him to continue training under him. The scarred man looked at him and said that, frankly, he was more interested in maintaining a good relationship with Kinyuan, and to that end, continuing his training was a good excuse, and that it was in order. The young man's eyes widened in shock and he thought the chief centurion suspected Kinyuan of something, but he couldn't ask why the retired soldier was so interested. His life could be in danger if he learned the details. Hemelas crossed his fingers, and the young man said he understood, that he would continue training Arce's Victim. Arce's Victim replied that he was keeping a close eye on him. The boy looked at him impassively, and he added that he was a high flyer, after all. The sun illuminated the station. Kinyuan examined his prosthetic, and said he didn't think it would be back so quickly. The boy stood behind him, and he added that he himself had said he could change his mind, so there was no need to ask. Luca watched his back and thought he wouldn't train him, but he turned out to be quite accommodating. The box contained small robot heads, and the boy asked what business they had in the lower sector today. Kinyuan asked if kids their time really even liked things like that, and that when he was younger, he used to hang over these counters quite often. The man held a newspaper in his hands. He told them to look for anything themselves if they needed it, as he himself had no idea which toy was which. The instructor asked if he could have anything and that they would deliver it themselves. Luca looked at him in shock, wondering if it was everything, and why he needed to buy all those toys. He looked down. Lower sector orphanage no. 47. Kinyuan and Luca were walking toward the gate. The instructor asked if this was the orphanage. He turned around and told him to bring the box inside and then take a break. Luca turned at Gabriel's voice. He was holding a box in each hand and asked if he was serious about forcing him to do this, and that he looked like an errand boy. Luca approached him and said that he told them to come, but the seller had refused to deliver here, so he'd really help them out. The guy replied that he'd actually meant to help in a more meaningful way. Luca closed his eyes, and the man said something about being with a gang. The guy said he didn't need combat assistance. Gabriel stood next to Luca and said that was certainly true, but the protagonist noted that his new spinal implant had straightened his body a bit, so the money had been well spent. Quinnen walked toward the entrance, and the big guy asked who the guy was. They looked at him, and the man said he was so shady that even Aleph hadn't bothered with him, and that there must be something known about him. Luca replied that if he were him, he'd just stay out of it, if the skull was valuable, of course. The guy turned around and thought that Quinnen had probably grown up in this orphanage. He saw no other reason for charity. The children ran happily out into the yard. Luca and Gabriel each handed them a box of toys. The boy said, "Thank you," to the handsome boy and the ugly man, who said, "What scoundrels?" Two boys started fighting over a crate. Luca watched with his hands in his pockets, silently saying, "Yeah, you have to fight for it, it'll never be fair, so if you want something, you have to become stronger. Unfortunately, this world isn't rich enough to make everyone happy." The boy turned around. Kinyuan snapped his fingers and said they needed to talk. Leaves rained down from the tree branches. They both leaned against the metal railing. The mentor said he sometimes visited the lower sector. Surely the orphanage wasn't entitled to much, but judging by the director's round face, he was doing a pretty good job of stealing supplies. Luca looked at him and asked why he grew up here. He replied that he'd long forgotten such details, but he just occasionally dropped by orphanages when he was nearby. He stood there with his hands in his pockets and added that he might even have been in his. Luca glanced at him furtively, noting that in this state, Kinyuan looked more like a retired soldier. The sun's rays played on his protege, and the young man added that he was an old warrior, stripped of his former glory, with a weakened nervous system no longer able to withstand the strain caused by massive brain damage, and that in the future, he could become just like him, if he lived long enough. Luca looked at the instructor, who said he'd get straight to the point. His eyes widened in shock, and the instructor asked who had ordered him to return to him. Kinyuan's eyes glowed blue, and he asked about Captain Hemelas. Luca stood next to Kinyuan. He took his breath away and asked what he meant. He silently told him not to look him in the eye. To Kinyuan's eyes, every false rustle was a clue. The boy stood calmly next to him, wondering how he'd even realized it was the chief centurion's order, how much he'd already uncovered, and if Kinyuan was truly hiding something dangerous, something so significant that the chief centurion would assign a spy to him. The boy took his hand out of his pocket, noting that he could eliminate him right then and there. Luke looked worriedly at the ground. The mentor told him to calm down if he wanted to live. He stood next to them and added that if he criticized them fully, it would be difficult for him to confront him without killing him. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's cheek. He said that he was a soldier of the Empire, and that was all he could say. Kinyuan stood on the grass and said that he knew so little that he didn't even know who he should side with. The boy's eyes widened, and the man continued that he didn't blame him. It was natural for a soldier to follow orders from above, and that he truly was the ideal soldier the Empire needed. The instructor looked at him and asked if he truly believed he'd come to him voluntarily when he first did so. The boy was fending off enemy attacks. Luke stood in the smoke from burnt gunpowder. Kinyuan said their superiors had stirred even when he demonstrated his accurate trajectory prediction without any equipment, because finally, someone capable of studying the arcane's victim like him had appeared. The boy walked through the labyrinth, and the instructor noted that he'd been certain he'd come to learn from him voluntarily, to become stronger after that incident with the core servants, but it was simply a carefully planned outcome by the Imperials. The boy stood motionless, thinking to himself that he shouldn't let his words fool him. He'd encountered a formidable enemy on that mission, and he needed to become stronger, so he'd reviewed all the instructors and chosen the most suitable one, and that had been his personal decision. Luca and Quinnen stood next to each other. The instructor said that every person in this world is someone's slave, whether they know it or not. The instructor stared off into the distance. He turned to the boy and said that he was probably running from the truth now. He was still young, after all. Luca watched Quinnen leave. He told him to go back and report everything to Himalas if he wanted. The boy looked at the floor. The man with the scars on his face looked at Luca. He thought he didn't believe his words, but as Quinnen had said, it was Chief Himalas who wanted him to continue studying Arceus Victima. An image of Luca's figure appeared. A drop of blood fell, and the boy noted that even his thirst for success wasn't his own will, it was him. The drop fell. A drop of blood fell into the water. A training simulation room. Several capsules stood in a row. Luca sat on the bench next to them, clutching his head in his hand and thinking that he hadn't been able to report what had happened to Himalas. The man walked through the training hall with a tablet in his hand. Luca thought that if he had done so, he would have been tortured with psychological testing for possible infection by a dangerous ideology. Considering how confused he was sure his scores were lower than before. An image of the Empire's crest appeared, and Luca added that the Empire did not forgive those who did not share its interests. In the worst case, he would be demoted from the military to the working class. Quinnen walked away and told him to come back and report everything to Himalas if he wanted. The boy looked anxiously at the floor, noting that Quinnen must have known he was too hesitant to report, and if he wanted to report, he needed to be prepared for the tests, and for that, he needed to meet with. Steam billowed from the capsule. Ailey emerged, shrouded in steam. He was breathing heavily. He caught the bottle of water thrown to him. Luca stood before him and told him he was improving. He saw him in a completely different light. The boy replied that countless defeats had made him stronger. He approached him and said he'd come all this way to cheer his friend up, adding that he was flattered. The protagonist replied that, of course, he had a favor to ask. Ailey sat down on a bench. Luca mentioned that he'd once said that aristocrats could pay their way into the game. Ailey replied that it was all a well-known secret, and that even after training, incompetent people wouldn't be able to handle anything. Luca turned to him and asked how he'd even passed the psychological testing at the tryouts. Ailey raised the bottle to his lips. Luca added that if he had a secret method, he should let him in on it. The boy asked that he understood how dangerous that request was. The protagonist sat down next to him and said he checked, and no one was around, and he was signing up for this for the Empire. Eli replied that he wouldn't ask why he needed it, and as he probably realized, there was a way. He closed his eyes, and the guy asked what it was, and the guy replied that it seemed there was no choice. Luca looked at him in shock, and the guy said that he needed to create a perfect dummy for everyone around him, while hiding his true personality deep inside himself. Essentially, they all hide some part of their personality deep inside themselves, and this would help them pass the psychological test. Sweat beaded on his cheek, and he asked what he was talking about, and the guy replied that there were cases of memory loss as a result of a traumatic event. He just needed to do it consciously. Eli looked at him, and the guy asked if it was even possible, and he thought he wouldn't be talking about it if it were impossible. The guy replied that their brains were constantly in shock. An image of Eli appeared from two different angles. He noted that if he continued to act like a loyal soldier, it would somehow leave a mark on his personality. 2 months before the preliminaries, he'd offered up prayers of praise to the Emperor every day, as soon as he woke up, copying his father's behavior, to put it bluntly. The boy looked at him in bewilderment, and Eli added that the problem was that his true self could be damaged by prolonged use of this technique, and he could even lose himself. Luca asked how he'd come up with that. The boy looked at the floor and thought that if the method really was that simple, he wouldn't even need to pretend. He'd continue acting as he always had, like someone who scored high, even on a psychological test, and that he'd become who he was before meeting Kinyuan and Ilya. Ilya looked at the boy and said that he really didn't know what he was planning, but he should be careful. He held a bottle of water and added that anything related to psychological testing was extremely dangerous. Luca turned to him. Kinyuan said over the comm that he never thought the day would come when he'd hear him say something like that. Eli was drinking from his can, and the boy commented that it was very inopportune. Lower sector. Luca and Kinyuan stood near the entrance to the building. They looked up. The instructor said they had practiced today, and it was quite simple. Luca looked at him and thought that even after that day, he was still training him as if nothing had happened, as if that conversation at the shelter had never happened, when he'd said what a kosher building the bandits had built for themselves. He held out 2 fingers and said he had 20 seconds, and the boy noted that this made him even more uneasy. Luca stood at the entrance to the building. Kinyuan told him to take out all the bandits inside. The boy touched the door. He smashed the lock with his prosthetic. Inside was a bar for insiders. A man was lounging on the couch. He noticed Luca entering. He immediately ran up to him and asked what he wanted, and that he didn't look like a customer. Luca looked at him and thought, well, that idiot of a soldier approached right away with a gun in his pocket. 3 people were sitting at a poker table. A man with scars on his face looked at Luca. The door to the dark room opened slightly. The guy noticed 3 more armed thugs. He thought it was their leader, and he could feel someone's presence in the bathroom as well. The thug pointed the gun at the guy's head and said he hadn't planned on cracking open children's skulls so early in the morning, but that's life. Luca knocked him out with a powerful punch. The man was hanging from the ceiling above his comrades. Smoke was coming from Luca's fist. He said he'd been stressing out too much lately and needed to let off some steam. The thug on the ceiling pointed the gun at him. The gun fell from his hand. He flew straight into the poker table. 3 bandits immediately pulled out their guns. Luca put out his hand to catch the gun. He caught the gun. He instantly fired several shots. The bandit leader aimed at Luca. He shot him and called him a rat. Luca stood calmly in the middle of the room and said that he had good aim. It was hard to believe that such inexperienced people dared to engage in murder. The barrel of the gun gleamed from the lamp. The bathroom door was left open. A guy with his pants down came out and asked what was going on. He looked at the scene and asked what they were making noise about. Luca pointed the gun at him and said that if he were in his place, he would play dead. It would be a shame to lose such precious limbs. The guy glanced at his taser. Sparks and lightning flew from the room. The bandit lay twisted on the floor, and the guy said it felt like someone was in the bathroom. He opened the bathroom door. His eyes widened in horror. The girl was sitting on the floor with her hands bound. The guy said, "What scum?" Kinyuan smiled and said he'd done it in almost 20 seconds. The guy walked out with the red-haired girl in his arms, and the instructor said, "Good job." Luca turned around and said he wanted to level them up, but the instructor told him not to get carried away. They were guests here, and any unnecessary interference could disrupt the local order. The guy looked down at the floor, and Kinyuan said that, in any case, this world is full of people who lack the strength to defend themselves, and he, better than anyone, knows what usually happens to them. Sweat trickled down the girl's face. The boy thought that this girl had suffered such a fate because she lacked the strength to fight, while he had desperately fought for strength, never to be in her place. He would have dismissed her as a rabble of scum who didn't appreciate the opportunities offered by the Empire. But at that moment, he felt disgust only for this unfair system of their society. Luca entered another bar and noticed that Kinyuan continued to lead him to the lower sector, pushing him into battles without any prior information. The boy, shielding himself behind the bar table, added that he wasn't doing this to teach him how to win. The lesson was to figure out how to handle the situation he found himself in. Assessing the enemy's capabilities was a basic component of battle, of course, but he needed to go further, to analyze the most effective course of action. The boy stood among the corpses in the room, thinking that Kinyuan continued to send him into battle without a word. A red workshop sign hung above the garage. The girl wiped sweat from her brow and said welcome. Kinyuan and Luca walked inside. The former asked the guild to make him a cup of coffee, like the old days, with a layer of butter. The girl asked what Luca wanted, and he replied coffee too, but without the butter. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's face. He asked if there was some need to stop by Guild's workshop. The mentor replied that this was the girl he'd rescued, and wasn't he proud to see how hard she worked? The girl poured coffee into the cups, and the boy remembered that he'd recently rescued this girl from bandits, listened to her story, and learned that she'd been kidnapped and subjected to every conceivable and unimaginable horror for 6 months. But fortunately, her mind had held firm, and she was able to return to normal life. Her glasses were pinned to her nose. Luca noticed that the reason she'd been kidnapped was because a friend had been hiding near her house from a gang she owed money to. The bandits had simply burst in and kidnapped her, and the friend who'd caused it all was already dead. They sat down at the table, and the instructor explained that Gilda was from the orphanage and quite gifted in mechanical engineering, so he decided to sponsor her training, but anonymously, so she wouldn't find out. The guy asked if they'd known each other from the start. He turned around. Gabriel pointed at him and asked if he was here too, a good boy. He turned to the girl and asked her for a beer. She replied that his nervous system was already suffering from overload, so maybe he shouldn't drink alcohol. The guy noted that after they rescued Gilda, Kinyuan introduced her to Gabriel, and they agreed on a mutually beneficial partnership. She became his mechanic, and he her bodyguard. The guy looked at him and said he should have listened to his mechanic, but Gabriel replied that it was just beer. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table. Gabriel approached the guy and yelled at him, asking if he wasn't the one wandering around town, stirring up trouble, and what was he thinking? The gang leaders were already ganging up on him, planning something, and even if they did, he wouldn't even guarantee Gilda's safety. Kinyuan looked at him and said not to worry about it, that they wouldn't be back here anytime soon. The girl held a tray and asked how long they were going away. He replied, "A couple of months, maybe years. Who knows?" He looked at her and thought it seemed they'd soon be unable to descend to the lower sector at all, and that he couldn't even come here of his own free will. The overseers didn't allow trainees to leave the base alone. Gilda looked at Gabriel, and the boy noted that this might be the last time he'd see them. The girl closed her eyes and laughed. Luca noted that even after those horrific events, Gilda had managed to come to terms with reality, and even started working. Gabriel looked at him, and he added that he, too, had continued his risky work. The boy picked up a mug of coffee, silently telling himself there was no need to feel sorry for them. The whole group stood in the workshop, and the protagonist added, "Not being able to come here." He raised the coffee to his lips and noted that perhaps this was the best outcome for his current situation. The office of his chief ally. Lamps glowed on the door. Hemela sat and listened to Luca's report, and said that Kinyuan continued to be wayward. He crossed his fingers and remarked that he'd become an intern at such a late age. Usually, someone like him wouldn't even be given the opportunity, but sometimes even the Empire has to settle for all sorts of riffraff. After all, those were rather unsettled times. Young Kinyuan extended his hand, and the commander said that even he didn't fully understand what kind of man he was. When he just started, he'd already been a key figure in the Imperial Guard. Luca's eyes widened in fear, wondering what it meant that the records weren't accessible even to the chief centurion. Hemela's added that he assumed he specialized in covert operations. The young man stood by the commander's desk, and the commander said that, in any case, it was true that Kinyuan had warmed to him. He'd sent trainees to him before, but they hadn't stuck with him for long. He pressed the blue button and said that he was exceptional, but also highly vulnerable to negative influences, so he'd administer a psychological test, and he should try to pass it well. The young man bowed and said, "As you say," and silently noted that he'd thought so. Hemela's covered his face and said he'd be frank. There were only 2 options for the trainees assigned to the mission. Some were eliminated for secrecy, while others were transferred directly to the Imperial Guard as a reward. He extended his hand and added that he very much hoped he'd take the second path. The boy replied that he'd simply follow orders. The commander's eyes and mouth dropped open. The boy thought that if the operation was successful, he believed he'd put in a good word for him. The boy looked at him, and he said that, of course, if he showed good results, Ron would personally promote him, or, more accurately, adopt him. Sweat poured down the boy's face. His eyes widened, thinking that the chief captain wanted to make him a member of his family. The boy sat in the machine and thought that the chief captain's name was Hemela's Castoria, and the Castoria family was one of the most influential in the Empire. The robot's light came on and he announced that the psychological test was beginning. He replied, "Okay." He pointed at him and said he'd detected joy and asked what had happened. The guy lying in the machine said it wasn't his business, so let the test begin. Someone hit the punching bag. The young man was beating the dummy. The guy kicked. Beads of sweat fell to the floor. Eiley swung. The punching bag flew up after the blow. The man was breathing heavily. He scooped up some ointment with his fingers. The young man lubricated his hand. The protagonist sat on a bench and noted that Eiley had trained to the point of completely wearing out his joint, which was unusual for him. The young man held his hand and asked the hero if he had passed the psychological test. The protagonist replied that he had passed it thanks to him, and asked what was going on with Eiley, adding that if he needed help, he'd let him know. The boy bowed his head and said he wasn't ready to tell him yet, but would soon ask for his help. The protagonist looked away. The hero closed his eyes and declared that if his comrade felt in danger during the fight, he would definitely help them, even if it meant risking his own life. The boy looked down and replied that, as he had said, he would soon tell him everything and hoped things wouldn't turn out as he thought. Luca thought he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in what help Elijah wanted, but he wouldn't try to find out either. The protagonist sat on the bench, realizing that now that he'd successfully passed the psychological testing and earned the trust of the chief centurion, his goal had changed, and he now intended to become a son of the Castoria family. The man raised his head and said that from now on they would operate under the command of a special military unit, and the boy realized that at the time, that was the only thought that had occupied his mind. The captain stood before the soldiers and explained that his goal was to suppress the rebels who had risen up against the Empire, adding that the rebel forces consisted of 3 families, led by the Ramones family. Luca's eyes widened and he repeated the family's name. The young man looked away. An image of a girl appeared, and the protagonist noticed that his friend was thinking about Lillian Ramones, meaning he understood what Elijah wanted to ask him. People stood in front of a train. A soldier boarded the car. Something was moving. The transport sped along the rails. The protagonist stood up and announced that his name was Luca and that he currently led the 21st platoon of the unit's army. The man saluted and said that they were greeting the platoon commander. The young man looked ahead and noticed that they were appointing a trainee to the position of platoon leader, thinking that command truly intended to use the rebellion as a training tool. The soldiers stand, and the hero realizes that the platoon is divided into 2 squads, totaling 27 men. His assistant in this squad is the platoon's deputy commander, Sergeant Kodrak. However, given the hero's inexperience, the suppression army is largely composed of seasoned veterans. The men look ahead, and Luca notes that each of them is aware that they are training a trainee, meaning they're unlikely to welcome orders from a superior whose skills they don't particularly trust. Despite this, he'll have to act as a leader and give them orders, and he wonders how to do it. The commander looked at the sergeant and realized that he essentially had 2 options. One was to leave everything to Kodrak, since even if he gave an unclear order, he'd handle it, and that was the most obvious choice in this situation. The other option was to leave everything to Kodrak. The man turned in surprise when he heard the protagonist say he was in charge. A young man stands before the squad, declaring that he demands unquestioning obedience to his orders and that any disobedience will be punished. He thought resistance should be nipped in the bud with brute force. The men look forward. The sergeant turns and tries to ask something. The protagonist grabs the man's arm. Kodrak flies toward the soldiers. The soldiers lift the sergeant, and the young man asks how he dares touch a superior officer without permission, suggesting that he considers him an idiot because of his age. The young man steps forward and explains that he is from the lower sector, like them all, an orphan with a double-digit salary, very young, and asks if they know why there is such a huge gap between their social standings. The hero looms over the man and replies that he is indisputably superior to them all. A red aura envelopes the hero, who explains that they will soon understand this themselves, as he is the best platoon commander they have ever met. The man looks up. The sergeant stood up and said he'd made a mistake and would be more polite from now on. The protagonist turned and noted that the sergeant was adapting quickly, having immediately realized he wasn't looking for the easy way out. The sun illuminated the camp. An Imperial army outpost near the enemy front. A ship flew by. The soldiers looked ahead. The guy clutched his head and pointed out that the hero had lost his temper and punched one of the squad members. The protagonist looked ahead and replied that his assistant was about to treat him like a child, to which Elijah pointed out that they were children in their eyes, and the protagonist explained that his subordinates wouldn't give a damn if he was nice. The lights went out. The captain stood before the soldiers and said he would skip the formalities. The man raised his hand and announced that the rebels had holed up in the shrine of a mystical civilization, adding that the magical fortress was now under their control. A map of the area appeared, and the captain began by explaining that the area was enclosed by a domed, extremely dense barrier, which served as a sort of defense. Magical turrets had also been spotted, ready to destroy any aerial targets. The heroes looked ahead, and the man explained that there were only 5 turrets, and the 11th Armored Brigade was tasked with destroying them, while the rest of the army would attack from various directions. An image of robots appeared, and the hero noted that the armored brigades were completely clad in fully mechanical armor, indicating that the Empire had deployed significant forces to suppress the uprising. The commander looked up and announced that the operation began at 14 hours and 10 minutes. That is, in 1 hour and 30 minutes, meaning the soldiers should be ready by then. The heroes stood facing each other. The protagonist bowed his head and said he expected their role to be merely supportive, to which Eiley replied that they didn't want them to die immediately. The hero asked how this was any different from a picnic, and his companion remarked that he was grumbling like a seasoned warrior. The boy looked away. Eiley looked at the hero, who asked if they were talking about Ramones. The protagonist leaned over and said they might be close, but there was nothing they could do now, adding that if he stood up for those accused of treason, even his family wouldn't be able to save him. The young man looked forward and hissed that he had no illusions, but if he had a chance, he wanted to save at least Lillian. The hero pointed and asked if he loved her so much that he was willing to risk his life. Eli replied that she was his first love and that he no longer felt the same way. The hero suggested that he was trying to hook him with his first love, and the young man explained that Lilian never wanted to marry an aristocrat. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body, and he told his friend to pull himself together, as he had hidden his antics before, but this was going too far. He added that trying to save Lillian was incredibly dangerous, as he would be executed on the spot if caught. The young man stepped aside and told his friend not to try anything stupid and to consider this a warning. The young man bowed his head and said he understood. The protagonist turned and realized that the cursed Arceus Victima had immediately revealed the lie, as Eli still planned to save Lillian. An image of a girl appeared, and Luca silently declared that whether his comrade accepted it or not, for his sake, Lillian Ramones must die. The hero looks at the sun, hoping for this to happen amidst all the chaos, and begs that she never cross paths with Elijah alive, as he desperately desires. The protagonist sits and realizes that the most important parts of the body are the head and chest. He looks at his helmet and adds that as long as these two areas are intact, the Empire's soldiers will not die, because as long as he can breathe and blood nourishes his brain, the Empire will bring him back to life using cybernetics. The sergeant addressed the hero. The man bowed his head and explained that he was well aware of his abilities and had carefully reviewed his stats from his superiors. The vehicles were moving, and Kodrak added that he wanted to say that when they engaged in battle, the hero should listen to his words. After all, the soldier had served the Empire for 10 years, and his words were not without merit. He might not be as gifted as the protagonist, but his skills were equally worthy. The young man turned his head and told the sergeant not to worry, as he would listen to anyone if their opinion was valid. The man thanked Luca. The transport slowed. The vehicles were parked in front of the dome. Someone opened the door. The armor was stopped. A metal plate dropped to the ground. The squad exited the truck. A soldier in armor stood, an armored brigade with all mechanical armor, the Myrmidon model. The young man turned his head and realized that this was indeed all mechanical armor, mass-produced Myrmidon. The men looked at the sphere, and the hero thought that the brigade's task was to knock out the turrets, and then it would be their turn to attack. Flames erupted from the backs of the armored soldiers. Energy erupts from the armor. The brigade takes off. The soldiers fly toward the dome. The team maneuvers. The armor approaches the dome. The field disappears. The building begins to accumulate energy. A flash of light illuminates the area. Something is approaching the soldier. The armor's storage unit opens. The soldier fires projectiles. A beam of energy strikes the enemy. The armor explodes. A missile storage unit opens. The soldier fires a missile salvo at the barrier. There is an explosion. Flames engulf the warrior. The wind begins to extinguish the fire. Two red eyes appear in the smoke. Someone begins to rapidly approach. The soldier's head appears. The armor attacks the barrier. Red energy erupts from the soldier's back. An aura envelopes the spear. The soldier attempts to pierce the barrier with the spear. A crack spreads across the field. The brigade begins to break the protective field. The soldier breaks through the barrier. The protagonist looked up and realized they had successfully breached the fortress's defenses, and now everything depended on neutralizing the turrets. The brigade was engaged in combat with the turrets, and the hero realized that if they failed, their battle would unfold in far worse conditions. He added that, according to the strategy simulator's calculations, the approximate time required to destroy the turrets was 1 minute after the invasion. The squad watched the battle, and the young man realized that if the Myrmidon squad failed, the suppression forces would be forced to enter as is and pay the price. A black screen appeared. Static appeared on the screen. The outpost was smoking, and a voice announced that the turrets had been neutralized and it was time to move on to the next stage of the operation. The men cheered, and the hero explained that the battlefield was a brutal and dangerous place, but it was also a place where a man could enjoy an adrenaline rush. Luca glanced away and thought he liked it, being the kind of man driven by ambition and the excitement of such events, and he would have gone mad long ago without it. The squad rose, and the protagonist announced that they were leaving, and he realized it was his turn to test his strength. A visualization of the Empire's attack appeared. The plan was to attack simultaneously from multiple sides, with the leadership determined to defend every room to prevent a single rebel from escaping. The interface displayed the fortress's communication system, and the protagonist explained that its underground tunnels were like a labyrinth, with even familiar paths extending hundreds of meters deep. He added that they had maps compiled by the expedition exploring the fortress's ruins, but the rebels could have modified them, so they shouldn't rely on them. The soldiers fought their way through. The protagonist runs to the door, saying that they must have narrowed the tunnels to the underground chambers to prevent the Myrmidon soldiers from getting through. The stairs lead downward. Fog spreads across the room. The hero peers around the corner. Light filters in through the window. The protagonist removes his helmet and says he'll go first from here, to which the sergeant points out that it's a dangerous move in a place like this, as the likelihood of ambushes and traps is very high. Luca turns around and suggests that Kodrak is afraid he won't be able to handle the consequences if he dies, to which the hero responds affirmatively. The protagonist puts his helmet back on and says he doesn't care what happens after his death, and he doesn't care if the sergeant's pay is cut. The young man rushes forward and repeats that he goes first, and they follow. The soldiers look ahead, and the young man realizes he feels a shiver run down his spine, as if someone is already aiming for his back. But now is not the time to worry about that. An image of a girl appears, and Luca thinks he must find and eliminate Lillian Ramones before she meets Elijah. The aristocrat raised his hand, and the protagonist suggested that he was already in the tunnels, simply entering from the other side, and that if he wanted to get rid of the troop trailing him, he would also break through. The hero led the way, considering that he, too, could sacrifice his men, but he couldn't let his personal feelings take the lives of loyal soldiers. An unknown device emerged from the wall, and the young man added that he would face the risk himself, face to face. The sergeant shouted the protagonist's name. Luca bowed his head. The commander cut the trap. The young man looked ahead and realized that using the Archaea's fighting style, he had heightened his senses to the limit: sight, hearing, touch, smell. The young man licked his lips and added, even taste. The hero cut through the traps and realized that by detecting traces of chemicals in the air with his tongue, he was gaining tons of information. The soldiers looked ahead in shock. An image of the protagonist's body appeared, explaining that he feels his arteries dilate as his heart races, as the blood flow continuously delivers glucose to his brain, and the pressure on his brain pushes him beyond the limits of reason. The protagonist runs forward, mentally declaring that he's fed up with everything, as the soldiers are so slow, and he also wants to punch Kodrak in the face. A red aura enveloped the protagonist, who explains that he knew this in theory, but now feels it firsthand, as prolonged use of Arcase Victor inflicts increasing damage to the brain. The protagonist stands in front of a door. Soldiers walk down the corridor. A man looks ahead. The protagonist kicked down the door. The door killed the enemy. The protagonist stopped. The enemies raise their weapons. His hand clutches a sword. The enemies shoot at the protagonist. The protagonist bowed his head. The bow deflects enemy projectiles. The blade smokes. The protagonist dashes toward the enemies. The protagonist cut off a soldier's head. Luca kicked the man's head. The head flew into the soldier. Blood streamed down the man's face. The protagonist cut his opponent. The enemy fired a flare gun. Luca looked up. The flare was flying. The boy made a cut. The young man cut the flare. The enemy stared forward in shock. Dust rose from the explosion. Red lights appeared in the smoke. The hero sprinted. Something was approaching the soldier. The squad looked at the blood. The sergeant lowered his head. The young man turned and asked what was taking the sergeant so long. Luca took his head and said they were moving on, asking the soldiers to keep up. Enemies were shooting. The hero's squad hid behind a column. The young man looked out and realized that no one knew there would be such a vast chamber underground and assumed their main line of defense was here. The protagonist retrieved the robot and realized he'd gone too far and that intercepting the fleeing aristocrats here wouldn't be difficult. The robot flies. The camera pauses. Light reflects off the lens. The hero leaned over and realized their line of defense contained about 100 warriors, and behind them, retreating unarmed men were clearly visible, with Lillian most likely among them. The sergeant looked at the commander and said that their squad was advancing too quickly and suggested waiting for the others. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that this was a reasonable suggestion, as his brain was already overloaded from using Arcase Victim. A bright light illuminated the hero. The young man closed his eyes. Luca looked to the side and noticed that the shot wasn't aimed at them. The hero's squad was standing behind a wall, and the young man assumed there was some kind of skirmish in the rear, and most likely, another squad had arrived with them. He realized that there was only one other person besides himself who would be in such a hurry. The hero raised his hand and ordered them to advance, as the enemy was distracted. The shielders blocked the enemy shots. The projectile damaged the shield. The squad hid behind a shield, and a soldier reported that their shields wouldn't last long, to which the young man replied that it wasn't time yet and they needed to hold out. The protagonist ducked and realized the only thing to worry about was a weapon that could kill him in one shot. The enemy was holding a weapon, and the hero noted that they had about 8 cannons with high firepower. The mechanism launched a shell, and the protagonist realized he needed to wait until at least half of them were reloading. The hero lunged and shouted that they needed to attack now, and when the enemy focused on him, everyone would need to scatter and take cover. The figure leaped high into the air. The sergeant raised his head and shouted the hero's name. The shells struck the young man, and he explained that they could ignore rifles and pistols, as such light attacks wouldn't penetrate his armor. The young man looked up. The protagonist grabbed the pistol and realized he needed to deal with the weapon that posed the greatest threat. Weapons exploded in people's hands. His hand dropped. The protagonist leaned over, thinking they couldn't fire while he was between them. Luca cut 2 people down. The opponents focused their fire on one, and the young man realized no one could stop him now. The stranger raised his hands and surrendered. The protagonist stepped forward and ordered Kordak to restrain the rebels. The young man looked ahead. Dead people lay on the ground. Luca sat up and realized they were from Elijah's squad, meaning he had tasked them with the rear attack, adding that Elijah had simply moved on, sacrificing them without even giving them a chance to regroup. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that his friend was so desperate that he was willing to sacrifice the lives of his men for Lillian Ramones. An image of the Empire appeared, and the hero realized he wanted to help Ilya, but he was still an Imperial soldier. The young man walked forward, and the protagonist realized that by choosing one, he would have to give up the other, and this situation infuriated him. He clenched his fist and thought that if he met Lilian Ramones, he would kill her on the spot, and he didn't care if Ilya hated him, because he would spare his life, preventing him from becoming a traitor. The hero stood his ground and told Kodrak to continue the arrest until reinforcements arrived, adding that they should group up and act independently, as he was now in command. A male voice called out to the young man. The sergeant looked at the hero and said he was an excellent soldier, as his combat skills had shocked everyone. The young man asked him to stop flattering him, and the man added that Luca's team was mediocre. The protagonist bowed his head and said that without him as their leader, their losses would have been far greater, and that it was only thanks to him that they had achieved so much. He tried to understand the crux of his complaint, to which Kordak replied that the young man hadn't led his men, but had broken through alone, relying solely on his own strength. The sergeant bowed his head and concluded that such methods wouldn't make him a good leader. The hero gritted his teeth and told them to blame their own incompetence, as he doubted they were capable of implementing his tactics or even understanding them. The squad lowered their heads, and the young man added that it was ridiculous, because they were whining because he hadn't used them. The man replied that the day would come when the hero would need the help of those weaker than him, as no one could remain at the top forever. The protagonist turned and explained that if that happened, Kordak would laugh and say something along the lines of he was right, to which the sergeant said he'd keep that in mind. The man looked ahead. Luca raised his hand and said he'd take his first mate's advice into account, and if he concluded his methods were flawed, he'd remember his words and reconsider his strategy. The sergeant closed his eyes and said he didn't think such an inflated ego could coexist with flexible thinking, and wished the hero all the best. Someone was running. Luca was running through battlefields, scorched walls and empty shells, the corpses of aristocrats clutching weapons unfamiliar to their delicate hands, trying to buy time. An image of the fortress's underground communications appeared, and the hero thinks something similar can surely be seen in the neighboring corridors, realizing that most of the suppression army has successfully invaded and punished the rebels. Luca sits next to Eli and realizes it may sound trivial, but Eli isn't just someone he can rely on in battle. He's his friend, the first person his age with whom he could share profound thoughts on equal terms. A dead soldier lies, and the hero notes that Eli is simply throwing away the lives of the Empire's soldiers for his own ends. The corpse lies on the ground, and the young man thinks they shouldn't have died, as a regular squad wouldn't risk lives just to pursue rebels. The boy flees with the girl, and the protagonist tries to understand that even if he's lucky enough to reach Lillian, how can he help her, since she'll die anyway? The hero looks ahead and realizes she's his beloved, but why should they die together? He assumes his emotions have gotten the better of him. Luca paused. The head lies in the bushes, saying it's giving up. The protagonist turns around and says he doesn't care whether he gives up or not, and asks where Lillian Ramones is headed. The man frowns and says he doesn't know where the heiress is going. An aura envelopes the hero's body, who notices the man's pupil flicker, a common sign of lying. A hand grasps the head, which screams that it's giving up and asking him to stop. The young man leans over and says he's giving him one last chance and asks where Lillian Ramones is headed. The man's head lay screaming that it had recovered, and the protagonist said that if they wanted to get out, they needed to go up, suggesting there was another escape route leading upward. The head replied that he didn't know, as he was a member of the Splinter branch and wasn't given such details. A finger pressed against his eye, and Luca asked if he'd seen Elijah, to which he replied that he'd finished him off. A hand pressed against his head, and the man shouted that Elijah was crazy, as they'd been friends, but even after they'd surrendered. Blood gushed from the man's head. The protagonist steps forward, saying that he would have been executed anyway and that it was better for him to meet his end here than to be subjected to further torture. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that he usually doesn't feel guilty about killing people, but today, especially, he feels detached from everything, and he thinks that the battlefield always has that effect on a person. Light illuminates the corridor, and Luca notices that he hears screams and gunshots more clearly. His hand held a pistol, and Luca uttered his friend's name. The protagonist imagined himself next to his comrade and explained how he'd always been overcome with paranoia when hanging out with Eli, so much so that he'd even wondered. Imagining a pink symbol, Luca wondered what he'd do if Eli turned against the Empire. Walking down the hallway, he noted that he'd always put off answering this question, but now there was no escape. He had to face the truth. Corpses lay beneath his feet. MC's face was serious. Surveying the room with the many corpses, he called out to his comrade. Elia suddenly looked taken aback. Turning around, he said Luca was here. Examining the dead, the protagonist declared that his friend had truly done it, killing his subordinates out of personal gain. The boys watched, horrified. Looking at their faces, the protagonist thought it was Vigo, the head of the Ramones family, and his immediate family, of course, and Lillian there. An enraged MC asked if this was all for this girl. Elie drew his blade, saying he understood that Luca wouldn't let this incident slide. He asked with a serious expression to draw his sword. Getting into a fighting stance, the protagonist declared he would beat some sense into him. The boys stood facing each other. Frowning, the protagonist thought he had to fight Elie. Theoretically, victory would be his if he didn't make any mistakes, but in a real fight, there were too many unforeseen circumstances. His gaze was serious. Glancing at the boys, the boy noted that he wouldn't be captured quickly either. As long as they restrained him, the Ramones family would be able to escape. He prepared to make a dash and concluded that he needed to kill the family first, and then let Eli hate him to the core. The embittered protagonist emphasized that then he wouldn't have his own blood on his hands. He was taken aback by the question of whether he wanted to escape with Lillian. MC began to run away from the gunfire. The boy, his eyes blazing, ran toward the family. Glancing at his friend, he realized that a regular pistol wouldn't stop him, and trajectory prediction allowed him to aim with precision, as if in slow motion. His armor was covered in red lines while Luca reasoned that he had increased the speed and frequency range of his cybernetic signals before today's mission. He suddenly sped up and noted that the boy couldn't stop him with a regular shot. The boys pointed their machine guns at him. A stunned Eli screamed for them to get away. The protagonist found himself in front of the man. He cut him in half. The bullet was flying toward his back. MC managed to bring his blade forward. He deflected the bullet. Its trajectory was altered. The bullet bounced back toward the boy. Luca lunged at the remaining men. Vigo, looking dumbfounded, screamed for him to stop. MC pierced his head. The enraged boy swung his blade. He noted with a serious expression that only Lillian remained. Glancing at his friend, he thought he had plenty of time to kill her, even if Eli would soon catch up with him. Noticing the girl, MC reflected that she had come to him with an offer to date. He would never forget her until he completely freed himself from the guilt of killing her. He lunged at her and emphasized the fact that her death would be painless. That was the most he could offer her. He stared at her. The boy's pupils dilated. The tearful Lillian began to smile. A stunned Eiley called out to his comrade. He pushed him aside. The two fell to the floor. The girl watched them. Luca tried to contain the boy's advances. Gritting his teeth, Eiley listened as the girl's relatives were dead, and she was enjoying herself. The protagonist was taken aback by the answer, which was unsurprising, as she was finally free of their influence. They had always treated her merely as a tool for a marriage contract. Kicking him, the protagonist asked what nonsense he was spouting. He rose to his feet. Wiping blood from his face, Luca asked him to stop his senseless resistance, as this woman was still a traitor. Lillian hugged the trembling Eiley, who insisted that the protagonist knew nothing. The families accused of treason never rebelled against the Empire. It was merely an excuse to get rid of them. Looking at the corpses, the boy asked if the main character found it odd how flimsy the defenses of those plotting treason were. If they had truly intended to rebel against the Emperor, they would have contacted Bellato or Cora instead of trying to fight on their own. Perplexed, Luca concluded his friend was right. He imagined people shooting and thought about how invading the magical fortress had been difficult, but everything had gone too smoothly. For the three families planning a coup, their forces had proven too small. If they had truly been plotting a rebellion, Bellato or Cora would have gladly provided reinforcements to overthrow the Empire. He asked, serious in his thoughts, what of it? Watching them, Luca emphasized that even if it were true, it wouldn't change anything for them. At this rate, Eiley would simply die along with Lillian. The girl turned her attention to him. Helping the savior up, she explained that her father was far from innocent, hiding the fact that he was studying an ancient artifact. The boy then cried out that now was not the time. Luca was suddenly surprised. Lillian showed him a blue cube and declared that the reason the Empire had turned against her family was because of this ancient relic, which allowed them to control this ancient fortress. Frowning, the protagonist asked why she was saying this, to which he replied that he hadn't killed her out of guilt, but because Eli would have hated him for it. MC was shocked by this. Looking at the boy, Lillian informed him that he should have realized by now that the Empire was preventing Eli from living the life he dreamed of. The girl approached Luca, saying that there was one choice that would satisfy them all. Holding the artifact in her hands, Lillian remarked that it could be used to activate the teleportation device in the fortress's underground section and help them escape the Empire's clutches. Her gaze was serious. The protagonist was shocked by this. He stood across from her. MC frowned and asked about the teleportation device, to which he replied that they had installed one in the tunnels. It seemed to be an escape route in case the fortress fell. The girl glanced at him and informed him that Luca could kill her if he thought she was lying. She also wouldn't want to watch Eiley die trying to protect her, but if they managed to activate the teleportation device with the ancient relic, they would be fine. Looking at the corpses in the room, the protagonist listened as he and Eiley were told they could escape the Empire, and the protagonist would simply have to claim he hadn't seen anything. Luca then asked if they thought the Imperials had yet captured the teleportation device. Lillian stated with a serious expression that only a direct descendant of Ramon's knew the way there. Deep underground, they would be safe. Looking down, MC considered this tempting. He didn't care whether the girl died or not. Memories of his comrade appeared in his mind, and he added that for Iliai's sake, he was willing to try to find the best way out of this situation. He had always wanted to break free from the Empire, and his descent would sooner or later lead him to disaster, especially since they were on the battlefield, where covering his tracks was easy, and declaring a friend dead or missing was no problem. He touched his chin. The boy sheathed his blade. His friend listened with a stunned expression as he was told he should simply promise that if the teleportation device Lillian spoke of didn't work or didn't even exist, he wouldn't interfere. Luca stated with a serious expression that Iliai had heard her words. She didn't want him to suffer because of her. The guy was shocked by what he heard. He turned his gaze to the girl. She nodded seriously. The guy lowered his gaze. Biting his lip, he made such a promise. He rose to his feet. The guys began to descend the stairs. The protagonist raised his hand. Frowning, he thought he had been completely mistaken. Not only had he not stopped his friend, but he was also defending the traitor Lillian Ramones. If anyone saw them, they were all doomed. MC turned around when he was asked to wait. Lillian began wiping the blood from her lover's face, telling him that he needed to wipe it off before it dried. Blood was streaming down his face. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked why they didn't get married, since they would be very lucky if they made it out alive. The guys exchanged glances. The upset girl apologized, as she hadn't thought it would turn out like this. Eli looked at her, and said there was nothing to worry about, because she had told him about the workings of the outside world. It had completely changed his worldview, and thanks to her, he understood the source of his disillusionment. Smiling, the boy emphasized that if she hadn't been there, he would have gone mad long ago. He had understood a lot, and he wasn't strange, just different. Watching them, Luca came to the conclusion that it was Lillian who had instilled in him these irreconcilable ideals. He imagined the bonds between people and noted that if they began to spread among them like a contagion, the empire would be stricken from within. He imagined the empire's crest crumbling and added that if these ideas were allowed to spread, the empire would fall, although Bellato and Cora might attack first. The protagonist, with a serious expression, concluded that he didn't want the empire to fall. If necessary, he would eliminate any potential threat with his own hands, even his own friend. MC clenched his fist. He thought with an embittered expression that he wasn't a dissenter. The boy opened the door. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sighed. Luca paused, saying they could catch their breath there, after which Lillian added that she'd said only she knew this path, that it was laid out like a labyrinth, so finding them wouldn't be easy. She imagined Vigo holding the cube in front of him and explained that her father hadn't reported anything that wasn't required to authorize exploration of the ruins. His ambitions had been beyond his capabilities when he figured out how to activate the fortress, and the Emperor's firm hand intercepted them. Pointing forward, she said they'd soon be there, at the end of the corridor. Turning away, Luca said there was no need to thank him for his help. He simply owed his friend a favor. If they ever met again, she'd be dead. He glanced at Elijah's face and asked him to take care of himself. Lillian's expression was serious. She folded her arms and remarked that if they got out of there, she'd head to the border town, then suggested they meet there if they got separated. MC held his hand out in front of him when he heard the suggestion of leaving the Empire and replied that it wasn't interesting. Looking down, the guy started talking about the border town. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought he was exhausted. Frowning, MC noted that helping Ili could be a huge mistake made in the heat of the moment, but now was no time to rest. He needed to think about what he'd tell his superiors once the mission was complete. He imagined the men and emphasized that the only advantage was that he was in good standing with the chief centurion, and that he alone could continue spying on Kinyuan. Ili and Lilian were just an intern and an aristocrat, nothing special. He sternly assumed they wouldn't be interrogated too much. They moved toward the door. The protagonist approached the gate control buttons. Turning around, he asked them to get ready, because if the device wasn't there, it was all over. Eli nodded silently. The guy pressed a button to open the doors. A green light shone on him. The stunned protagonist thought it was a bad feeling and needed to quickly figure out the cause of his anxiety. The doors opened while Luca reasoned that he knew for sure the answer was right behind them. Stunned, MC emphasized that it wasn't strange that it was so bright inside, since activating the fort automatically turned on all the lights. He needed to block out all his senses and focus only on smells. He closed his eyes and thought about how the first thing he distinctly smelled was blood, then machine oil and iron parts. Biting his lip, the guy noticed he couldn't smell people. He saw a bright light. Robots appeared before them. Stunned, Luca concluded it was all over. Looking at the warriors, the protagonist realized he'd have to risk his life to defeat even one unarmed Imperial guard, but he sensed for at once. He imagined the girl being captured and emphasized the fact that the worst thing would be if they decided to take Lillian alive. She hadn't trained like he or Eiley, so she'd quickly give in under torture and tell everything, which would expose their unauthorized actions to their superiors. He imagined a picture of happy boys, which cracked, and declared that he thought he'd help them escape so Eiley could live the life he dreamed of, but it was just a foolish fantasy. Now there was only one way out. He had to personally deal with Lillian, here and now. Suspicions might arise, but at least they could come up with a plausible excuse for the superiors. He didn't know if Eiley would be able to remain calm if he witnessed Lillian's death. If he decided to attack the guards, they were doomed. The warriors watched them intently. They turned around. The stunned protagonist looked away, wondering if it was now or never. A bullet had pierced her head. Luca was shocked by what he saw. The guard lowered his gaze. The girl began to fall. Smoke billowed from the pistol's barrel. Tears welled in Lillian's eyes. Eiley held the pistol in front of him. Lillian's body lay on the floor. The warrior watched them and asked what the shot meant. Lowering his hand, the young man said he had carried out the sentence on the hostage, who was no longer useful. The guard walked toward him, telling Eiley to report why they had taken her with them in the first place, noting that his words would determine their next steps. Luca was surprised. The robots passed him. He looked away, looking frightened. He bit his lip. The warriors surrounded his comrade. The protagonist stood quietly and watched the proceedings. The floor was stained with blood. Hemelas sat at the table, praising his work. Smiling, he added that Kodrak had spoken incredibly highly of him, especially his combat skills, saying he'd never seen anyone better in his entire career. He also noted that he lacked the ability to cooperate with his subordinates, though he could work on that with Kinyuan. He listened gravely as the report stated that they waited for Lillian Ramones to lead them into the deepest sections of the tunnels before executing her. Hemelas then inquired if there was a reason he'd chosen her as their guide. Luca imagined the girl and explained that he and his comrade had planned to prevent the hostages' escape as soon as they learned of a certain teleportation device, so they decided that taking Lillian Ramones, who couldn't fight, would be the best option. Placing his hand on the table, the commander replied that it sounded logical, but he had a question about Eileen's relationship with the girl. Holding his hands behind his back, the protagonist explained that none of them were foolish enough to fail the mission because of some connections, and the man knew that better than anyone. Looking down, the man added that, frankly, he wanted to instill hope in her that she would survive if she cooperated. That was all they could do for her. They gazed into each other's eyes, while MC silently asked him to say that this explanation was enough for him. Smiling, Hemelas declared that everything was clear to him. The man was tired, so they would leave it at that. The protagonist began to walk away. He was shocked by the words. The way Ramon's men dealt with Eileen's squad was truly astonishing, for these people to possess such exceptional combat skills. The frightened protagonist reasoned that this was nothing to be surprised about. He'd already mentioned it in his report. Elijah's unit had been destroyed in an ambush by rebels. He wondered with a puzzled expression why the man was testing him, noting that he felt like he was about to break out in a cold sweat. Turning around, Luca declared that if he were in his place, casualties would likely have been avoided. He hoped that would ensure him a perfect score. Cup in hand, the centurion said he expected great things from him. The train moved at high speed. Sitting in the passenger seat, the protagonist thought that on the way back to the capital, he felt more sleepy than ever. It was only natural, considering how many days he'd spent without allowing himself to relax. The delirium he'd recently experienced kept flashing before his eyes. He imagined the girl and began thinking about Lilian, the magical fortress, the relic teleportation device, and the city of Border, the place where she'd suggested they meet. MC recalled her being shot in the head and added that she'd ultimately died before she could escape the Empire, at the hands of Ilii, a close friend and protector. He recalled his stunned expression and emphasized the fact that at that moment, he simply couldn't look Ilii in the eyes, because he'd killed Lillian only for him. Otherwise, he would have simply met his end there, with her. Clutching his head, the boy added that on the one hand, he felt sorry, but on the other, he got what he wanted. He was able to save his friend. Narrowing his eyes, he added that that was enough for him. Looking at the capsules, the protagonist recounted that after returning to the capital, Akbaran, they rested and were later awarded medals for their achievements. Examining the award, Luca noticed it was a 7th-rank medal in the form of the sword hilt. Of all the Imperial Guard candidates, only he and Eileen had received such prestigious awards. Standing at the edge of the balcony, the young man asked if it wasn't ironic that he had also been awarded the Medal of Honor. Standing behind him, MC replied that he hadn't expected him to kill Lillian. He thought the young man would simply charge into the Imperials, knowing he had no chance. Disappointed, Eileen declared that he would have done just that if he hadn't been there. Looking at the protagonist, he remarked that his family was incredibly happy he had been awarded the medal, despite his friendship with the Ramones family. Eileen responded that he should resign, as he wouldn't make a good soldier. Looking at him, the protagonist thought he'd literally killed his own people out of self-interest, people who died because of blind youthful love. After hearing that the boy could do that, but it wasn't easy. He was shocked by the words that Eileen's family wanted him to become a guardsman. It would have been better if he had died. The protagonist punched him in the stomach. The medal fell to the floor. An angry Luca asked him to watch his words. Crouching down, his comrade said he'd never been so angry with himself. If only he'd made every effort to become stronger. Standing over him, MC replied that it wouldn't have changed anything. Eileen bowed his head. He slammed his hand on the floor. The boy stood before him, listening to the question of what he'd done. He stared at his friend silently. Watching Eileen cry, the protagonist emphasized that he wasn't a cold-blooded killer. He was consumed by guilt over the deaths of his subordinates. And despite all these actions, he couldn't save Lillian. He was undoubtedly a dead man. Looking at the broken medal, Luca realized that either his sanity or his life would end. He raised his head. Looking at the flying ships, the boy came to the conclusion that his comrade truly had no place in the Empire. The elevator descended. With his back to the protagonist, Eileen said he'd take a day off and go home for a while. They'd been serving for 4 years, so a couple of months off wouldn't be a problem. Looking at him, MC asked why Lillian had smiled when he'd killed her parents. He replied that they'd chosen a groom for her, a man 30 years her senior, who, when she was born, had promised a huge sum in exchange for fulfilling one condition. Frowning, Eileen explained that this man wanted her to be raised exactly like his dead wife, even sending her a bunch of photos and videos to get what he wanted: Lillian's face, her preferences, even her name. None of this was her personal choice. It was an incredibly heavy burden, which was why she knew so much about Bellato. MC frowned, thinking it was disgusting, like what happens when perverted desires haunt a powerful man, before saying she'd been used since birth. Touching the glass, the boy heard Cloud say he was the only one who treated her like a human being and that he was the one who wanted to set him up with her. Eiley laughed at this. Clutching his head, his companion said that this was what he and the girl wanted. He'd simply thrown the hook, mentioning Luca as the chief centurion's illegitimate son, and Cloud had taken the bait. The boy conjured up the image of the man and explained that everyone knew how deeply the chief centurion's affection for the protagonist ran. It explained how someone with a double-digit number from an orphanage had made it to the Imperial Guard trainee. A puzzled MC listened to Cloud's thought that if Lillian got pregnant by him, he'd be free of family pressure, then replied that his friend didn't mince words at all. Looking at him, the protagonist emphasized that Eli was his friend, but he was far from a sugar princess. If necessary, he'd fool everyone around him, had deceived him, led his subordinates to their deaths, but strangely enough, he'd still trust him with his back, to feel that way despite all his deeds. Smiling, the guy closed his eyes. They stood in the elevator, and Luca suggested hitting his friend again. Closing his book, Kinyuan noted that the war hero had arrived. Pushing back his chair, the protagonist reflected that he periodically visited Kinyuan, whom he needed to keep an eye on. He was well aware that he was acting on the orders of the chief centurion. MC closed his eyes as he was asked if he'd received the sword-hilt medal. He then replied that it was simply a low-ranking medal, handed out to anyone, and that compared to their remarkable achievements, it was nothing. He then mentally noted that he couldn't say he didn't enjoy spending time with Kinyuan. Sitting across from him, Luca reported that the chief centurion had said he should learn from him how to manage his subordinates, to which he replied that Hamilla's overestimated him. He'd seen the battle report, and could offer a few tips. Smiling, the man asked if the men hadn't obeyed his orders, only to be told that they hadn't. They were all excellent soldiers of the Empire, ready to fight to the death, even if they were led by someone they'd never seen before. Holding his chin, Kinyuan concluded that the man was soft. Instead of wasting them, he'd taken all the risks himself. Luca calmly stated that this way, their combat power hadn't been compromised. The man imagined the human anatomy and explained that it wasn't quite true. The more he exerted himself on the front lines, the more pressure it put on his brain, dulling his primary ability, making important decisions, and wasting his precious resource to save lives. An enraged MC asked if Kinyuan meant he simply had to use them, to which he replied that he wasn't saying the guy should mindlessly send them to their deaths, but that he could make them consider it an honor. He pressed a button. Projections of people appeared, after which the man asked if Luca remembered Gilda and Gabriel from the lower sector. He had rescued the former from bandits, and covered the latter's medical expenses. The two would be more than happy to repay him, to which the protagonist replied that of course they did. After all, he had done good for them. Smiling, Kinyuan explained that this was more than enough for them to risk their lives for him. They simply needed to be able to form deep connections, and of course, to be able to distance themselves emotionally. If they became too attached, he would hesitate to use them. Looking down, the protagonist declared he'd prefer not to, after which he heard that everyone liked that about him. Extending his hand, the man explained that the key was learning to accept love without giving it in return. That was the secret to a huge advantage in any interpersonal relationship. He listened calmly to the question about whether Luca's mind couldn't handle sacrificing others. He was referring to things like guilt and conscience. Sitting across from him, the protagonist listened as he explained that this meant he needed to get used to it. If he couldn't, he'd never rise above others. He began to stand. As he left, MC emphasized that next time he would try to use his people more actively. Kinyuan agreed, opening the book. The next day, the boy stood on the helipad. His face was calm. He remembered how taken aback he'd been by the words that he needed to go to the Kracia Academy. Hamilla's, looking pleased, informed him that MC seemed surprised, that it would take a couple of months at most, and that he promised it would be a good experience for him. Traditionally, the best are sent first. Eli had declined, saying he needed to go home. Looking down, the protagonist assumed his companion was still recovering. The man, looking serious, said it was time to correct his lack of exposure to high society if he still intended to become part of the Castoria clan. Closing his eyes, the boy noted that if the chief centurion said so, he was more than happy to go. Touching his ear, he said it was time to meet. A car was descending toward him. Luca noticed. The doors opened. The protagonist picked up the suitcase. The girl, looking calm, asked what he was waiting for. She looked at him and asked him to come in. The boy began to climb the steps. He stood opposite the girl. Closing his eyes, the protagonist introduced himself, to which she replied that she knew and that he didn't need to introduce himself. MC glanced at the girl. Looking at her, the boy wondered if she was an aristocrat, given her haughty manner and her body lacking mechanical prosthetics. The girl turned away when she heard that he was there on the orders of the chief centurion. He wanted to know how much longer they were until Kracia, but he also wondered if she really was the guide sent by Hamilla's. Clenching his hand into a fist, Luca wondered if she was asking for a slap. The girl was surprised when the protagonist called her Lady Castoria. Closing her eyes, she asked a question he understood. Sitting across from him, the protagonist stated that this was a logical conclusion, evident in the discomfort that typically arose when Hamilla's Castoria, the chief centurion, gave orders. He then asked him to ask his father if he didn't believe him. Looking at the girl's embittered expression, Luca emphasized the high probability that she was the centurion's daughter. By sending his own daughter, he would likely be trying to reinforce his intention to adopt her into the Castoria family. He touched his chin. Smiling, the protagonist concluded that Luca Castoria sounded good. He was surprised when the girl remarked that, as he could have guessed, she was there on her father's orders. She haughtily informed him that her name was Giselle Castoria, but he shouldn't dare pretend to read her, as it was irritating. Sitting across from her, Luca apologized if he had offended her, and concluded that Lillian Ramones looked like a real saint in comparison. He remembered wandering around the city, and silently questioning why anyone should obey him. He hadn't gone through all this darkness to be a pawn of the aristocrats, and had accepted this mission at the academy precisely because he wanted to avoid such a turn of events. Sighing, the protagonist added that he was sure the chief captain must understand this. Extending his hand, MC declared that he would rather die than obey those who hated him, then suggested that they do as they were told, she leading and he following. Giselle was shocked by this. She turned away from him. The protagonist closed her eyes. The car flew over the city. They exited the vehicle. The boys climbed the stairs. The girl, looking displeased, asked them to follow her, noting that she would take him to the dorms. A monument appeared before them. Luca noticed the inscription on the monument. He turned his gaze to the statue. His face was serious. Surveying the surrounding area, MC noticed that this was the Cracia Academy, so lauded in the media. The girl suddenly stamped her feet. The students were surprised. Giselle was leading a boy, saying that the typical student color was purple, not too saturated. The stranger shooed the boy away. He fell to the floor. Frowning, Luca emphasized the fact that this was a waste of implants. The protagonist was taken aback by the question of what he was waiting for. Giselle pointed with her hands and asked if she had suitable clothing, and how she could have been so ill-prepared. Smiling, the protagonist wondered why she was so worked up over a few clothes, when you couldn't tell from her appearance that she was like that. He spread his arms and apologized. MC turned his gaze to the voice that had called him. Felix greeted him with a smile. He approached MC, saying he was glad to see him. He'd heard that Ailey wouldn't be coming, so he didn't expect to see him either. Placing his hand on his chest, the young man noted that they had met Giselle before, then introduced himself, and asked if she would mind if he stole him away for a few minutes, to which he responded affirmatively. Felix hugged him and whispered that he hadn't expected to see him in the company of Lady Castoria, and that he believed the rumors of his close relationship with the chief centurion were far from exaggerated. After which Luca declared he hadn't known the chief had such a fiery daughter. She turned her nose up at him from the very first glance, and he barely restrained himself from tearing him away. Pointing a finger at the girl, Felix replied that he was sure the chief was simply introducing him to the manners of aristocratic society, or perhaps he was setting them up to marry, hence the introduction. Looking at Giselle's displeased expression, the protagonist thought marriage was out of the question. Rumors about his personality weren't exactly glowing, and if you add her nasty personality, their relationship was doomed from the start. He imagined the man and added that, moreover, he and the chief centurion had already agreed on something else. He'd definitely said he'd adopt him if he continued to spy on Kinyuan. There was no need for marriage. He'd become his son, but speculation was always welcome. Giselle closed her eyes while she waited for the boys. Felix handed him an unusual item, saying he'd find it useful. Luca was surprised. As they left, the boy told him that interns at the academy were especially popular with girls. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist mentally noted that Felix was teaching him things that were unusual for the academy. He thought they'd become good friends by the end of this mission. Looking at the coat of arms on the wall, the protagonist told us that Felix had told him about the dorm. Observing the boys, he explained that it was for talented children from the lower sector like himself and the children of convicted aristocrats. In other words, for those who couldn't afford their own homes. His expression was serious. MC followed the girl, arguing that class inequality existed even within the academy, but it wouldn't matter if everything were easy. It would be boring. Raising his head, Luca emphasized that he would see what was going on. He was shocked. The robot led him into the room. Touching the sofa, MC reflected that minor aristocrats and commoners really did live there. No wonder the academy was prestigious. They still cultivated talent there, not cannon fodder for war. He sat down on the sofa. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that everything was completely different from what he had imagined. He remembered Giselle pointing at the building and saying it was his dorm. Looking at the projection, the girl explained that the dorm leader would assign him to a room after classes, that she would give him her number, and that if anything happened, he could text her. Afterward, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he thought she couldn't stand him. Touching her ear, he listened as she told him not to delude himself, that she was simply fulfilling the duty her father had entrusted to her. Afterward, Luca concluded that he was simply a responsibility entrusted to her, and thought she wasn't so stupid. Watching her go, the protagonist said he hoped he wouldn't need it. Looking down, Giselle advised him to try to stay away from the dorm leader in the future. Shifting his gaze, the boy asked why he should do that, to which he received the answer that she was the craziest girl in the entire academy. The stranger walked down the hallway. Luca glanced at the door. The girl called him at his apartment. The protagonist appeared before her. She sheepishly introduced herself as Barbara, the dorm leader. Holding his head, MC stated his name and said he was an Imperial Guard trainee. His eyes began to glow. Looking at Barbara, MC began to speculate that her frayed cuffs, old clothes, and the fact that she introduced herself without a last name meant she was a commoner. He imagined Giselle and noted that she didn't seem particularly crazy. Perhaps she simply hated people from the lower sector. Standing before him, Barbara declared that she must admit he was amazing, having managed to become an Imperial Guard trainee despite being from the lower sector. She laughed when Luca replied that the same could be said for her. Becoming the dorm leader was no small achievement. Smiling, the protagonist guessed she must have moved mountains to reach her current position, just like him. Smiling, the girl asked him to follow her, as she would show him how things worked. It was her duty as the dorm's leader. The puzzled boy watched her. MC noticed the drops of water dripping from her hair and assumed she'd just gotten out of the shower, even though she'd said she'd just come from class. She clearly hadn't had time to wash herself. He watched her go and concluded that perhaps she simply knew how to manage it well. We were transported to the main building of the academy. Luca stood before Giselle. She regarded her companion thoughtfully. The puzzled protagonist listened as she explained that he was now dressed appropriately, as she told him, and that they could go to class. Her father had ordered her to attend classes with him for a week. The protagonist followed her. He turned when he heard a voice calling Giselle. Barbara lowered her head and asked how long it had been since they'd spoken. Turning around, the girl asked her to get lost in the fog. The embarrassed dorm leader replied she just wanted to say hello. Giselle started walking toward her. She approached her. The furious girl greeted her and asked if she would leave now, as she had nothing else to talk about. Turning around, she asked the guy to hurry up, as he shouldn't be late for class. Luca turned around. Looking at Barbara, he silently wondered if she'd really been entrusted with running the dorm with that attitude, given her stiff posture, like all members of the lower quadrant. Closing his eyes, the protagonist decided he didn't like it. They walked down the hallway. Looking at the girl's back, MC suggested they knew each other well, to which he replied that Barbara only imagined it that way. They'd simply enrolled at the academy at the same time. He thought, with a serious expression, that the girl was ignoring him. Pausing, the boy reflected on Giselle calling Barbara the craziest girl in Kracia Academy, yet Barbara still wanted to get closer to her. Closing his eyes, he reflected that he was curious, but it was none of his business. The main thing was to last 2 months there, and then he'd be officially recognized as an aristocrat. There was no point in worrying about trivialities. He sat on the bench and told us that he thought so, but after attending these boring classes for a whole week, he decided that getting involved in their relationship would be more interesting. The knife spun quickly in the air. Imagining girls, the main character remarked that there was nothing to do in this dreary place, intended for prim nobility. He tossed the knife. Imagining Felix, Luca added that even his friend had refused to fight him, citing the fact that he'd be too embarrassed to lose. At this rate, he'd quickly become rusty. Raising his head, MC mentally noted that he wanted to fight. Thoughts of carnage plagued his mind. After all, he was a living weapon. Perhaps, as a trainee, he'd been injected with something to increase his aggression. He imagined a biohazard symbol and added that his fists were itching furiously. Catching the knife, the guy heard someone call him. The protagonist's gaze shifted. The stranger, looking displeased, inquired about his relationship with Giselle, since he'd been following her around for a week. Luca then asked why he had to answer that question. The guy was embarrassed. He lashed out at the protagonist, who asked what he saw in that stupid girl. MC glanced at him. He pushed the opponent's fist away. He grabbed his arm. Closing his eyes, the guy thought he couldn't believe he'd taken out his anger on such a weakling. Wiping away tears, the stranger asked if there was anything going on between him and Giselle. Sitting next to him, Luca asked him to ask one more question, and the battered stranger asked why he should answer. The irritated protagonist declared he'd tell Giselle he was a great guy, then asked why she hated Barbara so much. Looking away, the curly-haired boy explained that it wasn't always like this, that witch had simply cursed her. He imagined the dorm leader, who controlled the robots, and explained that anyone who got close to her would end up in unpleasant incidents with deranged androids. These androids, artificial intelligence that shouldn't malfunction, simply went crazy, a phenomenon they even called Barbara's curse. Extending his hand, Luca explained that even if such incidents happened to her more often, he didn't think it was because of Barbara. She responded that it was creepy, after which the stranger wondered if someone so aware of the danger she posed to others would be so desperate to make friends. Clenching his fist, the protagonist listened as she explained that this was why many avoided her, and why she was the dorm leader, a position with no perks but a ton of responsibilities. The boy pointed his finger at Barbara. The students poured water on her. Barbara stood still. The student, looking pleased, apologized, as her hand had trembled. The girl was surprised by the request to undress right there so she could wash her clothes, but replied that she was fine and would simply change in her room. Smirking, the stranger declared that Barbara was stupid enough to refuse her kindness. With a threatening expression, she ordered him to undress and give her his clothes. She would clean them until they were squeaky clean. The dorm leader closed her eyes. She began to remove her tie. The students watched her silently. Luca frowned. He remembered the water dripping from Barbara's hair and noted that he now understood why her head was so wet the day they met in the dorm. She had been forced to wash herself and rush over. The protagonist, fingering the knife, thought she was lucky, as he'd already reached the point where he couldn't control himself. He raised his hand to throw. The knife pierced the mug, which flew out of the delinquent's hand. MC, approaching, ordered her to finish it, noting that he didn't care even if she was a girl. She was horrified by the guy's words, saying he'd turn her face into mincemeat. The girls left. Luca watched them go. He turned his attention to Barbara. The dorm leader thanked him with an embarrassed expression. A smirk appeared on his face, and he wondered if they were close enough now to be attacked by crazy androids. He bent over, trying to catch his breath. Turning around, he informed her that the girl was Kaliza Kano, and that the protagonist had been wrong to mess with her. The main character, with a serious expression, thought he dragged him away in such a hurry. He wondered what he was about to say, then replied that he knew who it was, but her feeble family wouldn't do anything to him. The stunned stranger declared that it was only on the surface. The Kano clan ran a gang in the lower sector that made money for them through illegal trade. As they spoke, they were already looking for a way to put him down. Closing his eyes, Luca declared that he very much hoped they would succeed, because this pace of life was very boring. After which, the curly-haired brunette simply asked him to be careful, as they were known for mercilessly dealing with anyone who laid a finger on Kaliza. Even Barbara got into trouble for the same reason. Kaliza's boyfriend had fallen under Barbara's curse. MC, with a thoughtful expression, replied that he would keep that in mind. He shifted his gaze. Giselle looked at them with a disdainful expression. The boy was confused by Luca's offer to say hello to the girl he liked. Closing his eyes, he cried out that he was glad he could admire her from afar. Luca simply needed to put in a good word for him. Gesturing at the fleeing boy, the protagonist explained that he had made friends, a sweet and kind man named Enrico Lacan. An irritated Giselle explained that he gave her the creeps, no matter how she looked at him. Enrico was always hanging around her. The upset protagonist silently apologized, as he would never achieve this goal. The boys walked down the hallway. Luca arrived at Professor Gid Albin's office, who asked if he had really thrown a dagger at the student. The man held a knife in his hand and said that even if it was a penknife, there would be no end to the problems. He understood that it was stuffy there, but the main character should try to overcome this feeling. Afterwards, we were introduced to the dean in charge of the Imperial Guard trainees. The young man, holding his hands behind his back, replied that he understood, and then reflected that, as expected of a retired Imperial Guardsman, he hadn't pressed him. Sitting at the table, the guide declared that the local children weren't trained to fight, so Luca was like a wolf thrown into a sheep pen. He then added that they were asking for it, even though they knew a wolf would bite. Clutching his head, the dean emphasized the fact that these very sheep would eventually become the bureaucratic elite, and soldiers like them would be their errand boys. While these students seemed like innocent little sheep to him now, they were essentially monsters in sheep's clothing. Frowning, the teacher remarked that these were monsters even more terrifying than wolves. The protagonist took the knife and listened to the teacher explain that youth was wonderful, but one shouldn't get too carried away with such things, to which he replied that he would take note. He left the room, looking furious. As he left the office, the boy reflected that he hadn't come there to chase away monsters, but to cast a witch's curse. He walked out into the forest. Luca was moving along the path behind the training grounds. Stretching his arm, he reflected that curfew had long since passed. Everyone should know by now that he protected Barbara, and if those rumors about the curse were true, it was time for it to take effect and bring a crowd of enraged androids to him. The protagonist suddenly stopped. Someone came forward to greet him. MC noticed the man who asked if it was Luca, the trainee sent to the academy. Looking at the stranger, the protagonist emphasized the fact that so far only the odd gnat had flocked to him. Surrounded by them, he asked if the bandits had any business with him, to which he was told it was simply a greeting from Lady Kalessa. Such was the Kano clan's rule, to warmly greet those who caused them trouble. The boy, looking pleased, asked if the protagonist would report his students to his superiors for beating him up. After all, he was an incredible Imperial Guard trainee. Frowning, MC wondered if this thug really thought he'd be able to hit him even once. Standing opposite, he heard him explain that he'd be given a chance, that he should go to the mistress, kneel, and apologize since Kaliza had said she was willing to let him off the hook this time. He replied that in that case, he'd also give them a chance to get out of there while their limbs were intact, since kids who had never seen real combat were no match for him. The enraged thug asked what the big deal was. He charged into battle. The boy appeared in front of the protagonist. He flew at Luca, asking him to dodge if he could. The protagonist's eyes began to glow. He stood motionless. A bright glow could be seen in the forest. The robot appeared before them. He looked at them and asked if they needed help. The stunned student cried out that his comrade had said there weren't any patrols planned at this time. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, he declared that the intern was free for the day. They would reschedule their greeting for another day. MC turned around. The guys around him were discussing whether they were crazy enough to start a fight in front of an android. The robot began to follow the bandit and offer help. The android stopped, saying that this couldn't be happening. It suddenly charged. Its eye glowed bright red. It decapitated one of the students. Blood spurted from his body. The student was stained with his comrade's blood. The bandit was terrified. The robot prepared to charge. It charged. The android leaped at Kaliza's subordinate. He gritted his teeth in fear. Luca hit the robot in the head. The android flew to the side. It fell to the ground. The stunned young man cried out that Barbara's curse was real, it was genuine. MC, smiling, said that students at Kracia Academy shouldn't blindly believe in curses. He began to advance toward the robot. Smoke was rising from the android. Looking down, Luca wondered if it was using all its capabilities, which is why it only lasted a couple of minutes. Examining the robot, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he should have foreseen this. To defeat it, the android had to be fully charged. Examining the enemy, he concluded that it wasn't a technical glitch. He imagined the hand controlling the puppet and added that it was human mischief. Grinning, Luca asked if it was time to warm up. Luca stood, looking at the robot. The android jumped up, moving to attack the hero. The young man looked calmly in his direction. The boy dodged the enemy's blow. The cadet smiled, thinking that it had been a lethal blow, albeit reckless, and wondering if he was programmed with high-quality combat software. He looked at his hands, wondering if he even had metal claws. If he took one of those blows, he'd be in the hospital for a week. The hero effortlessly dodged the robot again and again, thinking that even though it wasn't particularly impressive, he knew he needed something more, something that could stimulate his dopamine. Luca swung his legs, striking. The robot flew off into the forest. The hero knew he needed more than just an android. He watched silently as his opponent tried to attack. The young man smiled, hoping the iron thing would live up to his expectations. The robot turned when he saw the knife flying into his back. The opponent hurried away from the area. He turned his head, beginning to move. The guy jumped on his back, telling him he was a complete disappointment. The man gritted his teeth. The cadet pinned him to the ground, attacking, and asked how he was any different from an average guy if he was distracted by everything. He was standing on the robot when it called for backup. The young man touched his face, saying he thought he was going to kill him, adding that it was time to get serious and stop warming up, arguing that it wasn't enough to quench his bloodlust. The enemy ran into the forest. Luca watched him go, telling him he was being silly. A bright light illuminated his face as he looked up. The protagonist saw 3 airships in the sky. The guy sat on a bench, waiting. He clutched his chin, thinking about how, after that incident, the security forces had asked him to help with the investigation. The young man reasoned that the villain behind the androids was clearly within the academy's walls, and they needed to identify suspects. Security Force investigator Gillian Campbell touched his face, noting that nobles hated being scrutinized, but they wouldn't hesitate in the face of a killer. Luca looked at the man, questioning his reference to nobles and his certainty that the killer wasn't from the lower sector. He replied that he definitely wasn't. They would never have been able to penetrate the defenses and hack the academy's closed security system. The young man, sitting across from him, said he was an ordinary student and asked why they assumed he would be useful in the investigation. Gillian replied that not everyone could master our case victim, it required exceptional instincts. But he had, making him ideal for the role of investigator. The cadet stared ahead silently, wondering how he'd found out. The man noticed his expression was curious and wanted to say something. The investigator pointed, explaining that our case victima users were important enough to be added to a separate list, and naturally, special attention was paid to those still learning, like himself. The protagonist asked why. The man said he could get the answer from the one who taught him this technique. The cadet imagined the man in his mind, wondering who Kinyuan was. The protagonist looked away when someone called out to him. The enraged girl was screaming, asking what the hell he was doing, and did the guy even understand the consequences of disobeying his father's orders. She added that she'd already told that Barbara woman not to approach him, and she hadn't. Luca bowed his head, replying that he personally couldn't stand to watch a crowd mock one person. Giselle held out her hand, asking what he meant by continuing to get into trouble. The boy calmly replied that if they bothered her again, he'd have to. The girl bit her fingernail. She sounded angry when she said, "Fine, then she'll meet with Kaliza Kano and try to negotiate, since a compromise could be found through negotiations." The cadet tilted his head, wondering why Giselle was so eager to smooth things over. His eye lit up blue as he understood. The girl looked away, thinking about the woman, and how her words about a compromise being found through negotiations meant only one thing. She was sure Kaliza would submit to her. Giselle's eyes widened when she heard the boy try to talk to her too. Luca smiled, saying he, too, had no desire to fall into disfavor with the boss. He gritted his teeth, thinking he wanted to check one more thing. The girl screamed, clutching her head, about Barbara hitting her boyfriend first. The protagonist crossed his arms, knowing she didn't seem like the type to allow such a thing, asking if she was sure she'd set her boyfriend on Barbara on purpose. Kalesa looked at him in surprise, asking again. The cadet placed his finger on the chessboard. The board showed a young man, and when Luca asked how he could refuse when the girl threatened him with her men, reminding him that she had done the same to him, it said Kalesa said, "Hi, that's family code for declaring revenge, isn't it?" The protagonist sat on the couch, wondering if she just needed an excuse to pester Barbara. Kalesa slammed the table, telling him to shut up, shouting that she'd done nothing wrong. Giselle clutched her head, telling the girl to calm down when she protested. She glared at Kalisa, telling her that enough was enough. Kalisa bowed her head, listening to her insistence that she intended to ignore Giselle's words. The boy stood by the door when the woman asked the hero for a moment to speak privately, to which he agreed. The young man put his hands in his pockets, arguing that, as he had assumed, Giselle was bossing Kalisa around, but one unresolved question remained: why didn't Giselle simply order Kalisa to stop bullying him? The hero knew he would only be at the academy for a couple of months. He wondered if that would be easier than starting a conversation between him and Kalisa, wouldn't it? The woman approached the boy from behind. Giselle clutched her head, explaining that she had hoped she wouldn't start a scene and that he wouldn't push it. The young man shrugged, explaining that he was simply testing a theory within the investigation that only members of the nobility could have hacked the androids, and that Kalisa was a likely suspect, given her hatred of Barbara. The girl clarified his presumption, asking him to stop playing detective, asking that there were enough investigators assigned to the case, so why would the young man bother? The cadet looked her in the eye, expressing his confidence that the investigators were having a great time interrogating aristocrats. Giselle asked if he was teasing her, to which she replied that he simply told her as it was and thought it sounded a bit like the girl shutting Kalisa up with a few words. Giselle closed her eyes, saying that family background was crucial in the aristocratic world, and Kalisa was simply in no position to ignore her, and that was all. The woman's eyes widened as she listened to the question, suggesting that Kalisa could therefore simply be ordered to bully Barbara. The girl clenched her fist, clarifying what he was implying. The cadet spread his hands, replying that someone who hated Barbara suddenly had a pawn at hand who could solve the problem, so she used her resources. That's what he was implying. Giselle's hair stirred. The girl grabbed him by the hem of his clothes, urging him to stop talking nonsense. She pressed her head against his, questioning whether his head was as cast iron as the rest of his prosthetics. Giselle abruptly released her hand. Their legs were revealed as she apologized, saying she shouldn't have. The girl stood with her back to the hero as she told him that if he meddled in matters that weren't his business again, he should be prepared for the consequences. The boy's eyes lit up as he realized that, given the circumstances, Giselle was the most suspicious, but something didn't add up. He watched the girl tremble, wondering why she looked so frightened. The cadet watched her go, musing that Arceus Victima was only confusing. The hero sat next to Barbara. She held out a box of sandwiches, asking Luca to accept them. The young man pointed, asking why, and the girl replied that he had saved her from Kalisa, and that it was a token of gratitude, and that it would be while he was at the academy. The girl blushed as she handed him the sandwiches and asked if he minded if she cooked for him. The cadet replied that he wouldn't, as he didn't want any unnecessary misunderstandings. Barbara lowered her head. She looked down, saying that she wouldn't mind a misunderstanding. Luca looked at the girl, wondering if she really liked him, and it was still wrong. The girl was surprised to hear the question about why she was trying to get close to the guy, knowing full well it would lead to pursuit by crazy androids. She didn't care that the hero would be in danger. She replied that she didn't, wondering what she could do and not even knowing why this was happening. The young man frowned, arguing that she seemed to be good at hiding her true intentions and needed to provoke Barbara's emotions. He asked if the girl knew that Kalisa had been harassing her on Giselle's orders, and that Giselle wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. The cadet's eyes widened when she replied that she knew perfectly well, and immediately wondered. The girl was looking at her sandwiches when the guy asked if she knew the reason for her hatred. Barbara turned to the young man, calling out. She dropped her food on the floor, asking why he would tell her. The young man stared at her, trying to figure out how Barbara would react to the provocation. He recalled the girl looking at the food, realizing her reaction had completely confused him. She called out to him. The investigator pointed, emphasizing that they were essentially monsters in sheep's clothing, while the young man reasoned, Professor Gid's words flashing back to him. He recalled the girl's angry expression, declaring that Barbara was precisely such a monster. Luca watched the screen, where he was informed that they had met with Kalesa's boyfriend. Lillian gestured to the side, clarifying that he was with his ex-boyfriend, and as the hero had suspected, Kalesa had deliberately set him on Barbara. His family, his personality, his skills, he had never had a chance to disobey Kalesa from the start. Appointing him as investigator had been the right decision. The boy stared intently at the screen, pondering the obvious, meaning Kalesa had done it for a pretext. Luca stared at the image, wondering if he'd have the authority to investigate a suspect if he named them. The man replied that he could even name several, although if his suspicions were unfounded, it would be quite risky. The hero remarked that he was more principled than he thought, and the investigator pointed out that it wasn't that, but his case was already his sixth, and a fatal one at that. Lillian crossed his fingers, saying he simply wanted to put the screws to those bastards who thought they could get away with anything. The young man was sitting on the couch when he asked if he was investigating Barbara. The man inquired if the boy suspected her, because, as he'd already said, a girl from the lower sector, just a student, would be impossible for someone like that to penetrate the Academy's security system and gain access to the android's control. The cadet inquired about what made him think this was possible for aristocrats. Against the backdrop of the microchips, people shook hands when Lillian explained that they were a different matter. An aristocrat could intervene at the production or distribution stage of androids, and there had been cases of outbidding for money or influence. The man adjusted the microphone, saying he wasn't sure if it was important, but Luca's eyes widened at the information about Barbara being sponsored by the Castoria family, imagining Giselle with her father. The hero remarked that this sounded very important, and he should think about it. The projector beamed an image. The young man leaned back, clutching his head. He sat silently, realizing that the puzzle pieces seemed about to fall into place, but they just wouldn't. The cadet rested his elbows on his knees, musing that if he could simply torture Barbara, everything would be so much simpler. But now he had to sift through all this crap, and it looked like he'd have to have a heart-to-heart with her. Luca looked ahead, clearing his head. He stood in the workshop, watching the people at work, thinking about how the aristocrats still lived in perpetual competition, perhaps to curry favor with their families. Elijah had told him that the stupid nobles were forced to live quietly because they were treated like imbeciles. The hero looked ahead in surprise. The hooded girl was twisting her hand, and the young man wondered if she had a hard-working side. She wiped away her sweat, while he considered that this was not a bad thing, considering her bitchin' nature. The woman opened a bottle, initiating a conversation. She drank water, asking what brought him here. Giselle spat water from her mouth after he mentioned wanting to see her. The girl wiped her mouth, wondering if he'd completely lost his mind. The hero replied that, to paraphrase her, his neurons might be damaged. The woman clarified that the guy wasn't giving up, asking to get to the point because she was also busy. Luca glanced around. The hero put his hands in his pockets, suggesting they make a deal. From now on, she wouldn't hide anything from him, or lie. The girl replied that it seemed someone had gotten too involved in the role. The young man was officially requesting assistance in the investigation. Giselle's expression changed, noting that she hated to mention it, but he shouldn't forget that she was the daughter of the chief centurion of the Imperial Guard. The boy remained calm, continuing to talk about how he discovered Barbara was sponsored by the Castoria family, wondering if that was why she was trying to force the girl out of the academy, wondering if he wouldn't have even bothered if the chief centurion had cared about such things. Giselle spread her legs wider, replying that she thought the fact that she'd been cursed by this girl was enough to make him hate her. They'd been friends before. The hero pulled his hand away, saying that if they were truly friends, she'd try to sort out this cursed nonsense. The girl replied that they weren't that close, wondering if he was happy now. Giselle closed her eyes, listening to him explain that the Academy's security forces were treating the android's quirks as deliberate malice. He was saying that for now, she was the prime suspect. The girl was furious, claiming she herself was a victim of the curse. The hero noticed how her hand was shaking, saying it was a common tactic for criminals to deflect suspicion by posing as the victim, and the girl had all the leverage to pull it off: family, knowledge, and skill. Giselle clutched her head, exclaiming that Luca had truly lost his mind, suggesting they stop investigating the matter. The young man asked her to calm down, clarifying that it wasn't as if he actually suspected her. He stared straight ahead, telling her to just let him know if she knew anything, and that was all he asked, and that he thought it was possible. The girl looked away, seeing someone's feet. Barbara was standing in the doorway, saying she was looking everywhere for the cadet. The girl was holding her bag, mentioning that he hadn't been in his usual places, and she was starting to worry. Luca tensed with anger. The heroes looked at Barbara as the young man pondered how she'd found him, since he felt no surveillance, wondering if he'd missed anything, and he was sure he hadn't. The girl fixed her hair as the boy reasoned that with that face, she didn't look like a victim of bullying at all, especially in front of Giselle, who was most likely the one who started it. 10 minutes, he only needed 10 minutes to figure it all out, but they weren't even letting him figure it out. The enraged cadet, trying to push away the thought of grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the wall, shouted that her fake smile was already giving him goosebumps. Barbara was terrified, asking what the hero was saying. The girl began to cry, telling him she liked him, that the boy had saved her from Kaliza. The hero clutched the object in his hand as the girl said that if he misunderstood something, she offered to discuss it. Barbara screamed in fear when an explosion occurred behind her. The young man stood his ground when Giselle asked what he was doing. The cadet was angry, saying that until now he had simply been trying to relieve boredom, but enough was enough. Luca waved his hand, noticing that the girl was treating him like an idiot. Barbara cried, standing near the aftermath of the hero's attack. She trembled as she said her name. The girl smiled maliciously, explaining that Barbara had no idea what he was talking about. Giselle crossed her arms, surprised by the sight. The girl walked toward him. She passed Giselle. Barbara threw her bag on the table. The girl raised her hand, explaining that she was leaving him something to eat and hoped Luca would like it. The girl turned on the spot. She headed for the exit. Giselle lowered her head, trembling. Barbara placed her hand on her shoulder. The girl hugged the girl, saying she was always glad to see her. Barbara moved her face closer to hers. The girl removed her hands from Giselle. She stood in the doorway, watching the couple, saying they would see each other again. The young man stood silently in the room with Giselle. She fell to the floor, not raising her head. Beads of sweat appeared on the cadet's face as he grinned. The two girls' faces were shown as the boy explained how this all explained who the real villain was and what this innocent relationship was all about. Luca looked at the woman's back, calling out to her. Giselle told him not to ask. The girl kept her head down and said that the young man should just quietly finish his studies and get out of this academy. Sunlight streamed through the window as the woman sat on the floor, pleading with the hero. A call to Giselle Castoria was being processed in the system window. Luca held his hand to his ear, explaining that after that incident, the girl had been avoiding her. The young man said that he reported the incident to the captain that day, deciding it was beyond his control, but received an unexpected response. The hero kept his hands behind his back, looking at the image of Hamila's, who said he was leaving this to him, to continue to act as he saw fit, as he always had. The cadet imagined Giselle's face, arguing that the guardsmen would have handled this faster, wondering why he was pinning it all on him and simply watching from the sidelines, even though it concerned his own daughter. The boy understood that orders from his superiors were not to be questioned. The commander's hand reached out to the young man as he explained that this was the inevitable fate of a guard cadet. A pink light fell upon the hero. He stood in the center of an unknown symbol, when he was sure they had already hatched their grand plans beyond the young man's comprehension. Luca held his hand to his ear, seeing that there was no signal, thinking how infuriating it was, frankly, even mentioning that he wasn't responding again. The protagonist recalled his conversation with Lillian, arguing that Barbara was clearly the main conspirator, but the investigator believed someone from the lower sector was incapable of manipulating the androids, wondering how Barbara had managed to gain control over them. Luca's mind flashed back to memories of the aristocrat interfering even during the production or distribution of androids, and the time Barbara had burst into his and Giselle's room, hugging her and saying she was always glad to see him. The cadet placed his hand over his face, grinning. He stood there, arguing that even if his deductions were correct, this was quite a headache, wondering how only a meeting with Giselle could confirm anything now, but how could he do that? Someone called out to him. Enrico placed his hand on Luca's shoulder, asking if he had spoken to Giselle about him. The cadet smiled, replying that of course. The young man hid behind the wall, wondering if this was his important business, where the girl was telling the boy that, if it came down to it, she would say something. Giselle looked at him with a serious expression, saying that she wasn't interested in him, and even found him unpleasant. Enrico began to cry, hearing her plea for him to please stop hanging around her. Luca watched as the boy ran off in a hurry. Luca watched him go, thinking about how he'd make it up to Enrico later. The cadet closed his eyes as he emerged from behind the wall. He called out to her when she turned around, telling her that he was fed up. The girl looked at the hero, saying that she couldn't take it anymore and would tell her father about his insolence. The hero declared it was a lost cause. Giselle's face darkened, hearing that he had already reported her involvement. The woman spread her arms, asking what he had told her father and how much he had told him. The young man declared he had no obligation to answer to her. Giselle clutched her head in anger. She lowered her head, uttering a single word about her reputation, her position in the family, everything she had defended so far, all at once. Her foot shifted forward. Giselle cried, clutching the hero's clothes, screaming that it was all his fault. If the boy hadn't interfered, this wouldn't have happened, and therefore it was all his fault. Luca remained calm, looking at her, and said it wasn't too late to tell him everything she knew, and then he could help. Giselle begged him not to talk nonsense, because a mere cadet couldn't do anything. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes when she heard the question about what if the boy soon became part of the Castoria family. Giselle continued to hold him by the shirt, asking him what he'd said. The hero replied that appointing a noblewoman to accompany him to the academy wasn't strange. The woman removed her hands from the young man when he continued, saying he was ashamed to say it himself, but he was considered a rare talent, even having a medal for military service. Most importantly, the chief centurion had noticed him. If the cadet was accepted into the Castoria family, his word would carry weight. Luca raised his palm, implying that no matter how badly she screwed up, he would support her. The girl asked if he was serious. She laughed at the mention of him needing to prove himself in this investigation to increase his chances of being adopted by the chief centurion, wondering if trust was born naturally when they shared a common goal, didn't it? Giselle's legs trembled. The young man watched her intently. The hero grabbed the girl, who was beginning to fall. He held her in his arms as she looked away. Giselle began to explain that she controlled the androids. The girl added that she had also created Barbara's curse. The arena was shown on a sunny day. A couple sat in the stands. The woman bowed her head, saying that, frankly, Barbara truly was her first real friend, not just a pal, but someone she was willing to open her soul to. The cadet looked at her, silently listening to her explain how 3 years ago, she had become interested in someone supported by her family, and that's how they met. At first, she thought of her as a friendly, smart girl. The hero reasoned that he thought she was a cold, but it turns out she was made that way. Giselle explained that it all started with simple jealousy. The woman recalled watching her friend from the sidelines, describing how boys were actively interested in her, and how Barbara was popular because of her striking appearance and smile. The girl gritted her teeth as she explained how she didn't want to share her only friend with men, realizing how foolish she'd been. Initially, she'd simply wanted to intimidate the guy out of jealousy, so she'd built an android-like robot. The robot was shown as Giselle explained how everything had led to the current situation. She kept her head down as the guy stared at her, thinking Giselle had programmed the robot with a voice card, telling him to stay away from Barbara and ordering it to follow him around at night. Blood spilled by the stairs as the young man explained how this little prank had gotten out of hand. He'd fallen and seriously fractured his skull, forcing him to drop out due to complications, and Giselle, horrified, had rushed to get rid of the robot. It was said that since a human had been injured, she couldn't escape punishment. The girl looked down, explaining that when the investigation began, the first person to realize what she'd done was Barbara, who often assembled robots in her presence. Giselle sat next to the protagonist, explaining that, noticing her fear, Barbara had offered a wonderful idea. If she became a victim, no one would suspect her. Luca clarified that she had volunteered to become the second victim of the curse. The woman confirmed this was true. She had just been assigned to repair an android, where she had installed the chip Barbara had given her. The robot pursued Giselle, who continued to explain that she hadn't known how it worked, but after installing the chip, the android began chasing her like a madman, and so she was declared the second victim. The hero looked away, wondering aloud where Barbara's curse originated. She replied that the girl had been acting strange ever since. The woman blushed as she explained how she'd started asking people to do strange things, saying that the perfect crime required becoming a school outcast, and that the victims had to be regular. Luca looked away, realizing Giselle had fallen into a trap, and Barbara was manipulating her, deliberately inflating an incident that should quietly die down. The centurion's daughter crossed her arms as the boy explained that this was all to keep Giselle from disappearing. Her eyes lit up brightly. Notifications appeared, indicating that she'd told their secret to the boy, with a picture of the girl. The girl clutched her head as voices began to whisper that Giselle was the traitor, hers and hers alone. Luca watched in surprise, wondering how she'd hacked the girl's communicator. It must have been highly secure. The pair sat, watching the bright light, while the hero reasoned that his instincts were screaming for him to get out of here immediately, and that the sound wasn't coming from the communicator. The young men were in the unknown's line of sight, and Luca wondered if it was the distinctive activation sound. Giselle suddenly turned to the cadet. He grabbed her in his arms, dodging the shot. The couple fell to the side. Luca stood behind a pillar, sighing. He frowned, gritting his teeth with tension. The hero was taking off his shirt. The young man began tearing the fabric with his teeth. He began wrapping it around his body. The boy pulled the knot tighter. The hero looked at the wound, gritting his teeth, thinking that this would be enough to stop the bleeding. An aerial robot was shown as the cadet considered the possibility that he had been shot down by an attack drone. If he reached maximum speed, catching the drone would be easy, but the wound in his side would only worsen. A knife was shown as the boy realized his only weapon was a pocket knife. The hero was behind cover with the girl, arguing that no one noticed because of the silencer, and that was already problematic. The cadet stared ahead, trying to push away the thought of turning the creature's face into mush. Peeking around the corner, Luca contemplated turning its face into mush. Meanwhile, Giselle was glaring menacingly at him. Noticing this, the boy was greatly surprised. Looking at her friend in fear, the black-haired girl asked if the guards didn't even feel pain, and he replied that of course he did, not understanding the stupidity of that question. At that very moment, the dragon began firing at them. The protagonist, hiding behind the barrier, mused that if only he knew the drone's exact location, everything would be different. Suddenly, Luca glanced to the side. He immediately noticed that Giselle was wearing lipstick. The black-haired girl suddenly looked up when the protagonist called out to her. Sitting directly in front of her, Luca asked if she had a mirror. A moment later, the boy tried to spot his opponent with a small mirror. Moving a little further, he spotted the drone. At that very moment, the protagonist lunged forward at incredible speed. Leaping off the ground, he threw his knife. A moment later, the weapon came directly towards the flying drone. Immediately after, it exploded, and Luca hid from the shrapnel behind a column. The boy was sitting just behind the fence, shielded from the blast. Suddenly, his eye began to sparkle, and the protagonist wondered what was wrong with the communicator. Looking directly at his girlfriend, Luca asked if the connection was working. Giselle, looking back at him fearfully, explained that the reception and transmission were being jammed. A moment later, the black-haired girl heard someone's voice asking if she had been protecting her, and she had betrayed her. Then the boy grabbed his girlfriend's hand, while the unknown voice continued to say that she liked him. Bringing Giselle's hand to his ear, the protagonist listened to a voice say that he hoped he would despise her even more. Hearing this, Luca destroyed the chip in the black-haired girl's hand. After everything that had happened, Giselle cried in fear, and the boy begged her not to listen to this madwoman. Hugging the crying girl, the protagonist thought that now was not the time to speculate. Then Luca glanced away, realizing that they first needed to get to safety. Immediately after, they headed straight for the main building of the academy. Directly in front of them was the boy who had announced on the radio that he was already there. It was Felix, who turned around abruptly. Noticing Luca, the brown-haired boy rejoiced at his appearance, and Luca asked how he was getting his orders from above, while the latter explained that it was bad to be favored and hadn't even known about this operation. A moment later, the boys were shocked when Giselle asked if they seriously thought her father had planned all of this, to which Felix replied that the order had come from the chief captain. Hearing this, the black-haired girl trembled with fear, unable to believe that her father had simply used her as expendable material. Looking directly at Giselle, Luca reasoned that, as he'd expected, she was having a hard time accepting this. Imagining the black-haired girl as a chess piece, the boy mused that she was the chief captain's daughter, yet still an ordinary civilian, and that her father had treated her like a tool, so it was no wonder she was shaken. As she continued to cry after everything that had happened, the protagonist thought that even though she was an aristocrat, he still felt sorry for her. At that moment, Felix noticed something. Looking at Luca's wound, he asked how serious it was, and Luca wondered what could be more serious than her corpse being found tomorrow. The brown-haired boy tossed something in his direction and said that if he said so, there was nothing he could do. While the protagonist grabbed the gun and told him not to worry about trifles, Felix asked him to take it, as he couldn't move very quickly yet. Using his communicator, the brown-haired boy made contact. Suddenly, his hand was destroyed just as he was about to report their location. At that very moment, Felix sharply looked away. At the same moment, Luca glared menacingly straight ahead. A moment later, the boys hid right behind the columns. Peeking around the corner, the boy mused that the shot had been from close range, but he still hadn't noticed it. Meanwhile, Felix was also peeking around the corner, while the protagonist mused that he didn't believe Barbara's skill level was so high that an Imperial Guard cadet hadn't noticed anything. He was utterly stunned when he heard an unknown voice asking if they could talk, realizing it wasn't Barbara. Felix immediately signaled to his friend, while the stranger continued to insist he hadn't seriously meant to rip his head off. While the boys continued to exchange hand signals, the man declared that someone was definitely already dead. A moment later, Felix began to advance. He slowly approached the fence, while Luca asked if he really knew who they were and still wanted to talk. At that very moment, the brown-haired boy rushed forward, while the stranger declared he knew perfectly well they were cute little cadets and that he didn't have much time, so he suggested they get straight to the point. Giselle Castoria suddenly became frightened when the enemy declared they were to hand her over to him. Holding the black-haired girl in his hand, the protagonist asked if he really wanted to kidnap her and demand a hefty ransom. The princess simply wanted the girl, and he wasn't thrilled, but he couldn't argue with her, so he hoped at least he listened to reason. Hearing this, Luca abruptly jumped to the side, preparing to shoot, and realized that Felix had been caught. At that moment, his friend looked away guiltily. The enemy was holding him right by the throat. The boy was utterly stunned by the sight. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw the unknown figure holding his friend by the neck. It was a man in dark armor. Using his helmet, he tried to scan the surrounding area. Meanwhile, Luca hid behind a column, figuring it was a combat suit capable of completely camouflaging the body, which was why they hadn't been able to detect him. Suddenly, Giselle took her friend's hand while he was arguing that it would be difficult. Immediately after, the boy looked straight at her in surprise. Removing her hand, the protagonist explained that he would buy time, and as soon as he gave the signal, she should run and not stop. Hearing this, Giselle was terrified and was about to say something. At that moment, Luca covered her mouth with his hand and declared that there was no time to argue and that she should do as he said. Abruptly turning to the side, the boy began counting. At that moment, Giselle gritted her teeth in frustration as the protagonist continued counting down. Immediately after, Luca leaped from right around the corner. He fired several shots directly at the enemy clones. The boy continued firing his weapon, confused by his reaction speed. The armored man dodged the bullet, saying he himself had no desire to kill the younger ones. A moment later, the unknown man appeared directly behind the protagonist, who was pondering his opponent's words and asking if he was surprised that he was his superior in rank. Suddenly, the man in black armor kicked, telling the enemy to brace himself, or he would die. Blocking his attack with his hands, Luke realized that this was no ordinary terrorist, but a retired Imperial. Staring straight at the stranger heading his way, the boy thought he should be focusing on the fight, but instead, he was enjoying all this nonsense. Suddenly, the man in black armor glanced sharply to the side. His helmet scanned Giselle, who was running away. While Luca was pondering whether this man wanted to finish him off, the stranger used his camouflage ability. He kicked the ground with his foot, while the boy reasoned that he needed this so he could easily grab Giselle. The enemy was heading straight for the protagonist, while he realized that if he continued to act openly, he would surely lose. Pointing his pistol straight ahead, Luca thought he needed to think of something urgently. Staring furiously ahead, the boy told himself to make a decision quickly. A moment later, the protagonist began to process the entire environment in his mind. He began to simulate possible future scenarios in his head. Looking straight ahead, he spotted a sword lying on the ground and thought he'd borrow Felix's blade. Immediately afterward, Luca threw his pistol aside. The weapon fell directly onto the sword. This sent the blade flying, and the boy reached for it. Abruptly grabbing the sword with his hand, the protagonist struck his opponent. Blocking the opponent's thrust with his hand, the stranger claimed he'd been aiming for the sword from the start, without even looking at it. Suddenly, Luca was greatly surprised when the man in black armor asked if he was practicing arcades victima. At that very moment, the boy landed feet first. He swung his blade deftly, blocking the opponent's attack. A moment later, the stranger kicked him back. Taking a fighting stance, the man in black armor remarked that killing him would be a waste. Suddenly lost in thought, he claimed he was just messing around, which only made things more complicated. Meanwhile, Luca held the blade in his hands, realizing his demeanor had changed. Blood dripped right next to his leg, and the boy couldn't understand what was so special about Arcade's victim that it made him hesitate. More importantly, he wondered if he even had a chance, and perhaps Giselle had already escaped. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist realized he couldn't concentrate due to his stress, and that fighting such a terrorist was too difficult. Standing directly in front of his opponent, the stranger told the boy to simply retreat, and not sacrifice his life on the altar of recklessness. Hearing this, Luca sighed heavily, wondering if he thought the man was playing around. Smirking slightly, the boy reasoned that, thanks to his arrogance, it was beginning to dawn on him that neither his wounds, nor his identity, nor even victim's archives mattered now. Pushing off sharply with his foot, the protagonist realized the only thing that mattered. A moment later, Luca leaped straight up from the ground. Soaring into the air directly above his opponent, the boy realized that this man had truly gotten to him. Then the protagonist struck with his blade. Luca noticed that his opponent had dodged. Immediately after, the boy rushed forward again, while the man in black armor remarked that such a level at his age was quite impressive and asked if he was really willing to give his life for the Empire. At that moment, the wound on Luca's stomach suddenly opened. The boy stabbed with his blade while his opponent dodged. The blood from the wound continued to flow more and more rapidly. Staring straight ahead, the stranger asked if he really thought he wouldn't kill him. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the protagonist declared that the Empire had nothing to do with it. Then Luca plunged the blade straight into the ground. Barely able to stand, the boy explained that he'd simply pissed him off so much that it was personal. The stranger standing directly in front of him laughed at this. Staring straight ahead, the man in black armor noted that this rebellious streak truly didn't seem like a typical Imperial, and he sensed they would meet again, so it wouldn't hurt to introduce himself. He said his name was Rick Kaiser, and he was a Republican. Leaning on his sword, Luca asked what he meant by terrorist, and the man explained that if he insisted, he could at least call him a resistance fighter. The boy grinned maliciously, noting that it sounded like bullshit. Looking thoughtfully at him, the stranger asked if he really thought so. A moment later, the man in black armor lifted his foot off the ground. He slowly approached Luca. Suddenly, the stranger jumped slightly. A moment later, the man in black armor rushed forward with incredible speed. He delivered a blow directly at the boy, destroying his mechanical arms. The stranger glared menacingly ahead through the fragments of his prosthetics. At that very moment, the protagonist was about to counter with a kick. With a deft swing of his arm, the man in black armor managed to tear it off. He held his opponent by the throat. The stranger lifted the wounded Luca above his head and said he was giving him one last chance to beg for mercy. Hearing this, the boy grinned broadly. The terrorist continued to hold his opponent by the neck. The protagonist's mouth dropped slightly. Suddenly, he pressed his lips together and spat. The man in black armor spat directly onto his helmet, declaring that if he survived, he should say hello to Kinyuan. The stranger jerked sharply and asked to be told he was okay, while Luca reflected that the last thing he'd heard was the snap of his neck, something you don't experience every day. Immediately after this, the narrative shifts to the Imperial Guard hospital in the capital. Felix lay in his hospital bed with a neck brace, saying it hurt. Smiling, Luca looked straight at him, saying that of course it would hurt, and asked him to stop trying to turn his head. Looking away with displeasure, the boy mused that Felix's brain had suffered serious damage from lying there too long with his neck snapped, but he'd been a little luckier. Recalling the moment Giselle had rushed to his aid, the protagonist reflected that 4 guards had arrived almost immediately after his fall, along with Castoria. If they hadn't immediately helped him, he would have shared Felix's fate. At that moment, someone opened the door to the room. It was Hamilas, waving his hand dismissively as he asked him to get up and lie down as comfortably as he could. Then the head of the Castoria family sat down next to the protagonist's bed. The commander of the Imperial Guard glared menacingly ahead. Looking at his friend, Luca declared that Soldier Felix had fulfilled his duty to the end. While the boy stared sternly ahead, Hamilas remarked that he would like to hear a report. The narrative then shifted to a moment when a dark sky had already appeared over the hospital. From his bed, the protagonist finished his account of what had happened. Imagining the man in black armor in his mind, the head of the Castoria clan explained that Rick Kaiser's real name was Rick Silva Nuns, and he was one of the 5 most wanted criminals in the Empire. Looking directly at his commander, Luca remarked that he'd never heard of him before, and the commander explained that they wrote about all fugitives in the newspapers, especially if they were involved in the Empire's shady dealings. Deeply surprised by what he heard, the boy realized that the glorious and impeccable Empire was indeed guilty of shady dealings. Looking directly at the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard, the protagonist thought that he was more than just a terrorist, and the commander concluded that it would be right to reveal all the details of the operation. Imagining a girl under a mechanical sight, Hamilas explained that Operation Juliet had been planned for 5 years, and the goal was to infiltrate the ranks of the anti-imperial terrorist group Retribution. Staring dumbfoundedly at Dom Castoria, Luca asked if they really only needed to infiltrate and not destroy them. Hamilas explained that Retribution was a strictly isolated organization, and standard methods didn't work there, because no matter how many branches you cut, they'd still grow back, and unless the core was destroyed, everything was useless. While he was asking, the operation had failed, since they hadn't captured Rick. Smiling broadly after hearing this, the Imperial Guard commander concluded that the plan had been successfully executed, and their agent had infiltrated Retribution, but the boy asked for more specifics. A moment later, the protagonist was greatly shocked when Hamilas revealed that Barbara was their agent and that the organization had hired her as a hacker. Listening to all this, Luca clutched his cot, unable to believe that the madwoman was on their side, while the head of House Castoria explained how they'd been monitoring her for a long time, trying to attract the enemy's attention, and it had finally paid off, though he honestly hadn't expected her to seem so crazy. Imagining Felix, Caliso, Jillian, and Giselle in his head, the boy wondered what about the people who had to be sacrificed for the operation: Felix, whose brain was damaged, Jillian, who wasted time pursuing a false target, and even the Centurion's daughter, whom Barbara had been tormenting all this time, all mere pawns, expendable. Staring menacingly straight ahead, the commander of the Imperial Guard answered the question of whether he already knew about this. That he knew nothing at all, and it would be better if she never found out. With a look full of seriousness, Hamilas asked if he understood why he was telling all this. Suddenly frozen in place, Luca considered that all that remained for him was destruction, no achievements, nothing more, just a miserable end. A moment later, the boy was utterly stunned when a holographic window appeared right in front of him, and Castoria asked him to read and sign. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled slightly. Holding out the adoption certificate, the Imperial Guard commander welcomed Luca to the Castoria family. The robot unscrewed the prosthetic from Luca's back. He deliberately threw nails right onto the table. Meanwhile, the boy recalled Hamilas's words, saying that the paperwork would take some time, and that there were simply a couple of stubborn old men in the family. Removing the prosthetic from the protagonist's back, the android said he would feel pain and discomfort in the area for the time being. Immediately after, Luca threw on his jacket and left the room, and Felix asked where he was going. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the boy explained that he had to go. Watching his friend go, the brown-haired boy wished him luck. Hearing this, the protagonist nodded approvingly. A moment later, the door slammed behind him. The story's narrative shifted to the guards' academy, where Luca was walking down the hallway. He saw system alerts about Barbara right in front of him. Imagining the red-haired girl in his head, the boy mused that she was a rather dubious figure, a spy deliberately planted by the Empire and the terrorist group Retribution. Remembering how she had bullied Giselle, the protagonist reasoned that he wasn't sure whether her madness was real or just part of the game, and that she was definitely a personal character, wondering if she had truly been assigned this mission from the start. Suddenly, Luca stopped in his tracks. Lowering his head slightly, he wondered if it was all just a coincidence. Remembering his childhood self, fighting the boy reflected on his rise from the lower sector orphanage and meeting Kinyuan to study victims' case. Visualizing his teacher and the battle against Rick, the protagonist wondered if those mysterious events at the academy had led to him acting of his own free will and choice. Recalling all the events that had recently occurred, Luca wondered if he hadn't overcome all the hardships of life and the circumstances of his birth through his own efforts alone. Realizing all this, the boy bit his lip in dissatisfaction. Then he slowly walked forward, telling himself to stop doubting. Walking down the hallway, the protagonist mused that it was simply a delusion, and the captain had opened up to him, but perhaps it was merely a test of his loyalty. Immediately afterward, Luca clenched his fist, realizing he couldn't give up now. Stopping right in front of the door, the boy understood that this was a rare chance to change his life. When the door opened, Kinyuan looked straight ahead, hoping he'd manage to enjoy his youth at the academy. Standing directly before his instructor, the protagonist declared that he hadn't even had time to properly train, so enjoying himself was out of the question, while the instructor remarked that he felt sorry for Felix, who looked very unlucky. Holding out a mug of tea toward Luca, Kinyuan declared that he had been an outstanding trainee. Looking directly at the green tea in the mug, the boy wondered if this could be considered mere bad luck. Then the protagonist took a sip of the drink. Envisioning Rick in armor, Luca said a man by that name had asked him to say hello and that he was doing well. Raising a cup of tea to his lips, the instructor said he was glad to hear he was okay and never thought he'd become a terrorist. Looking directly at his teacher, the boy remarked that it sounded like they were close, and Rick replied that Rick had been his comrade during his internship and had incredibly fast reflexes, so frankly, he was surprised he'd survived the encounter until Rick asked if they were still in touch. Looking directly at his student, Kinyuan pleaded not to misunderstand and explained that he might be retired, but he was still on the Empire's payroll, so there was no need for him to communicate with the terrorist, suggesting that he didn't seem to have told his comrade, the chief centurion, about this. Still sitting at the same table with Luca, He asked why he shouldn't first share his doubts with the leadership, if he had any. The protagonist explained that it was because such things could lead to execution on the spot, and he needed to at least make sure before reporting, while the protagonist replied that if he could be executed for such a thing, it would have happened long ago. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, the instructor asked the dear good boy the real reason for his consideration. Hearing this, Luca, holding a cup of tea, asked the true meaning of arcais victima. After his words, Kinyuan, his gaze full of seriousness, inquired why he was asking. Looking down, the boy explained that the Empire, it turned out, kept records of everyone who mastered this style, and that was why Rick hadn't crushed his head and left him alive. After these words, the protagonist's hand began to tremble with fear. At that moment, the instructor took a sip of tea. Smiling slightly, Kinyuan said that Luca Castoria had grasped this faster than he expected. Looking directly at his student, the retired soldier explained that for a small fry, he knew surprisingly much and asked if he understood what that meant, to which the boy replied that he understood perfectly well. Smiling broadly, Kinyuan explained that around 200 years ago, around 3518, the first uprising against the Empire had occurred. Visualizing a man in his mind, the instructor explained that it had been led by none other than the Emperor's first advisor, Noel Melizka, who had made a significant contribution to the creation of the Empire, developing numerous combat theories, including projectile control tactics and methods of combat with cybernetic prosthetics. Visualizing a vast array of mechanical armor, the retired soldier explained that Noel understood that a full-scale war with the Imperial army was doomed to failure, so he had chosen guerrilla tactics. Recalling how to engage his brain during battle, Kinyuan claimed that this was the stage where Victima's arcais emerged. He then imagined himself looking directly at Noel's image and explained that it was also known as the arcais fighting style. After listening to his teacher, Luca was utterly stunned, wondering what it meant that, of all the possible fighting techniques, he had mastered the rebel technique. Immediately afterward, the instructor visualized in his mind a battle between terrorists and Imperials and explained how, with its help, resistance fighters had successfully resisted the Empire for many years, and only those who could master this style could lead guerrilla units and inevitably participate in local battles. Staring straight ahead in amazement as he listened to his mentor, the boy mused that this explained a lot, and if this was the leading fighting technique of the guerrillas, it had almost no weaknesses. Looking directly at Kinyuan, who sat in front of him, the protagonist explained that, given that they were all risking their lives one way or another, the mental consequences weren't particularly concerning. The irregular army boasted neither formations nor standards, meaning they needed a flexible style that could be applied to any unpredictable situation, as long as he could confirm everything was correct. Imagining a man hiding behind cover from his enemies, the instructor explained that even during large-scale purges, Noel and his men always found a way to survive. Visualizing a map of the terrain with various arrival points, the retired soldier explained that they were dispersed throughout the Empire, gathering pashik, which they used to strike key targets. Imagining a lizard discarding its wounded tail, Kinyuan added that if they were exposed, it didn't matter, and the unneeded tail was simply discarded, like a lizard's, while the resistance continued. Recalling their walk down the streets of the lower sector, the protagonist reasoned that a picture was now forming in his mind. The rebels were disguised as ordinary civilians, and since their prosthetics weren't designed for combat, no one suspected their involvement in the resistance. Visualizing the bloody sign in his mind, Luca reflected on the new arcais victima users, who could fight equally well even without high-tech prosthetics, and even if they were accidentally interrogated, they had nothing to present, so Rick let him live. Remembering the man in black armor holding him by the neck, the boy wondered if this was precisely why the Empire kept strict records of those who practiced this fighting style. Looking directly at his teacher, the protagonist asked how the Empire had gotten rid of the rebels back then, and the teacher replied that they simply killed anyone who seemed even slightly suspicious. Hearing this, Luca was utterly stunned. Recalling the battlefield strewn with corpses, Kinyuan explained that they no longer distinguished between civilians and rebels, so some regions were simply slaughtered. Imagining blood flowing down the shattered wall, the instructor added that due to such extreme measures, even users of arcais victim couldn't avoid death, but they still allowed the rebellion to be suppressed. Sitting directly in front of the retired soldier, the boy asked if this was the hidden part of the Empire's history, and the teacher replied that it wasn't hidden, but there was no point in including it in textbooks, because without delving into history, you'll never know the truth. After his words, the protagonist imagined Noel Melizka, once a benefactor of the Empire and later a traitor. Visualizing the battlefield strewn with corpses, Luca mused that the Empire had committed massacre. Then the boy remembered his teacher, who used all his brainpower during battle, and he thought there was also a guard instructor who mastered partisan combat techniques. Staring menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist declared that he was leaving. The Centurion had sent him because he suspected ties to a terrorist organization. Hearing this, Kinyuan remained silent in his seat, casting a massive shadow. A moment later, the instructor began clapping his hands, declaring it was all correct. With a small smile on his face, the retired soldier said he needed to find and present evidence of his connection to retribution. Throwing his arms outstretched, Kinyuan added that only then would he quickly advance in his career. Staring ahead with a fearful gaze, after hearing everything, Luca declared that he didn't believe he was collaborating with terrorists, and couldn't understand why he was acting like this. Meanwhile, the instructor, with a slight smile on his face, declared that it made no difference whether he believed it or not. The main thing was that the Centurion believed it, saying he would give him a small clue about investigating his past in the lower sector. Staring ahead with a serious gaze, the retired soldier added that this would help him advance, while the young man pondered how he could remain so calm when he was suspected of collaborating with terrorists. Sitting in his seat, the protagonist recalled the image of Hamilas and wondered what about the chief Centurion, how much he knew, and whether he could have sent him to spy on Kinyuan, already knowing everything in detail. Rising from his seat, Luca declared that he would certainly report everything he'd heard today to the chief Centurion. Watching his departing student go, the instructor promised that they would see each other again. A moment later, the boy was gone, and the door slammed behind him. Immediately after, the protagonist ran forward at breakneck speed. He ran straight through the outer sector. After a while, he managed to escape quite far. Then Luca hid just around the corner. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the boy declared that they were tired of looking down on him. Imagining Hamilas and Kinyuan between them, the protagonist reflected that to them, he was nothing more than tools with which they tested each other's intentions, and he couldn't understand how much longer he had to walk through this minefield, where any false move meant certain death. Visualizing his instructor's menacing gaze, Luca reasoned that it was becoming increasingly difficult to read, and he couldn't even comprehend who he was. Staring straight at the system notification window, which had found no information on Noel Musisk, the boy thought that the available sources of information would yield nothing anyway, but he wasn't going to be a simple puppet. Then the protagonist scraped metal off the wall with his hand, saying that if he wanted to understand anything, he'd have to follow his advice. Realizing this, Luca glared menacingly ahead. Imagining a huge door leading to the lower sector, the boy thought he needed to go there to trace his teacher's past. Imagining the faces of Hamilas and Kinyuan, Luca mused that the guard commander had sent him to his instructor because they thought he was in league with terrorists, and yet he himself was completely calm, despite being aware of these suspicions. Recalling his teacher's words about the hint, the boy reasoned that he told him something back then, and he couldn't understand what anyone was even thinking when they said such things. Visualizing himself right in the palm of the retired soldier's hand, the protagonist wondered if he really wanted to lure him to the lower sector and eliminate him, and get rid of him with the power of resistance, retribution. Imagining Kinyuan looking at him like a chess piece, Luca wondered if perhaps this was all a conspiracy between him and the guard's leadership, designed to test him. Scanning the street of the lower sector, the boy realized he'd already decided he wouldn't hesitate, and it was too late to retreat, so he had to do everything possible to track Kinyuan down. Scratching the metal with his fingers, the protagonist reasoned that he wouldn't be rid of him so easily, and he had to be prepared for anything. Standing right there in the chief captain's office, Luca considered the first step, reporting the exchange between himself and the instructor, claiming that Kinyuan was openly provoking them. Hearing this, Hamilas, his stern gaze fixed ahead, declared that Rick Silva nuns had also carried out unofficial orders while serving with him, so a connection between them was entirely possible. He also asked if he himself wasn't curious, given that the suspicious Kinyuan had simply been left unsupervised until their time. With a serious expression, Luca declared that if there were reasons he shouldn't know, he would simply cover his ears. After his words, the Imperial Guard commander raised his head slightly. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the chief captain explained that he was telling him this precisely because he trusted him. Imagining Kinyuan conversing with the terrorist, Hamilas explained that this investigation was ordered from above, not just by the guard, and that these people believed they could get to the core of the Retribution criminal group through the instructor, and they must be considering the possibility of his collusion with Rick. Surprised by everything he'd heard, the boy asked why they'd given such a suspicious man the important role of instructor, to which the Imperial Guard commander replied that he'd wanted it that way and said he'd leave the service if they didn't give him the role, and that he was quite competent in it. Sitting right behind his desk, the commander-in-chief asked if his curiosity had been satisfied. Hearing this, the protagonist swallowed in fear. Bowing his head, Luca stated that he had spent a lot of time with Kinyuan, but frankly, hadn't noticed anything suspicious. He was quite meticulous and never revealed his true intentions. Staring sternly ahead, Hamilas asked him to stop making excuses and do what he could, as he was the only one fit for the role. Over the past 10 years, many other cadets had been sent to him, but none had yet gotten as close as he had. Spreading his arms, the Imperial Guard commander remarked that the instructor clearly liked him. Hearing this, the boy clasped his hand tightly behind his back. Then he raised his head slightly. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist then asked for authority beyond that of a mere cadet. Immediately after this, the narrative shifts to a moment when a space shuttle was flying directly over the wasteland. Inside, Luca was with the chief advisor. Hamilas, looking straight ahead, asked if he was nervous. Looking back, the boy replied that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, and was, in fact, a little nervous. Then the protagonist abruptly looked away, wondering what he told the captain exactly what kind of authority he needed. Visualizing a security card in his head, Luca reasoned that he needed clear passage between the upper and lower sectors. Visualizing melee and ranged weapons, the boy figured he'd also need permission to carry a personal weapon and some funds for the investigation itself. Recalling the system authorization window, the protagonist mused that he also needed access to the database, which was granted only to the highest ranks, and frankly, he simply couldn't ask for more. Visualizing his own smoldering photograph in his mind, Luca thought that, while this wasn't enough, he was in a position where he could be expended at any moment, so he had to do everything possible. At the same time, he recalled how, with a worried expression on his face, he'd said that this wasn't what a soldier should say, but he didn't want to die because of such a dreary mission, especially since he'd learned too much. Resting his head on his hand, the chief centurion said he would be honest, and if ordered by his superiors, he would erase evidence of this mission without a lead, even if it meant eliminating witnesses. Then Camillus smiled slightly, adding that he could only promise a message, that he would do everything within his power for him. Holding out the family card in front of him, the commander of the Imperial Guard declared that this was precisely why he had accepted him into the family. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to the present, where Luca holds that very same family membership card in his hands. Tucking it into his inner pocket, the boy mused that his life was now entirely in the hands of the chief captain, until the latter suddenly declared that he himself wasn't a fan of such formalities. Smiling broadly, the Imperial Guard commander explained that since they were family, they should at least introduce him to his new relatives, and the boy said that if they had any wishes for his behavior in front of them, he would certainly fulfill them. Hearing this, Camillus suddenly became thoughtful. Looking directly at his adopted son, the Imperial Guard commander declared that he should behave as he always did, because he thought it would even serve as an incentive for his children, which was quite surprising. Sitting right there in the spaceship, the protagonist reflected that he had no idea what he was thinking, and it seemed that to secure the necessary support, he simply needed to overcome it. Suddenly, Luca looked straight out the window as his adoptive father announced they were almost there. A moment later, the space shuttle was approaching the landing site. Looking menacingly to the side, the chief captain remarked that he still didn't think of this place as home. Immediately after, the spacecraft began to land. Looking directly at the vast estate belonging to his family, Camillus added that he had even spent his entire childhood there. A moment later, the space shuttle began to land. The interior of the estate was decorated with a huge number of coats of arms. Luca was right in his room, looking straight out the window. Standing there, the boy recalled Camillus's words, asking him to enter the estate and rest for now, as his room was surely already prepared and he would be introduced to everyone a little later. The protagonist stared straight out the window of his room and simply remained silent. He saw the image of the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief speaking to his servants, and he reflected on how everyone fawned over the head of the household, and the mere thought of standing there made him numb. Continuing to observe everything from his room, Luca reflected on how he was still no different from the commoners of the lower sector, bowing to those in power, and wondered if this was the life he so desperately desired. Suddenly, the boy glanced at the door, where a knock had come from. A moment later, someone entered his room and asked what it meant that he had truly become part of the Castoria family. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist saw that it was Giselle. Standing directly in front of Luca, the black-haired girl declared that she owed him an apology for her unseemly behavior last time, overcome with emotion, though even this was merely an excuse, and that was behavior unbecoming of a true member of the Castoria family. Looking straight ahead, the boy told her to stop, explaining that it was normal for civilians to behave like that in such a situation. Recalling the image of Felix, Giselle recounted visiting him, but it seemed he didn't recognize her. Looking directly at his half-sister, the protagonist declared that gratitude was good, but there was no need to beat himself up over what had happened, since Felix was doing his duty as a guard. The black-haired girl asked if he really wanted to console her, to which he replied that he was simply stating the matter and wasn't that sentimental. Hearing this, Giselle smiled, noting that he was like a blue flame. Looking happily ahead, the black-haired girl added that, however, it burned hotter and more fiercely than any other flame, while Luca noted that she had become softer than before, as if she had lost her thorns. Suddenly, the boy was greatly surprised when Giselle asked if he remembered what he had said that time. With obvious worry on her face, the black-haired girl asked if he would support her now that he had become part of the Castoria family. Smiling broadly at her words, the protagonist declared he hadn't lied, and it seemed they could now discuss the details, discussing what he liked. After all, that's exactly what a noble lady of the Empire should be, one who understands the principles of give and take. Abruptly turning her back on him, Giselle was about to share some information with him as payment for what had happened. Opening the system hologram, the black-haired girl said she was sure her father didn't tell him much, and wasn't the type to worry about every little detail. Showing images of two men, Giselle declared that he should be most wary of his two older brothers, his first and second sons. Standing directly in front of her half-brother, the black-haired girl declared that his appearance would most likely cause them significant stress, and Luca pointed out that he was simply an adopted son, to which she countered that this wasn't true, since, no matter what anyone said, Castoria was a military family. Imagining the two brothers against the backdrop of the protagonist, Giselle explained that while both the first and second sons weren't up to the role of family head, he, as an elite soldier, wouldn't have such problems. So even without blood ties, he posed a serious threat. Suddenly, the black-haired girl was surprised when Luca said that if such a possibility existed, they would naturally be concerned, and I suppose that was understandable. A moment later, she became terrified when the boy asked what about her. With a smile on his face, the protagonist inquired if she didn't have any ambitions to lead the family, and Giselle replied that she didn't think it was any of his business. Clenching her hand in frustration, the black-haired girl listened to the protagonist's words, saying that he certainly had no intention of becoming the head of the family, but if he was threatened, he wouldn't sit idly by, and what happened next was none of his concern. Looking directly at his half-sister, Luca told her that if the opportunity presented itself, she should take it. Smiling broadly, the boy added that this was advice from his brother. Giselle was very surprised after hearing all this. After a moment, she grinned. Then, the black-haired girl began to laugh loudly. Covering her face with her hand, Giselle asked if he would support her if the opportunity presented itself. Pointing his hand forward, Luca promised that as long as she didn't become his enemy, he would help. Then the two shook hands, and the black-haired girl said they had agreed to be allies back then, so she was counting on her older brother. Looking straight ahead, she noted that this was the first and last time she would call him that. Smiling broadly, the boy remarked that this was a good thing, since he himself disliked the strange nickname. At that moment, the clock struck the hour. Luca and Giselle shook hands. A moment later, the story shifted to the dining hall. The black-haired girl and the boy walked inside. The protagonist stared menacingly ahead. Looking straight at the people at the table, Luca noticed Jupi, the second son of the Castoria family, Nicholas, the first son, and Eva, the wife of the head of the Castoria family, sitting there. With a broad smile, the purple-haired woman asked what he, Luca, meant, noting she'd heard a lot about him. Looking straight ahead after hearing this, the boy mused that it was obvious, as he supposed, that she didn't like him. Sitting at his place at the table, Eva asked them to sit down, saying that the head of the house would be arriving soon, and the boy told his mother he understood everything. At that moment, Giselle whispered in his ear to be careful and not give them any reason, as his father wasn't the type to stand up for him. A moment later, the door to the dining room opened. The boys turned sharply, seeing a man standing there. It was Hamilla's, who, with a serious expression, suggested they begin their meal. A voice rang out from right at the dinner table, addressing the protector of humanity, the father of the nation, the first emperor of their country. Hamilla's, his hand on his chest, praised His Majesty Dino Cratia. Immediately afterward, the entire family began to eat. Luca and Giselle also began to eat, sitting together at the table. Suddenly, the boy glared menacingly ahead. Looking at the people seated at the table, the protagonist reflected that, as expected, all eyes were on him. Then the narrative shifted to a few minutes earlier, when Luca was walking down the hallway with Giselle, saying that the fact that the two were wary of him only meant they were eyeing the position of head of the family. Looking straight at him, the black-haired girl noted that this was true, and most likely, they had already gathered all possible information about him. Imagining the smiling eldest son, Nicholas, Giselle explained that he had rejected high-tech prosthetics, meaning his path lay through bureaucracy. But he was smart, and had already established connections with the right people and vassals. Visualizing the second son, Jupi, the black-haired girl said he couldn't boast of any particular talents, but was a soldier and hoped that this would help him lead the family, and frankly, the conservatives in their family were on his side. Looking directly at his half-sister, Luca concluded that his existence was merely a hindrance, and she replied that it was precisely so, and they would certainly try to humiliate him when they met, namely, they would pick on his past, his behavior, and anything else. Returning to the present, with the boy sitting at the table, he reflected that it was now clear why they were watching so closely. Sitting at the table, the protagonist recalled the words of his adoptive father and sister and thought that, while he knew the basics of etiquette, it seemed Hamilla's expected something entirely different. Immediately afterward, Luca began cutting off a piece of meat. Bringing it to his mouth, the boy agreed with the chief centurion. Looking directly at his adoptive father, the protagonist was about to see if he would live up to his expectations. A moment later, Giselle was startled by a strange sound. At that very moment, Luca shoved a huge piece of meat into his mouth. Noticing this, Jupi grinned slyly and turned to him. Hearing this, the boy raised his head in displeasure. Looking directly at his stepbrother, the protagonist asked him what he wanted, and he explained that he hadn't meant to start with that. With a smug look, the second son declared that he had to point out his table manners, unaware of how he'd been raised. At least there should be some boundaries. Hearing this, Luca thought he'd fallen for it easily and hadn't even realized it was a game, dismissing him as a typical, worthless idiot. Looking at Nicholas sitting next to him, the boy mused that he was clearly irritated by the fact that he had all the makings of an elite soldier. The first son, however, wasn't sure he'd seen through his game, but he didn't intervene because he thought they were simply dividing the conservatives' support. Looking at the sly grin on Nicholas's face, the protagonist realized that it looked like he would be the real enemy. Rising from his seat, Jupi explained that even if his father had acknowledged him, such behavior wasn't customary in the Castoria family. Luca responded that he thought it was because even someone like him was better than him, someone who had served the Empire for 10 years and still hadn't earned a medal. Looking straight ahead, the boy added that, from the Castoria family's point of view, this was a fact, while the others began to laugh. Hearing this, the second son gritted his teeth in displeasure. Sitting right behind his seat, the protagonist asked why they couldn't pasteurize in real combat, rather than in this notorious etiquette of theirs. After all, he had trained under a distinguished commander. After his words, Jupi grabbed his knife and asked how he dared speak like that. At that moment, Nicholas intervened, telling Luca to stop teasing his brother and telling Luca to cool it. Looking at his older brother, the second son explained that he was only trying to instruct him as an elder. A moment later, Jupi was taken aback when he was told he knew perfectly well how to behave at the table. Looking directly at the boy, who was carefully cutting a piece of meat with a knife, Nicholas explained that he was just playing around and asked him if that was true. Immediately afterward, the protagonist took a small piece of meat into his mouth. Dexterously wielding the cutlery, Luca apologized, claiming it was his mistake. Looking sternly ahead, the boy explained that he was simply a little nervous. After all, it was his first time at such a large family gathering. After everything that had happened, Jupi was quite angry. Looking directly at his younger brother, the first son said he'd heard he'd received a 7th rank medal in the form of a sword hilt. He wasn't a fighter himself, but as far as he knew, it was quite a significant achievement for a cadet. The protagonist replied that it was the most common medal among guardsmen, so it wasn't anything to be proud of. At that moment, Jupi slammed his fist down on the table in displeasure, while Nicholas declared that he'd always felt a little ashamed in front of his father for not becoming a soldier, but now that Luca had taken on that burden, he felt relieved. Clenching his fist, Jupi asked his brother if he'd really ridden him off. Bringing his fork straight to his mouth, the older brother explained he'd misunderstood and asked if he thought his brother, his own brother, didn't know what his younger brother was capable of and had no doubts about his future achievements. The second son, his head bowed slightly, noticed that this weighed on him as well. Leaning directly on the table, Jupi declared that because his father was a great commander, his elders were constantly hesitant and prevented him from participating in real combat. His older brother, however, said he understood perfectly, but there was no point in looking for hidden meaning in a simple phrase. Luca continued to sit at the table while his half-brothers conversed. Looking sternly to the side, the boy reflected that the more tense the conversations between Jupi and Nicholas became, the more the family conflict became apparent, like an old, nagging scar. Looking directly at Hamilas, whose head was bowed, Luca realized that none of this mattered to him, since it was precisely for this role that his father had accepted him into the family. Watching the chief centurion, who was eating emotionlessly, the boy thought that he was probably smiling contentedly inside. The story then shifts to a moment when all the nobles were conversing in the banquet hall, and the protagonist reflects that thanks to Eva Castoria's intervention, the tension quickly subsided, and the conversation returned to a calmer tone, after which the banquet continued as usual. Recalling how his adoptive mother introduced him to the other nobles and asked them to welcome the new family member, the protagonist imagined that she came out to the guests and formally introduced him, calling him Lucas because his old name was too simple, but he himself didn't care. Visualizing his interactions with the other nobles at the banquet, Luca mused that he was constantly greeted by some of the family's friends and vassals, and that remembering their names was too tedious, and after what happened to Jupi, they understood that he was a real pain in the ass. While chatting with Giselle about Nicholas, the boy reflected that after endless greetings and a brief exchange of pleasantries with his sister, his first day in his new family had ended just like that. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the protagonist noted that he thought so. Directly ahead, he saw Hamilas entering his room. Looking directly at him, Luca asked what the commander wanted, and Hamilas noted that he knew he was still awake. Holding a bottle of alcohol, the commander of the Imperial Guard apologized for arriving so late and explained that he needed to at least maintain a pretense of neutrality. Immediately afterward, the chief centurion sat upright in his chair. Looking at his adoptive father, the boy asked why he'd brought the drink, and he replied that doctors and scientists say alcohol and cigarettes dull the nervous and hormonal systems, which isn't particularly beneficial for combat. Holding the bottle of alcohol toward the protagonist, Hamilas asked if he wanted a drink, and the protagonist replied that he didn't want to increase the risks, as he had enough of the Archaea's fighting style. Hearing this, the Imperial Guard commander took a sip of his drink. Then he set down his mug and asked permission to offer some advice, not as a commander, but as a senior, declaring that if he planned to serve for a long time, he shouldn't be so proper. Staring straight ahead in amazement, Luca listened as his adoptive father added that it was the key to the treasure chest called humanity, asking if soldiers really needed such a thing. A moment later, the boy was stunned when Hamilas explained that the Legion would exterminate anyone who spoke like that first. Sitting right in front of the fireplace with his father, the boy asked him if he was already that drunk, and the commander of the Imperial Guard laughed and declared that he could consider it all a welcoming toast, since they were celebrating his joining the family. Rising from his seat, the chief centurion suggested that, at worst, he should take up something unrelated to fighting, and pick up a hobby or habit that would only hinder him. Then the adoptive father placed his hand directly on his son's shoulder. After that, he walked away. Camilla slowly walked straight to the door. Luca remained seated, musing that it was already difficult for him to hone his skills, and now he wanted him to acquire some hindering flaws. Looking down, the boy wondered if he really wanted him to become like Aili or Kinyuan, a man who wavered depending on his emotions. Continuing to sit right next to the fireplace, the protagonist wondered if that wasn't true, then why would the commander even say such a thing? Then Luca leaned back, thinking that the Hamilas who had come to his room, full of imperfections, was nothing like the commander he was used to. Imagining the chief captain walking down the hallway of his estate, the boy reflected that by giving advice that would do no good, he was more like a typical father. The story shifts to a moment when Luca stood right in front of the mechanical door with Giselle, musing that the next day at Castoria's house, he was already busy preparing for the investigation into Kinyuan's past in the lower sector, so he didn't particularly enjoy the tour of the family estate. Placing her hand directly on the scanner, the black-haired girl declared them in place. At that very moment, a door opened right in front of the boy. Staring straight at the enormous warehouse filled with combat vehicles, the protagonist reflected that perhaps the only thing that had fascinated him was the visit to the equipment room, which took up almost an entire floor. Looking at the combat armor, Luca asked why she had chosen to guide him there, and Giselle wondered if he thought she just studied mechanical engineering at the academy. Looking at the mechanical combat armor, the black-haired girl explained that in the Castoria household, equipment repair and maintenance were women's work, and outsiders weren't allowed to do it. That's why her mother currently managed the warehouse, but it would soon be hers. Walking right behind his sister, Luca noted that the lubricant didn't suit her, and Giselle explained that she was very skilled at it, and in fact, took care of her father's prosthetics herself. He wondered something about aristocrats often marrying for love, and what if their relationship wasn't so good. Suddenly, the boy was surprised when Giselle explained that this was precisely why she was responsible for armor maintenance, and that it was a long-standing family tradition. Smiling broadly, the black-haired girl concluded that this was a sign of boundless trust. Suddenly, she noticed something off to the side. At that very moment, the protagonist stopped in his tracks and looked off into space. Directly before him was a beautifully crafted suit of armor. Looking directly at the chest portion of the armor, Luca clearly saw traces of extensive and ancient modifications on every component. Glancing at the weapon, the boy noted that the right arm was noticeably larger than the left, likely tailored to some specific piece of equipment. He then looked directly at Giselle, standing behind him, who asked if he, too, was captivated by this oddity. Looking directly at the beautiful white armor, the black-haired girl explained that this was a mechanical suit of armor called Scylla, belonging to the founder of the Castoria family, Agatha, and that it was her personal armor. Standing right next to her half-brother, she remarked that it was quite ancient and weaker than the Myrmidon, but still looked like a family heirloom and unique, like no other. Staring straight ahead, Luca mused that this was the personal armor of the founder of the Castoria house, Scylla. Looking directly at this very armor, the boy felt its image imprinted in his memory, as if he had taken a snapshot. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to a moment when Luca was walking directly behind his adoptive father, asking if it was normal for the clan elders to live in such a remote location. He explained that it was normal, and they themselves didn't wish to have contact with the outside world, since retired elders had no influence anyway. The boy walked directly behind Hamilas, who explained that their role was merely advisory, and mused that the head of the house couldn't possibly be a lapdog. Suddenly turning around, the commander of the Imperial Guard announced that they were there. They were standing right next to a huge, ornate building that served as the Silver Moon Pavilion. Opening the front door, the chief centurion explained that, as far as he knew, there were 7 elders, and only a few of them were old enough to truly be considered elders. But the very fact that they had survived so long was a testament to their qualifications. Following closely behind his father, Luca asked if there were any who opposed the adoption. He received the answer that there were 2 votes against, for neutral, and only 1 in favor, while his father remarked that they were most likely against. Looking directly at the lantern that illuminated the way, Hamilas noted that the silence meant they had yielded to the opinion of the head of the house. Approaching the unknown structure, the commander of the Imperial Guard explained that, for this reason, in most cases, the head of the house had the deciding vote, and those who opposed his opinion were more likely to simply express doubt than anything serious. Then the chief centurion slowly began to ascend the stairs. Watching Luca glance around in surprise, Hamilas remarked that they were stronger than they looked, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, the boy glanced at his adoptive father. Then they passed through a dimly lit corridor. Father and son slowly walked forward, advancing further. A moment later, the Imperial Guard commander placed his hand on the scanner. At that moment, Lucas was greatly surprised. An unknown room opened right before him, with smoke billowing from it. 7 elders sat in their seats, saying that Hamilas had finally arrived and asking that he be addressed properly, even though he was their grandson, so there could be no ceremony, as they had aged greatly. Suddenly, one of the elders noticed something ahead. As Lucas bowed his head, the Imperial Guard commander announced his name. Hearing this, the elders looked directly at the boy and said, So that's what he's like. He looks menacing, and also looks like someone who would carve his way to the top even over the corpses of his parents. Suddenly, a masked figure asked Lucas to come closer. Hearing this, the protagonist walked forward without hesitation. Waving his hand, the elder asked Lucas to come even closer. His words left Lucas terrified. After a moment, he finally began to approach. Suddenly, a masked figure placed his hand on his face. Leaning slightly toward him, the elder told the boy that he must live a long life and, to do so, must not succumb to chaos, which could destroy everything, even if his throat were torn to shreds. Looking directly at the masked figure, the boy didn't understand what he was saying, or what this veiled warning was, which he didn't understand at all. While the elder continued to hold his hand on his face, the protagonist declared that he would do so. Hearing this, the masked figure waved his hand. Immediately after, Luca walked away. From his seat, one of the elders declared that enough idle chatter was enough and suggested the head of the house get down to business, while the second elder suggested sending Lucas first. At that moment, the boy stood right next to his adoptive father. Stopping him with his hand, Hamilas declared that Lucas could stay. The boy, dumbfounded by what he'd heard, looked directly at the chief centurion. He couldn't understand why he needed this. He could very well be in cahoots with Kinyuan, so he couldn't understand why he'd be left behind if something important was being discussed. Hearing this, the elder, with an unperturbed expression, agreed to the chief's wishes. The narrative then shifts to the moment when father and son were leaving the elder's estate. Luke stared silently ahead. Looking directly at his adoptive father, the boy asked why he hadn't sent him away but continued the conversation. Hearing this, Hamilas merely smirked silently. Continuing to walk slowly forward, the commander of the Imperial Guard explained that he would have to find the answer himself. Immediately afterward, the protagonist returned to his room, reflecting on the fact that his last day in the mansion had arrived. Grabbing the handle of the front door, Luca reflected that these had been 3 long days, which he hadn't imagined at all, and they were finally over. Opening the door, he saw someone pointing a gun at him, and thought all that was left was to go home. Right in front of him was a boy pointing a gun at him, asking if he knew what his father had told him, claiming that people like him knew how to dodge bullets. Still holding the gun, the child clarified whether this was true, and the boy mused that it looked like Emilio, Nicholas's eldest son, and he was quite the fearless scoundrel. Standing right in front of the boy, the protagonist asked him if he knew he was his uncle, and Emilio affirmed, declaring he was just a nasty little bastard from the lower sector and wouldn't dare touch him. The boy replied that if he didn't put the gun down, he'd beat him so badly he wouldn't be able to sit down for a week. Hiding his displeasure behind a smile, Luca mused that he was worse than a tick and called him a snot-nosed maggot. At that moment, the boy pulled the trigger. Noticing this, the boy was utterly stunned. The protagonist remained where he was and didn't even flinch, as the bullet had missed. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Emilio asked why he wasn't dodging, and Luca mused that he simply knew he wouldn't hit, so he didn't flinch. But the boy simply took off and fired, like a madman. Immediately afterward, the boy took the weapon from the boy when he declared that he absolutely had to dodge it this time. A moment later, the protagonist kicked him down the stairs. Afterward, Emilio trembled with fear and wet himself. Looking down at him menacingly, Luca mimicked the boy, who said he would tell his father everything. With a look full of rage, the boy said he would say his uncle tried to kill him. At that moment, someone ran quickly down the hallway. It was Nicholas, who jumped out from around the corner and asked Emilio if he was okay. His son was crying in fear and calling for his father. Immediately afterward, the first son of the Castoria family ran straight up to him. Luca watched the whole thing, expressionless. Hugging Emilio, Nicholas suddenly called out to the boy. Looking back menacingly, the first son asked him to explain what had happened. Standing directly in front of Nicholas and his son, Luca explained that he had pulled a gun on the older boy and was teaching him a lesson. Looking straight ahead, the boy declared that he should be taken away from such things, and the older son asked if he had really pulled a gun. Hearing this, Nicholas looked at Emilio, standing behind him, and asked if it was true. Clutching his head, the older son realized what had happened but wanted to say something. Hearing his words, the protagonist, with a furious glare, asked if there would be room for his words if someone had been hurt. Turning back, Nicholas suggested they speak privately. Then both members of the Castoria family entered the room. Luca looked straight ahead seriously. At that moment, the older son sat down directly behind the chair. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Nicholas noted that the kids outside probably now thought a serious conflict had broken out between them. Looking directly at his half-brother, the boy asked if he'd really used his son to orchestrate a private conversation without it looking like collusion between them. The older son replied that it was impressive and, as expected, he was at least 3 times smarter than Jupi, to which Jupi replied that Emilio's life was at risk. Gesturing forward, Nicholas remarked that they could always make more children, and he still had plenty of strength. Clenching his fist in displeasure, Luca listened as his older son wondered why he was so upset over trivial matters, wondering if his own son's life was really that trivial. Turning his back, the boy declared that they had nothing to discuss with him, and Nicholas replied that he already knew he'd made a deal with Giselle. Watching the protagonist's back as he departed, the eldest son added that her knowledge was very limited, and for now, Jupi would likely become the next leader. Sitting right behind his seat, Nicholas concluded that if this happened, he might not survive. After listening, Luca sat upright in his chair and asked him to continue. Sitting right behind his seat, the blonde man explained that while it might be hard to say right now, if a choice were made, all support would go to the second son, and as soon as he became leader, he would be immediately disposed of, as he was considered a hindrance. Imagining Hamilas on the throne, Nicholas concluded that if he possessed his father's overwhelming power, there would be nothing to worry about, but unfortunately, either he nor Jupi had inherited it. Raising his hand, the boy pointed out that this was true, and that his second son was clearly no match for him. He asked why he felt he was at a disadvantage, and the blonde man explained that there were several reasons. Visualizing images of haughty aristocrats, the eldest son explained that vassals who needed a military leader at the head of their family, and those who could more easily understand Jupi's simple nature than his more slippery one. A moment later, Luca was greatly surprised when Nicholas added that one shouldn't forget those who dislike their father, preferring a more accommodating heir. Recalling the image of the stern Hamilas, the boy realized that they didn't want a strong leader because they harbored a grudge against him. Imagining the chief centurion striding menacingly down the corridor, the protagonist mused that what he saw then wasn't the true leader everyone knew. Understanding this, Luca remained seated. Glancing at Nicholas, who was sitting next to him, the boy asked what was required of him. He explained that it was simple, pretending to be enemies with him and gaining the family's reputation and recognition. While Nicholas inquired about the meaning of the phrase, the stronger he was, the weaker Jupi was, he replied that it was precisely so, and those who favored the strong candidate would gravitate toward him. Looking directly at his half-brother, the blonde man explained that, like those who disliked him, the votes would then be evened out, making it easier for him to become leader. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflected on how he had planned all of this within just a couple of days of his arrival, even putting his own son in danger. Looking directly at his eldest son, who clearly resembled Hamilas, Luca thought that Giselle hadn't lied when she said they were very similar. Immediately after this, Nicholas would rise from his seat, saying they needed to pretend everything was settled, and the boy would ask what if he could gather enough support to take over as head of the household himself. Looking back, the blonde man would conclude that if he needed it, he wouldn't be asking such questions, and even if he did become head, someone like him would be more useful for managing this house. Hearing this, the protagonist would remark that it was interesting, and he wasn't being ironic. Watching his half-brother leave, Luca would remark that back when he was still scavenging, he'd thought aristocrats certainly lived in clover, and the other would reply that each of them had their own burden. Looking back, the eldest son would declare himself ready to help with whatever he needed. Fortunately, his connections allowed it. As Luca watched him go, Nicholas would add that he wouldn't mind if he shared their conversation with Giselle. A moment later, the blonde man opened the front door and shouted that he didn't know who he thought he was, but if he ignored his brothers, he wouldn't be accepted into the Castoria family. Then Luca was left alone in the room, musing that this was how his own time had passed. Immediately afterward, the narrative shifted to the moment when the plane was flying directly over the wasteland. The holographic map showed the route. Hamilas sat at his seat, browsing the system. Meanwhile, Luca stared directly at the family membership card in his hand. Then the boy glanced sharply to the side. He was watching his adoptive father, who was doing his job. Continuing to stare out the system windows, the Imperial Guard commander asked if his son was interested in management, to which he received a negative answer. Staring sternly ahead, the protagonist wondered how he hadn't looked up from his monitor since they boarded the car, and whether he always worked so hard. Recalling his behavior right at the dinner table, Luca reasoned that while he lived in his house, he had tried to live up to expectations. Visualizing his meeting with the elders of House Castoria, the boy realized he was now unsure if Hamilas truly wanted this from him. Imagining the stern Imperial Guard commander in his mind, the protagonist reflected on himself as a father and head of the family. Recalling the chief centurion walking straight down the hallway, Luca thought he was very different from the guard commander he knew. Staring directly at the Castoria family's map, the boy considered the remaining unknowns. At that very moment, a virus appeared directly in the system. The space shuttle immediately began shaking. The craft was hurtling forward at incredible speed. Luca stared out the window in shock, realizing they were headed in the wrong direction. Holding his hand out in front of him, his adoptive father asked him not to panic. Looking at his surprised son, Hamilas explained that their transport ship had been hacked, as he had suspected, and that terrorists were probably waiting for them before the crash. Opening the weapons compartment, the Imperial Guard commander declared that reinforcements from Akron would arrive in 10 minutes, and they just needed to hold out until then. Catching the pistol in his hand, the boy asked if they should prepare for deployment. With his back to him, the chief captain explained that they would be easy targets for the enemy, but staying there was also risky, so for now they simply needed to land. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the protagonist pondered the idea of the guard commander knowing how to pilot a ship. With a look of amazement, Luca noted that in such a position, one must be able to do everything. At that very moment, he saw his adoptive father smash the control panel with his fist. Smiling broadly, Hamilas urged him not to worry, as the shockproof gel would protect them from damage in a crash. Immediately after, the spacecraft began to nosedive, and the Imperial Guard commander, seizing the opportunity, wanted to ask a question. As everything around him was bathed in pink liquid, he asked what he thought of what was happening. Staring straight ahead, horrified, Luca couldn't believe the commander had decided to become bait. As the space shuttles continued to plummet, the captain replied that it was true, and that Barbara would gain more credibility from the retribution. The protagonist's entire body was enveloped in liquid when he was told to brace for impact, and he thought, "It's that crazy woman again." The plane continued to plummet at incredible speed. A moment later, it crashed straight to the ground, destroying everything around it. Smoke billowed from the landing. Suddenly, someone kicked down the door from inside. It was Luca, who climbed out and was glad they had survived. Stepping onto the ground, the boy reasoned that even with the guard commander himself, holding out for 10 minutes would be very difficult, since they were in the wasteland without a single shelter. At that moment, the captain also climbed out of the spacecraft, while his adopted son was confused about what to do next. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, Hamilas declared that they had seen them fall, meaning they would be arriving soon. Hearing this, Luca glared straight ahead. Ahead, he saw the commander of the Imperial Guard, staring ahead. His gaze was filled with fury. Suddenly, the chief Centurion contacted the orbital station directly. Using it, he scanned the surrounding area. He managed to spot a small gathering of people. Using the orbital station, Hamilas zoomed in on the terrorists. Reaching into his pocket, the commander of the Imperial Army remarked how fortunate it was that the weather was clear today. Then he aimed his rifle straight ahead. Gathering the energy for the shot, the chief Centurion remarked that thanks to this, he could see everything clearly. At the same time, the weapon continued to accumulate energy. The surrounding area was shrouded in smoke from the destroyed spacecraft. A moment later, the rifle was fully charged. The energy concentrated directly at its tip. With a deft flick of his finger, Hamilas pulled the trigger. Immediately after, the rifle fired a huge beam of blue energy. The shot obliterated everything in its path, even wiping out a mountain. Shielding himself with his hands, Luca reflected that he wasn't a merciless victim of the attack, but had deliberately become bait, knowing he could handle it himself. At that moment, the Imperial Guard commander, turning back, told him to watch carefully, as catching him in combat was a rare chance. After the shot, the rifle overheated. The projectile fell straight to the ground. Continuing to point the weapon straight ahead, Hamilas noted that more had survived than he expected. Rebuilding energy to fire the shot, the Imperial Guard commander told Luca that he needed to be able to identify the enemy within 21 seconds. Immediately after, the lead Centurion fired a beam of blue energy. It obliterated everything in its path. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy reflected on the distant screams and the metallic smell of blood, and he had shot the enemy without even seeing him. Looking straight at his adoptive father in surprise, the protagonist asked him not to say that he had fired based on satellite coordinates, to which he responded affirmatively. Luca was utterly stunned, until the chief Centurion added that, as the commander of the guard, he was entitled to at least one satellite for personal use. Luca wondered if this was acceptable. Imagining an orbital station in his mind, the boy mused that control of a military satellite meant access to a vast amount of data, and that it was a powerful tactical weapon in the hands of a single person. Visualizing Hamilas at the head of his fellow warriors, the protagonist realized that this was the extent of the power of the commander of the Imperial Army's guard. At that very moment, Luca noticed a bullet heading his way. Leaning back sharply, he managed to avoid it. Father and son remained standing, awaiting their opponents. A moment later, certain images appeared through the smoke. They were terrorists, rushing forward. The man in mechanical armor declared that they had the Kracia Hound, and everyone should aim for the guard commander and forget about the brat. Immediately after that, the gun sights were trained directly on Hamilas. A sniper was right behind cover, waiting for the signal to fire. A moment later, he fired his rifle directly. Noticing this, the Imperial Guard commander only grinned broadly. Deftly dodging an enemy bullet, the chief Centurion addressed the armored foes. Looking directly at Luca, who was shielding himself with his arms, Hamilas told him to simply try to survive, while Luca declared that vague orders were a sign of incompetent leadership. Clutching the handle of his spear tightly in his hand, the Imperial Guard commander declared that to win, one must understand even the most foolish orders. Immediately after that, the chief Centurion swung his weapon. Then, with tremendous force, he kicked straight out of the ground. Rushing forward with incredible speed, Hamilas remarked that the world was full of incompetent leaders. Deeply surprised by everything that had happened, the boy fired his pistol, confused as to what was happening. His bullets flew right past the terrorists. Ignoring the ammo, the Imperial Guard commander continued to charge forward. He held his spear straight ahead. Meanwhile, the resistance continued to advance toward him. The terrorist was oblivious to the fact that his ally was being killed. Meanwhile, the leading Centurion destroyed his opponents with a furious grin on his face, shredding their bodies with his weapon. Hamilas continued to charge straight toward the terrorists. His expression revealed nothing but the will to fight. Using his spear, he destroyed countless enemies. As blood flew around him, the Imperial Guard commander grinned broadly. Luke, watching him, was utterly stunned. Confronted by a terrorist, the young man reflected on the fact that the chief captain had told him to keep a close eye on his fight, but that was easier said than done. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the protagonist decided he didn't care if his subordinates were hurt. As he struck the enemy squarely in the shoulder, Luca realized these terrorists weren't easy prey. The young man ran across the battlefield at incredible speed. Suddenly, he used his mechanical eye. With it, he was able to skin several terrorists. A moment later, his bullet struck one of them. The young man continued to engage his opponents right there on the battlefield. One of the terrorists suddenly fired his pistol. Seeing this, the protagonist tossed his weapon aside. Using his blade, Luca parried the enemy's attack. With a sharp dodge, the terrorist deflected his ally's bullet. The boy, for his part, didn't even flinch as it flew right past him. Dodging every enemy shot and wielding his blade, the protagonist couldn't believe they were dodging bullets without even looking, and he realized that the arcade style was, after all, common among the rebels. Watching the terrorist also dodging every projectile, Luca reasoned that only a master of this style could fight like this without modified prosthetics. But even so, there was a big difference. Noticing his opponent swing his blade, the boy realized what it meant to take a risk. At that very moment, the protagonist retracted his blade. Then he lunged forward, his hand extended straight out in front of him. A moment later, Luca grabbed his opponent by the arm. With a deft swing of his sword, he managed to sever the terrorist. Immediately after, his opponent's body was split in two. Holding his opponent's arm, the boy considered that, as he had thought, if he had blocked the limb, the whole plan would have fallen apart. If he had been more experienced, he would have chopped it off himself without a second thought. Then the protagonist looked down, puzzled. The terrorist he had killed lay right on the ground. Suddenly, Luca looked straight ahead. He saw Hamilas in front of him, surrounded by a huge number of corpses. Looking directly at his adoptive father, the boy asked if it was really over. As the boy approached, the Imperial Guard commander explained that Rick Kaiser was waiting somewhere out there, and if they had wounded him, he would have finished them off immediately. As the destroyed mechanical suit lay on the ground, the protagonist wondered if perhaps they should have tried to lure him into a trap. Firing a shot straight from his energy cannon, the chief captain noted that even if they captured him, it wouldn't spare them from retribution, and that the entire operation involving Barbara's infiltration would have been in vain, so they couldn't let so much effort from the higher-ups go to waste. A moment later, Luca was utterly stunned when his adoptive father concluded that he, too, was just a pawn in their game, and couldn't believe that even the guard commander considered him easily replaceable. Standing directly behind Hamilas, the boy suggested that it seemed there were no irreplaceable people in the Empire. Pointing upward, the Imperial Guard commander declared that there was only one. At that very moment, a huge starship approached them. Frightened, the protagonist looked up as the chief captain remarked that he himself knew who he was talking about. Luca smirked slightly at his words. Staring straight at the scars left by the energy rifle's shots, the boy understood that protecting it didn't matter how many of his kind or Hamilas's would perish. Observing the battlefield devastated by the fighting, the protagonist wondered what he would even achieve by continuing the fight. Watching more and more Imperial spaceships and soldiers approaching, Luca realized that even now he was still just another unit of the Empire. Immediately afterward, the narrative shifts to a moment when Luca was right there on board the ship. He stood there, expressionless, tightly clutching the card of his aristocratic family. The boy called himself Luca Castoria. At that very moment, memories of the other guardsmen marveling at his accomplishments and asking him to share the secret of his success flashed through his mind. Then, the protagonist imagined the other boys disapprovingly remarking that even if the commander liked him, adopting him was going too far. Someone passed by Luca as he mused that success was akin to a miracle, and that's exactly how it all seemed to the common people. But his heart was aching. With a deft wave of his hand, the guard knocked the card out of the boy's hand. He then stepped right on it, while the protagonist reasoned that he had joined Hamilas to avoid being a mere pawn. A boot print remained right on the card, and Luca thought that in the end, it hadn't changed anything. The boy stood there as the soldiers milled around him, musing that very soon he would have to pay for his adoption and undertake the risky mission of uncovering Kinyuan's identity. Stepping straight into the training capsule, the protagonist intended to do what he could until then. He fought against a huge number of enemies, causing the system to sound an alarm. Using his blade, Luca parried the enemy's attack. Right in the battle simulator, the boy reflected on how he'd been training endlessly. After the incident, the protagonist visited the medical module. Special mechanical devices were repairing his prosthetics. A huge amount of blood was leaking from his legs. Holding the vaccine in his hand, Luca considered upgrading his prosthetics and getting used to them. A huge amount of hardware was sitting right in his trash can, while he realized he had less than a year of training left. Walking past his small junkyard, the boy decided it was time to descend to the lower sector. Then the protagonist approached the door. Staring menacingly straight ahead, Luca mused that maybe he really would become a full-fledged guardsman, just as he dreamed. Slowly walking forward, he suddenly realized that something had happened unexpectedly. At that very moment, someone was driving a car right up to the guard's quarters. The story then shifts to the trainee's guest room, where a young man was walking down the hallway. Suddenly glancing at the other men in the room, the protagonist overheard them talking about how Ailey hid his true nature behind a smile, and was a terrifying man. Immediately afterward, Luca approached them and asked what had happened, and the guards replied that Ailey had crippled his own brother, and was now leading the race for supremacy in the Karfiki family. A moment later, the young man was greatly surprised when they added that they had probably dragged him out of the room to have his head examined, and he mused that he had taken an indefinite leave to see his family, and had now returned to the training unit. Looking directly at the sign, the protagonist saw that Ailey Karfiki was missing. Sitting on the stairs, Luca wondered if he'd intentionally maimed his brother for the inheritance, and if this was the kind of guy who didn't care about strength or rank. Then the boy glared straight ahead, thinking that after everything that had happened, it couldn't have been any other way. Remembering the shot straight to Lillian Ramon's head, the protagonist realized she'd died before his eyes. Imagining her expression right before her death, Luca realized he'd given everything and lost everything. Then he visualized Ailey, who'd fired that shot. Looking up, the protagonist wondered if he'd killed her with his own hands. Luca continued to stare straight at the ceiling. Suddenly, he was greatly surprised when someone called out to him. A moment later, the boy grinned widely. He spotted Ailey smiling broadly right in front of him. The protagonist then approached his friend, who asked him what awaited him upon his return. He was deeply moved by this, asking if he should call him Lucas now. Lucas replied that they should call him by his old name, as no one needed such pretense. Turning away abruptly, Karfika asked him to wait a bit, as he was going to throw his bag in the room and then return. Hearing this, Luca merely smirked. The story then shifted to the roof of the guards building. Sitting right next to his friend, the boy asked what it meant that he had defeated his brother in a fair fight and become the heir. Looking sadly ahead, Ailey explained that it had been an official duel, and that his brother was a simple man, so it hadn't been difficult to provoke him, and the protagonist asked how he had done it. With a look full of regret, the blonde boy explained that he had seduced his beloved, and perhaps she had simply found his face more appealing. Listening to his friend, Luca was deeply perplexed, saying he was a very bad person, while his friend remarked that, of course, he was very sorry. Sitting right on the roof of the building, Karfika declared that he himself was no better, since one doesn't just end up in a prestigious family, especially in Castoria. Sticking his leg out a little further, Ailey declared that if you want to live, you need to be able to spin, especially for him, and that's how it always was, is, and always will be. Shifting his legs slightly forward, Luca noted that even acrobats sometimes land on the top of their heads, but that's no reason to quit. Hearing his words, the blonde boy looked directly at his friend. Then he looked down. Suddenly, Karfika rose from the ground and called out to Luca. Looking ahead, Ailey declared that he wasn't going to run away anymore. Observing his friend's sad expression, the boy asked if this was all because of her. The blonde boy, his hand in his pocket, explained that if he wanted to change his family, there was simply no better way than to lead it, and if he didn't like the way the empire was structured, he simply needed to rise high enough to make a difference. Hearing this, the protagonist stared straight ahead, silently. Watching his best friend, Luca reflected that he had always been talented, and since he had set his sights on a goal, he would definitely be able to achieve it, and if this was his choice, he wouldn't dare object. Looking away, the boy said that, no matter what, upon his return, he would have to work twice as hard to become the leader. The protagonist was suddenly surprised when Elijah pointed out that the same could be said for him. Immediately afterward, the blonde boy turned toward his friend. He extended his hand straight ahead, offering to work together, even if 4 times the effort wasn't enough. At this point, Luca looked directly at Karfik's hand, who added that this was why they had come to this school. Immediately afterward, the boy agreed with his friend and shook his hand. Rising straight from the ground, the protagonist realized that from now on, mistakes were unacceptable, and they would fight to the end to defend their place in the sun. Luca rode the elevator straight to the lower sector, arguing that, as if to confirm these words, the very next day, Eli volunteered for a mission to clear out the local monsters on the planet Novus. A moment later, the boy found himself directly in front of the checkpoint in the lower sector. He walked straight down a street where bandits lurked in the back alleys. Suddenly, he received a call directly from Gabriel. At that very moment, a bandit appeared right behind the protagonist. He extended his hand directly toward Luca. At that very moment, the boy deftly waved his hand. The protagonist tore off his opponent's limb with remarkable ease, as he screamed in pain. Immediately afterward, the bandit fled in fear. With a wicked grin, Luca mused that this was wonderful, and now he would experience this side of the city. Staring straight at the system notifications about Gabriel's missed call, the boy couldn't understand why he wasn't answering. After some time, the protagonist opened the front door of the house. Then, he looked straight ahead in surprise. Looking directly at the bloody Gabriel lying on the floor, Luca wondered if he was dead. Shifting his fingers slightly, the man in prosthetics gave a negative answer. Raising his head slightly, Gabriel noted that he wasn't dead yet. The elevator descended at incredible speed, straight to the lower sector. Luca was inside. The boy stared menacingly ahead. Memories of destroying the simulator with a blade flashed through his mind. An old man in glasses, standing directly behind him, asked how he liked it. Looking directly at the protagonist, the mechanic remarked that it was a fine weapon, and he declared that even with his prosthetics it was a bit hard to hold, but he liked it, and if he gave in, the weapon would slip out of his hands in a flash, so it wasn't for the faint of heart. Smiling broadly, Luca mused that it was cool to be so accurately interpreted, and the Imperial Guard Forge Master was a true master, since he hadn't asked for this. But clearly even a small wound would work just fine. The boy raised his blade straight above his head as the Forge Master explained that he named it Cruxus, which in the ancient language meant something like disaster or doom. Holding out the pistol with his mechanical hand, the old man in glasses added that the previous weapon was called the Ruin, and this one would be called the Destroyer. Handing it directly into the protagonist's hands, the blacksmith declared that they were girls, so he should protect them as if they were his beloved, to which the protagonist immediately agreed. Then the bespectacled old man turned his back and said it was time for him to leave. Holstering the new weapon, Luca reflected that he would likely encounter someone stronger one day. Sheathing the blade, the boy understood that he would then have to improvise in the best traditions of the Archaea's fighting style. Looking directly at the destroyed mannequin, the protagonist reflected that just this once, no more, no less, his life would depend on these things. Immediately after this, the narrative shifts to a moment when Luca stood directly over the cot where Gabriel lay. The boy looked emotionlessly at his acquaintance. Watching the man in prosthetics writhe in pain, the protagonist reflected that he'd been shot twice, one in the stomach and one in the chest, and that they hadn't intended to kill him. Sitting right next to Gabriel, Luca asked what had happened, and Gabriel replied that it was a warning, and that things were unsettled there now, as gangs had begun dividing the neighborhoods again. Looking directly at the swinging lamp, the boy inquired that he wasn't a member of any gang, to which the man in prosthetics replied that he was, and that was precisely why the problems had begun, because when a power struggle begins, if you're not an ally, you're only an enemy. The protagonist stared straight ahead serious, while Gabriel added that there was screaming, gunfire, and utter chaos, and honestly, they didn't even know who it was. He then asked why he didn't join the gang, since, judging by what was happening, he wouldn't last long alone. Glancing away with displeasure, the man in prosthetics concluded after hearing this that he'd rather die than work for these scum, and suggested getting down to business, asking why he'd come, as he hadn't even heard from him for months. Sitting upright in the hospital chair, Luca declared he needed to do something. Turning his back to his acquaintance, the boy concluded he'd be back tomorrow at the same time, so he should take some powerful painkillers and be prepared. The man called him a bastard, saying he just recovered from surgery. Gabriel then watched him go with displeasure. With a deft flick of his hand, the protagonist closed the curtain to block out his hearing. The narrative then shifted to the streets of the lower sector, shrouded in holograms. Luca stared straight at the vast number of system alerts right in front of him. Remembering the people standing guard outside Gabriel's room, the boy reflected that the hospital his friend had been admitted to was surrounded by guards on all sides, and that the gangs wouldn't be able to reach him in such a place. Then the protagonist placed his hand directly on his head. He studied the information in the system windows and mused that, judging by Kinyuan's stories, the old manager of the combat arena knew him well. Standing right on the street of the lower sector, Luca reasoned that if he dug up the past of the instructor from the lower sector, he might get a lead. Raising his head slightly, the boy wondered what he could possibly be doing in such a wretched place. The protagonist looked straight at the lower sector, which was completely shrouded in various holograms. Slowly descending the stairs, Luca mused that even dreams and hopes die there. Then he walked straight through a small alley. With his hands in his pockets, the boy wondered what kind of person he really was. The protagonist continued walking straight along the lower sector. Suddenly, he noticed something right in front of him. At that very moment, memories of sitting right on the edge of a slide as a child flashed through Luca's mind. Standing in that very spot, the boy reflected on how his feet had finally led him to a painfully familiar corner. Immediately afterward, the protagonist pulled his hood over his head. Luca peered around the corner, observing the unknown people. Looking at the man with the prosthetic chin, the boy mused that he was again selling government property, and that this pig must be the boss there. He could see the happy faces of children right in the building's window. Behind them stood a young man who seemed dissatisfied with something, and the protagonist reflected that the older children understood perfectly well what he was doing, but they couldn't do anything about it, since they had neither the strength nor the power. Staring menacingly straight ahead, Luca realized that the world wasn't changing. Watching the children at the orphanage, the boy realized that even intervening wouldn't change anything. Then the protagonist walked right up to the people standing near the van, arguing that the children would have at least a month of proper food, and then everything would return to normal. Noticing Luca approaching, the man asked what he wanted there. At that moment, the boy removed his hood, reflecting on how much he'd softened while being told to leave. Grinning wickedly, the protagonist realized that intervening for such a trivial change would be a great shame. At that moment, the bandit drew his gun. With a deft flick of his wrist, Luca caught the bullet. The boy then dropped it to the ground. Immediately afterward, the bandit walked away, saying he was clearly not welcome, while the man with the prosthetic chin was frightened by the protagonist's appearance. While the bald man was saying that this meant he really had become a guardsman, the boy Luca struck straight at him. Standing right next to the orphanage manager lying on the ground, the boy noted that he seemed to be still up to the same old thing and asked if he hadn't already stolen enough. Holding his prosthetic chin, the man begged him not to start, explaining that he had treated him well and fed him more than anyone else, especially recently. Approaching him, the protagonist declared that he wouldn't break his neck for that. Folding his hands together, the orphanage manager concluded that he had been wrong and had lost his way, and was therefore ready to apologize for everything. Standing right in front of him, Luca remarked that he was simply passing by and was terribly angry, and didn't need any apologies, while the man with the prosthetic chin said he wouldn't do it again and had learned his lesson, because no one had even tried to stop him until now. While the boy glared menacingly at him, the orphanage manager added that he now understood everything thanks to him. The children, watching from the window, were overjoyed. At that very moment, the protagonist delivered another punch directly to the face of the man with the prosthetic chin. Throwing his hood over his head, Luca told him to feed the children properly tomorrow. Immediately afterward, the boy disappeared into the alley. The story then shifts to a moment when Gabriel, clutching his chest, declared that everything hurt like hell. Looking directly at his acquaintance from the lower sector, the protagonist asked him to be quiet, as it was not appropriate for him to whine, and the man explained that he had just taken a few bullets yesterday. Looking menacingly to the side, Luca contemplated kicking him in the ass, but refrained, asking him to say thank you for sleeping well last night. Recalling how he dealt with the orphanage manager, the boy reasoned that perhaps it made sense. After all, knocking down people he hated was good for his health, and perhaps that was precisely what Hamilas had intended. Immediately after this, the narrative shifts to the fighting arena our heroes were heading for. A bespectacled man asked Gabriel, looking puzzled, what was wrong with him. He'd recently taken a bullet to the body and hadn't been scheduled for matches. Hearing this, the man with prosthetics pointed directly at Luca and asked if rumors had really started, explaining that he needed to talk to Aleph, or rather, his friend, while the guard asked who he even was. A moment later, the bespectacled man grinned broadly as Gabriel explained that this was the good boy he'd fought a couple of months ago, who'd remarked that he'd beaten him up before, and a long moment had passed, asking him to wait a minute. Meanwhile, Luca stared sternly ahead while the guard contacted someone, telling them to tell Aleph that Gabriel and the good boy had arrived. The narrative then shifted to a room guarded by two men. The arena manager, waving his hand, told Gabriel he'd heard he'd been shot recently and asked how he was feeling. They elbowed Gabriel, noting that so many people were worried about him, and asked how he was doing, and he shouted that that was why he was still alive. Standing directly in front of the boy, Aleph greeted the good boy, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. The protagonist asked to be called Luca, to which the protagonist asked why he wasn't with his mentor today. Hands in his pockets, Luca explained that he had come on a personal matter, and the arena manager asked if he really wanted to perform for them or something, until the protagonist explained that he didn't, and would ask his men to step back before they began talking. Lighting a cigarette, Aleph apologized and explained that it wasn't up for discussion, as he didn't know how to fight and needed a safe space. A moment later, the guards were thoroughly angered when the protagonist declared that if he thought those two would protect him, he was sorely mistaken, and that they were just scarecrows, so to someone like him, they were nothing. Staring menacingly ahead, the arena manager addressed Luca, telling him not to be rude just because he might give him a few slaps. He explained that he respected his mentor, but that didn't mean he intended to tolerate outright rudeness. With a sly grin, the boy asked if he really wanted to test him. Breaking a cigarette with his hands, Aleph called out to the good boy. Staring back menacingly, the protagonist noted his name was Luca. At that very moment, the arena manager's guards raised their weapons in front of them. Noticing this, Luca grinned slyly, telling Gabriel to block the exit. The guards pointed their pistols at the hero. Smiling, he turned to Gabriel. Tucked up, the hero told him to block the exit. His partner rushed toward the door. The protagonist slammed his fist on the ceiling. People looked up at him. Luca grinned. Frowning, Gabriel yelled for it to be faster. The hero relaxed his grip. He landed on the floor. The guard pointed his gun. The man's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist deftly dodged their shots. He grinned broadly at the scream. The guards' bodies lay before him. Gritting his teeth, the announcer said it seemed the guards really were useless. A view of the city opened up. A workshop came into view. Lying in a chair, Gabriel said that on rainy days, his prosthetics ached for no apparent reason. Putting her hand to her head, the girl asked if he'd recently updated their waterproofing, to which he asked why. The hero lowered his gaze and mused that the deal with Aleph had turned out well in the end. Aleph adjusted his glasses, and the protagonist added that his last name carried far more weight than he'd realized. Looking at the protagonist, the host said he was an Imperial Guard cadet, the son of the current Guard commander. Luca frowned, hearing that. Well, that was worth it, so what information did he need? The protagonist's mind flashed back to the man's remark about how they'd been friends, but he wasn't accusing him of anything. After all, he'd killed his predecessor for power, which was the natural order of things on the streets. Then the protagonist mentioned he needed details about the arena's former manager. Frowning, he added that any detail, no matter how insignificant, was needed. Taking the cookie in hand, the protagonist thought Aleph had then stated that he wanted an official position at his instigation. Looking down, he added that he would have the right to appoint one person when he came of age, in a year. Until then, he was obligated to prove himself, and all that would remain was to evaluate his efforts. Looking at the message, Luca thought that this brought him one step closer to Kinyuan's past. He thought he'd already said it. Lying in the chair, Gabriel mentioned that prosthetic arms and legs were waterproof by default, so why should he pay for their upgrades? The girl, slapping him, replied that no matter how well the prosthesis was made, all sorts of problems could arise over time, especially given the chemical composition of aspirin rains. In such conditions, prosthetic maintenance was necessary at least every 6 months. Wide-eyed, the man said it was insanely expensive. He was perfectly happy without it. Looking at him, Gilda mentioned that if nothing was done, its effectiveness would decline over time. He replied that this was normal at his age, and she added that age had nothing to do with it. It was all about maintaining the prosthetics. With proper care, they would last as good as new for 10 years. Placing the chip on the table, the hero said that was too much talk. He should just upgrade his prosthetics, everything, including the waterproofing. Smiling, the girl replied that at least he understood her. The man sat up and said she was just extorting money. It would be better for him to save it for upgrades. The protagonist replied that he should shut up. If he didn't understand the matter himself, he should at least learn to trust the experts. Looking away, Gilda asked him what he liked about cookies, then said she baked them herself, albeit in a commercial oven, but that wouldn't kill him. The hero closed his eyes upon hearing this. Sitting at the table, he reflected on the fact that, according to the report, when Aleph took control of the arena, all of his closest associates were already dead or missing. The purge had been quite thorough. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought there was still a survivor, and it was worth finding him. A notification about a man appeared, and he thought, even if he was in the hospital. Suddenly, a blow hit the wall. The car stood on the rubble. The protagonist exited the vehicle. Turning his head, he wondered if so many problems were caused by some mental hospital. Standing behind him, Gabriel said that his gunshot wound hadn't yet healed. Damn bastards. The protagonist asked if he was hiding anything from him, and he replied that he had nothing to hide. Lowering his head, Luca said that the people who shot at them were dressed like bandits. The man looked surprised when he heard that it was somehow connected with the recent injury, to which he replied that, as he said, he had no idea, and how could he have noticed it in such a situation? Turning his head, the protagonist considered that even if he'd hidden something, he would have found out by now, but no one was supposed to know where he was going. He looked away, hearing the address. Standing behind the wall, the bandit shouted that he'd finally made common cause with Aleph and was ignoring their warnings. Standing next to the car, Gabriel replied that he hadn't made common cause with anyone. Peeking out from behind the wall, the bandit shouted that they knew he'd gone to his office immediately after being wounded, and that he thought they were idiots. The man replied, "No, really." Looking at Gabriel, Luca considered that, yes, he just needed to figure out why they were hunting him. His partner turned around, hearing the question of whether he had any ammo left. He replied that he had a gun, and the protagonist remarked that it wasn't for capturing someone alive. Holding the gun in his hands, the protagonist heard the volume. Throwing up his middle finger, the bandit shouted that he picked the wrong side and that his sister was sending him her regards. He hid behind the wall, and added that he was a lousy shot. Luca aimed the gun and considered 3 shots fired into the upper left corner. Frowning, he sighed. The man suddenly fired. The missile was flying toward the car. Suddenly, a bullet struck it. It pierced the shell completely. A devastating explosion thundered in the street. Turning his head, the man asked if it was defective or something. The bandits began to run away from the gunfire. Gabriel's eyes widened and he asked if it was really his sister. Lying in the car, the man told him not to worry. A squad would arrive within 3 minutes. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that 3 minutes had already passed and he should terminate his contract with this security company. The man replied that he should wait a little while. Others would arrive. Grabbing the man by the clothes, Gabriel called him a bastard. Glaring angrily at the bandit, he added that by sister, he meant Martina from Ravian Rose. They were only after him because he refused to join the gang. The bandit asked what he thought. Only because of that. He was truly stupid. They looked at him in amazement, hearing that his sister loved him. Lifting the man, Gabriel asked if they hadn't just been talking about becoming his personal bodyguard. He yelled back that it was the same thing. He didn't want to be responsible, like he thought his sister felt when he, after being shot, immediately ran to Aleph. Frowning, the bandit said that of course he'd be angry, how much she must love him, that she even planned an operation to cure him in exchange for joining the gang. The gang leader turned, hearing him tell Martina he'd be visiting soon, to which he replied that he shouldn't be making decisions for him. Looking down, the protagonist said he simply didn't want any more attacks. He was no expert, but they say a woman's hurt can be more terrible than a man's. Then he reflected on the fact that the woman, a gang leader and probably well off, had fallen in love with Gabriel. Smiling broadly, the protagonist added that he'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested in what kind of person she was. A view of the hospital opened up. They walked down the hallway. The patient was sitting in a room. The doors suddenly opened. They entered the room. The protagonist frowned. Sitting on the bed, the man heard the call. The light on the door lit up. The man was looking down. The protagonist waved his hand in front of his face. The man looked away. Standing next to the patient, the protagonist introduced himself and said he had a few questions about the former arena manager. Looking at the man, he thought it seemed Alep's bastards had tortured him beyond belief. He'd hoped for some kind of conversation. Gritting his teeth, Luca thought he wouldn't get any closer to Kinyuan's past at this rate, and Gabriel said it was hopeless. Alef had completely broken him. He was practically a corpse now. Reaching under his clothes, the hero wondered if he could try the method for restoring guardsmen after brain injuries. Ken was definitely good at close combat. Holding a knife in his hands, he added that he especially liked knives. He was famous for his use of them. Stretching his hands forward, the man muttered that he should forget it. It was a waste of time. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his hand. The patient parried his blow. The bandit's gaze froze. The neurons in his brain fired. They began to fight. The neurons lit up brightly. The man's eyes widened. Luca parried his blow. Smiling, Ken asked what it was like he'd climbed out of a swamp. It hadn't felt like that in a while, Luca said. Frowning, he added that he thought he had some questions. Gabriel looked at him in amazement and asked how he'd done it, to which the protagonist thought, great, they'll continue stimulating muscle memory to restore brain activity. The protagonist parried his blows, and it seemed he remembered, yes, about the boss's close associate, but why would he share? Smiling, Luca said that it would start with getting him out of this hospital. Looking at him, the patient asked again. Stretching his hand out, the protagonist asked that he had an extra room at home, though, to which Gabriel replied that he wanted him to babysit this guy, and the protagonist added that it would only be for a couple of days, then they'd find shelter with reliable people. His eyes widened when he heard that they would form a gang, and he would be its boss, to which he repeated. Looking at the hero, the man asked what he was talking about, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't want to, that he didn't need one, that he would find another candidate. He added that no, it wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just. Frowning, Luca considered the idea that he needed his own people in the lower sector. Gabriel alone couldn't handle it. He would need a whole gang, perhaps like Kinyuan himself. The hero touched his hand. Looking at him, the man said that time was short, then he would begin his story. The transport moved forward, and a thought occurred to him about why and how he hadn't understood this before. Lowering his head, the protagonist considered what Ken had said. Tora had an old friend who supported him, a private figure, but not a gangster either, so only someone as close as Ken knew about him. Luca stood with his back to the man, wondering how he was using Gabriel now. The man closed his eyes, and he added that the instructor had used Tora to take over the gang. Looking down, the protagonist reflected that by hiring locals in the lower sector, he was creating operatives for covert missions. Standing at attention, he added that even now, he wasn't just following Kinyuan's trail, he was following in his footsteps. Looking at the building, the protagonist thought that he was still out of reach. Everything was complicated. A view opened up into the guard's database room. Luca stood in front of the server block. Looking at the notification, he wondered if the time he became an instructor coincided with Tora's fall. Lowering his head, the protagonist added that his goals, motives, and plans, he still hadn't figured them out. We needed to put in more effort to get Ken well. Closing the shelf, the protagonist wondered if he'd allow it, if he'd complete the mission and leave, if Gabriel would be able to hold the gang together, or if it would gradually fall apart, just like Tora, who'd been abandoned despite his vast knowledge. Standing in the middle of the room, Luca added that it wasn't as if Kinyuan had done anything wrong. After all, it was thanks to him that Tora had succeeded. Taking a step forward, the protagonist reflected that he was merely trying to maintain balance in this web of intersecting interests. Kinyuan was striving to maintain his own safe haven. The server panel appeared, and the protagonist reflected that he was ready to destroy anyone without hesitation. The northern panel came into view, and Luca thought that the stronger he was, the more unscrupulous he was. A view of the control panel opened up, and the protagonist added that this was the only way to avoid losing himself in this chaos. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what he was like. Turning around, the instructor replied that it was excellent. Smiling, he added that he'd mastered the basics. Looking away, the man said they'd move on to the next stage, causing Luca to wonder if the person he looked up to was someone like him. The protagonist was stretching his arms. He was standing on the guard's training grounds. Holding a cup in his hands, the man said he didn't expect to reach the level of a mist so quickly. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again, to which Kinyuan replied that he was someone who could teach others our case. Such people used to be ranked. The protagonist narrowed his eyes hearing that, but after the massacre, there was no point in that anymore. The instructor smirked, hearing that he hadn't brought him here just for the sake of chatter. Sitting on a bench, he asked if he was itching to beat him up, to which Luca replied that he knew him inside and out. Placing his hand on his knee, the trainer remarked that, as always, the body remembers faster than the brain. Standing before him, the hero thought that even if he was a master of the arcade style, the body had its limits. Frowning, he added that the current generation's standard prosthetics would no longer be able to defeat him. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Lightning appeared around the man's hand. Raising his hand, he said that if he didn't want to spend the next couple of weeks in bed, he should properly protect his head and body. Luca wondered if his prosthetics were unusual, or if he was imagining things. Watching the instructor, he added that his right arm had been replaced with a genuine combat model. The weight and shape were completely different, and he hadn't even noticed. Such control was awe-inspiring. The hero smiled, thinking about the risk of using a high-tech prosthesis with a damaged nervous system. He clenched his fist tightly. Standing in a fighting stance, the protagonist thought that there might not be another chance, and then thanked him. They stood facing each other. Luca froze, awaiting the battle. He frowned. The hero took a step forward. A bright light poured in from the window. The protagonist, lying on the floor, thought he had lost again. Looking straight ahead, he added that his full-force attack had been repelled by just one of the instructor's arms, while it seemed he had all the advantages. Luca, sitting up, asked him what he was seeing, or what that meant. The man replied that if he had such abilities, he wouldn't be huffing and puffing in front of him, and he added that that was also true. Standing at attention, the instructor explained that our case was created to steal, not to learn. He had already learned to expand his senses and see the world in different colors, but his brain was still clumsy, and he should try to use it more. His hand trembled, and he added that they would continue their lesson another time, and that he should go back to his room. The protagonist's gaze froze. Ken looked down silently. Sitting up, the protagonist thought that until he figured this out himself, he wouldn't move forward. That was the rub, that was the bummer. Kinyuan clenched his teeth. Throwing his arm over his shoulder, Luca told him that he could rely on him. Looking away, the man said he'd take him at his word, to which the protagonist replied, "Oh no." They walked through the training hall. Holding the man's hand, the protagonist reflected on the fact that the person who knew everything he needed was right there. A drink was on the table, and he added that he wouldn't say anything, and he wouldn't believe it, having experienced it all. He and Kinyuan had learned the lesson of always maintaining emotional distance. Walking forward, Luca thought he'd been supporting Kinyuan all the way to his office, and the trainer suggested he should get a girlfriend. The sensations between a biological and a semi-mechanical body were fundamentally different. It would be nice to experience the full spectrum before he became completely mechanical. The protagonist replied that it was up to him to decide. It occurred to him that they'd exchanged a few meaningless lines. The man slung an arm around his shoulder, and Luca considered the fragile bond. He'd be lying if he said he didn't regret it. The instructor lowered his head, adding that they both knew they'd have to break it sooner or later. The hero pursed his lips and thought, "But if it comes down to it." A view of the starry sky opened up. He'd said he wished it hadn't been him, so he wouldn't have to kill Kinyuan. A view of the alley opened up. People were drinking at tables. Standing next to the hero, Gabriel said that, basically, these guys would do anything, just make sure he paid. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that he'd asked to find useful people, not some idiots, to which the man replied that he was counting on decent people in this swamp, those more or less sane ones. A view of the room opened up, and Luca muttered, "Oh, screw it, how's Ken?" Gabriel replied that he put him up on the second floor, in the back room. Getting him out of the hospital and settling everything had cost a fortune. The gang leader smiled, hearing that he understood and that he should try to be more frugal in the future, to which he responded approvingly. The hero turned around, hearing the question of what he should tell the guys about him, to which he replied that he should say he was the sponsor and that they should work hard for him. The protagonist frowned, hearing that it was time to stop drinking and get to work. The man rose from the bed. Looking at him, Gabriel said that Ken's name might still be listed in the hospital registry. Standing next to the protagonist, he added that his disappearance wouldn't be noticed until a loved one came to visit. He bribed the guards and staff, so everything was clear on that side. Luca grinned, thinking he was more resourceful than he thought. The protagonist injected the drug into the device. He inserted the needle into the man's body. A tremor ran through the man. The protagonist waved his hand sharply. Ken grabbed the knife, hearing him recognize him. Rising, he responded approvingly. Smiling, the bandit said he could be trusted. Holding the knife in his hands, Luca said that then they would begin his rehabilitation. Gabriel watched the battle in amazement. They were dueling with knives. The man waved his hand and laughed. Smiling, the protagonist thought that before the injury, he had been quite a skilled man. Suddenly, the protagonist struck him. The man lost his balance. He fell onto the bed. Looking at the hero, the man asked if he'd cleared his mind, and if it was his doing. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he hadn't exactly, simply mixed a couple of drugs for him, to which he replied that he hadn't known he was knowledgeable about pharmacology. Putting his hands in his pockets, Luca said he was looking for whoever was protecting Tora, why he'd come to the lower sector, and why he'd supported him. Ken asked if he could get a cigarette, or at least a drink first, to which the hero replied that he thought that was a good idea. Raising his hand, he added that he should relax already. He had the bearing of a seasoned soldier. The protagonist looked down, hearing that, if he recalled it, there was a guy Tora called him Noel. He thought, Noel, Kinyuan definitely had a perverted sense of taste. Sitting on the bed, the man said that, looking back, it was all strange. Tora was a decent guy, not the type to usually run fighting arenas. He thought it was that guy's fault. Putting a hand to his face, Luca asked if there was anything else, to which Ken replied that some of the arena's profits were definitely being funneled to another company. Looking straight ahead, he added that before they continued, he'd like to ask him a favor. Frowning, the hero asked if it was because of Aleph. Narrowing his eyes, the man said that he knew about it. He couldn't sleep peacefully until he got revenge on Aleph for doing this to him. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that the leader was his ally, so to speak, to which Ken replied that he wasn't asking for direct help, just to stay out of his way. Luca curled his fingers and said that he was currently under Gabriel's gang's protection. If he was going to take revenge on him, he should do it after he got out of here, if he wanted to. Stretching his hand forward, the man replied that there was no need to threaten him. Unlike the host, he kept his word. Standing before him, the hero heard that he wasn't such a rat, to which he wondered if he kept his word, as if a traitor would say otherwise. Looking away, the protagonist thought that who could be trusted and who couldn't was determined only by time. He winced in surprise when he heard it was an old Torah journal. Sitting in front of the protagonist, Ken said that he should go to Aleph and start with companies whose names began with the letter B. Among them were surely the ones that had lined Noel's pockets. Luca frowned, looking at him. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard off to the side. Holding onto the handrail, Gabriel asked what the noise was. Stepping on the man's face, the girl asked if all the gang members considered violence the only option. The bandits were lying on the ground. The girl turned her head and said that he hadn't trained his men well enough. Looking at her, the hero heard the word eye patch on her face. What does she want, breaking into someone else's base like that? It occurred to him that Lavi and Rose, they were even more unpredictable than he thought, really needed Gabriel that much. Descending the stairs, the protagonist said that, as he thought, she had sent for him, to which the man shouted that she had nothing better to do than come suddenly. Luca stood before the girl. Gritting her teeth, she said, "And him?" Waving his hand, the hero said that even if he was on a bender, that was no reason to barge into someone else's hideout without warning. The bandit looked at him, hearing that, after all, such reproaches only worsen relationships, don't they? To which she replied that he was right, it was her mistake. Lying on the floor, the man heard him and Gabriel step aside, telling them to hold the line, and for the record, no drinking while working, to which he responded approvingly. A view of the city opened up. A multitude of notifications appeared, and it was heard that Lavi and Rose was a gang founded by women from the lower sector for self-defense. Frowning, Gabriel said that most of the members were either from here or simply had nowhere else to go. Of course, only a woman could lead women. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why she liked him so much, and if they had ever met, to which the gang leader replied that they had crossed paths a couple of times at work, and that he had been offered a part-time job guarding one of their stores. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he was quite a scary guy, he knew it, courageous and all, to which Luca thought that if he didn't do anything, Martina would either kill Gabriel or subdue him. Frowning, the hero thought that this too was a problem. Aleph would give him away as soon as their interests diverged, and Gabriel was irreplaceable in that regard. Turning around, the girl said they were there. The sign for the establishment appeared. The people were standing in front of a huge palace. They were climbing the stairs. Grace glanced to the side and turned to him, to which the gang leader asked what was wrong, that he wanted to fight. Standing in front of the door, she replied that she was warning him not to dare refuse her this time. Glaring angrily, the gang member said that only then would he have a chance of leaving alive. They entered the room. As they walked forward, the hero wondered what that pungent aroma was. Why such a strong perfume? Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist struck the girl, then thought, perhaps to dull his senses. Looking straight ahead, Luca ordered no one to move. Standing in the middle of the room, he added that if they moved a finger, he would rip their heads off. The boy clenched his teeth. The hero abruptly drew his pistol. He fired at the bandit. People looked at him in fear. The pistol fell to the floor, and someone told them to stop. The girl took a step forward. She was holding a fan. The protagonist pointed the gun at her. Covering her face with the fan, Martina asked who had given them permission to be rude to the guests. She looked away. Lowering her head, the subordinate replied that he should forgive her for her lack of initiative. It was her fault. Smiling, Gabriel said that he shouldn't make fun of her. She had invited them herself, and suddenly this, to which Luca replied that he should calm down. Frowning, he added that they had come to talk anyway, then reflected that she had first tried to get rid of him and now was hurling accusations. Holding her fan, Martina muttered her apologies. Her subordinates had overdone it, and then asked his name. The thought occurred to the protagonist that he could have made some arguments, but he was on a mission, and that would be unwise. Standing before her, the protagonist introduced himself, to which she replied that he wasn't from the lower sector, so why interfere in other people's affairs? Luca replied that he had his own reasons, and they were none of her business. Raising her hand, Martina remarked that he apparently didn't know the lower sector well. They were Lavi and Rose. The protagonist put his hand to his face, hearing that she would warn him. His aristocratic status didn't guarantee his safety here. The girl frowned, hearing that a handful of sewer rats thought they were worth something. Standing next to her, the subordinate said, "Just a moment." She whispered something in her ear. Martina exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist stared at her silently. Looking away, the gang leader told them to follow her. Guards stood at the entrance to the room, and it seemed the conversation would be brief. Gritting her teeth, the girl said she had only one request, that Gabriel become her lover. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that this meant he must join Lavi and Rose. He thought, of course he understands that it's normal to speak openly about feelings now, but why would such a woman suddenly be interested in Gabriel? The gang member crossed her arms, hearing the question. Why on earth? She hated being under the thumb, but he was already under the young master's thumb. Technically, he was his sponsor, or, if he wanted, his client. Martina bit her lip, hearing that Luca wasn't his boss. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked why he shouldn't meet her for a while. Staying in touch would keep him safer, to which Gabriel replied, "No way." Placing a hand on the man's back, the protagonist said, "What's the problem? When else would he get a beauty like his?" He replied, "No, she's older than him." Luca rolled his eyes at the mention of her being older than his late grandmother. The walls of the room appeared, and a voice said, "Well, at least she looks great." And Gabriel said he couldn't. It would be better to kill him right away. Putting a hand to his face, the protagonist sighed. The man's eyes widened when he heard that he had founded his own gang, and couldn't join them. Martina frowned at this. Sitting on the couch, she asked who founded the gang. He seemed genuinely confused about how things worked. The protagonist replied that maybe not, but Aleph, the arena owner, did, and they had already agreed to be good neighbors. With his support, Gabriel's gang would be able to conduct business peacefully. Looking down, the gang leader said she never lets a man pass her by. Smiling, Luca said that meant she'd have to learn new experiences. At her age, you have to appreciate your first time, right? Let her enjoy it. Standing up, the girl said she could give him much more than he imagined. Gritting her teeth, she added that she asked to be with her. Gabriel looked away. The protagonist turned toward the guards. Crossing her arms, Martina said it seemed there was nothing she could do about it. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, hearing that since he was here, they'd talk business. "He founded a gang then?" he asked. Gabriel's eyes widened, hearing him say he founded a gang. She wasn't planning on feuding with such a capable and courageous man. He asked if she'd been the one who said she loved him. The gang leader raised her hand, hearing him give in so easily, to which she replied that she simply had a thing for ugly girls. Rolling her eyes, the girl added that when someone like him starts pushing her, it gives you the creeps, especially when he's terribly ugly. Looking at her, Luca thought that strange fetishes aren't just found in aristocrats with age. The woman was too complex for the half-centurion's brain. Grinning, Martina asked, "So, let's get back to business." Holograms appeared on the screens. Sitting at the table, the host said that, as expected, he was quite a capable negotiator, already working with Lavi and Rose. Impressive. Frowning, the hero reflected on how, after he'd settled things with Martina, borrowed her subordinate, and returned to Aleph. The man smiled broadly and added that the gang now had connections not only with the arena faction but also with Lavi and Rose. Once word of this spread, things would quickly improve, plus they'd be flooded with talented guys looking for a cushy spot in the new gang. He was a quick learner, which made things easier. The host smiled when he heard that this was Tora's old journal, and that he should keep it up, to which he replied that he should leave it to him. People walked through the city. The protagonist looked away, hearing the question of what he'd trust Aleph. He replied that her remaining eye was blind, and he seemed trusting. The subordinate added that that was why she was asking, as she trusted a diva, for example. The girl looked at him, hearing that he wouldn't delude himself in her place. She had a mind of her own and was quite unpredictable. Luca looked down. Sitting on the couch, Martina asked if she needed help. Perhaps she could lend her grace for a while. She was a retired Imperial Guard cadet who had to quit halfway through, but she had an impressive track record. Looking away, the hero thought it seemed Martina was trying to figure out who he really was, but he didn't care. Grace was a million times more useful than the trash Gabriel had collected. Standing behind him, his subordinate asked him if he was from a military family, and the protagonist assumed she also patrolled the Lavi and Rose districts from time to time, making it a doubly advantageous deal for him. Turning around, Luca asked why he'd assumed that, to which Grace replied that it was because he was clearly stronger than her, and that she hadn't expected to lose so easily to a teenager. Looking at her, the protagonist remarked that she thought too highly of herself, considering she hadn't even completed guard training. She replied that she hadn't been expelled for lack of skills. At the time, she was a top-ranking officer. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked why, to which Grace replied that they were really close enough to share personal details. Turning his head, Luca said that was also true. That was it for today. Her service was over, to which the subordinate replied that she would accompany him to the base. The girl closed her eyes, hearing who was accompanying whom, to which she replied that she apologized and would be leaving then. They went their separate ways. Standing by the wall, the protagonist pondered what Ken had told him to look for companies beginning with the letter B. in the Torah magazine. Notifications about closed organizations appeared, and he added that the money flowing into this company definitely belonged to the sponsor, Noel, or rather, Kinyuan, under that assumed name. Looking at the notification, the protagonist remarked that they had all closed down 100 years ago. The man smiled broadly, and the thought occurred to Luca that with his current information, there was no way he could track this down. The lower sector databases were unreliable, they could be bribed, and knowing Kinyuan, he'd probably planted false leads in those systems. He needed a more reliable and secret database, yes, something like a high-ranking Imperial network. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the message, he thought it was a bit pricey, but the choice was limited. A connection notification appeared. The hero's gaze froze when he heard that he'd even put his work aside for this. The guy smiled and asked if it would be brief. All right. Leaning against the wall, the protagonist said he needed access to the central Imperial database, thinking he had it. The young man replied that he did, being a civil servant, but he wasn't about to hand it over. Luca asked if he could investigate a couple of shell companies for him. Sitting at the table, Nicholas asked if it would help him stay in the family, to which the protagonist replied that it could, and that was it. Looking at the notification, the young man said he should send him a list. It would take a couple of hours. The protagonist said he owed him money, to which Nicholas replied that he should drop it. They were brothers and should help each other, and that he could call with any questions. Looking away, Luca thought he was genuinely helpful. Looking up, he added that he was sure he'd still get the debt, with interest too. The only question was how soon that moment would come, and he'd solve problems as they arose. The entrance to the building came into view. Looking down, the hero pondered Aleph, the arena owner, Ken, the gang's formation, and of course, Lavi and Rose. A view of the city opened up, and he added that he hadn't slept for almost 3 days, dealing with all his affairs. His brain was already sluggish. Lying on his bed, the protagonist thought that even if Hamilla's called right now, he would reject it. He buried his face in the pillow. Luca began to close his eyes, thinking that no one would call him. Suddenly, he received a new message. The hero's eyes widened in amazement. Looking at the mission list, he wondered how many tasks he'd completed while he was gone. Looking up, the protagonist added that he'd even taken on tasks he didn't need, which is why it was so hard to find him now. Standing next to the hero, the boy said that he, too, wasn't planning on running away anymore. Putting his hand behind his head, Luca thought that normally he would have come here to find him. Looking at the notification, he added that, well, since he was so worried about him, he should find him himself. In any case, his condition wasn't that bad right now. The girl smiled and asked if he'd seen it too, and the hero thought that yes, only this time he would make the first move. The protagonist looked at her, hearing that Eileen was absolutely furious. Rumor had it he'd soon set a record for the most missions completed at the training center. He didn't know what he had in mind, but at this rate, they'd soon take away his place as top cadet. Turning his head, Luca replied that he'd be the top cadet then. The hero glared, hearing that the guy was so confident only because he joined House Castoria. The girl, placing her hands on her hips, said that she, too, would feel quite relaxed if she became the commander's adopted son. The protagonist thought, "Yes, relax," and spoke as if he knew something. The man held a pistol in his hands, and the thought occurred to him that he was sure it was quite easy for her when all she did was pull the trigger on command, without making her own decisions about who was friend and who was foe. Standing in the middle of the room, Luca reflected on the fact that, in a situation where it was unclear who to follow and who to trust, he constantly had to resist the urge to give up. His eyes lit up, and he added that sometimes even he missed the old days. He knew he could handle it. This was the path he had chosen. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that there was no turning back now. One mistake and they would get rid of him. As soon as he dealt with all the problems he had encountered, he could become like them. Images of men appeared, and he added, "Kinyuan or Hamilla's, otherwise he wouldn't survive." Holding out her hand, the girl said she didn't mean to be sarcastic. They knew better than anyone that he deserved to be the commander's adopted son. He'd just been gone for a while, so they were worried about him. The protagonist turned, hearing the words, "So don't misunderstand," and thought, here it is, the power he's gained, the status and authority he'd so desired. The girl looked at him, and the thought occurred to him that even those from noble families were now glancing nervously at him. All this had only given him a small amount of power. Grinning, Luca said he'd simply been sleep-deprived for a few days. Looking straight ahead, he added that being a nobleman's son isn't as easy as it seems, and then thought about how he'd continue to build his strength, like a snowball rolling down a hill. The hero lowered his head, wondering if perhaps he really was weaker than Ilya. The boy turned his head, and the protagonist considered that it wasn't exactly doing nothing, but the task he was engaged in wasn't a mission. He needed time to consider the next step in the Archie's combat method. Grinning, the young man said that having Luca personally come to check on him was an honor. It seemed becoming his friend had been a good decision. Closing his eyes, Luca asked what he was muttering about. Putting on his clothes, the boy told him to follow him. Turning around, he added that he would show him his prize. The monster was in a vessel. Placing his hands on his hips, the young man asked what he thought. Cool, yes, to which the hero replied that it was a mechanical beast. He would brag about one like that too. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, the protagonist reflected on the fact that the beasts often found on the planet Novice were made not of flesh and blood, but of metal and machinery. He'd heard that they had electromagnetic shielding, making them quite difficult to capture. Eli smiled when he heard that the mechanical beasts were also connected to the Archon civilization, to which he replied that this information was unconfirmed, but it seemed very likely. Standing next to the vessel containing the monster, the boy explained that these beasts were made of mechanical parts, but within them were complex and intricate structures resembling living organisms. Somehow, no one knew how, over time, they were said to grow and then even reproduce. The hero looked at him. The young man smiled, looking at the beast. A memory from the past arose. The beast moved its paw. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked if it could be tamed, to which she replied that it was impossible to say for sure, as such a thing had never happened before. Looking at the beast, Luca said he understood. A view of the building opened up. Standing behind the boy, the hero asked what would happen to the mechanical beast. Lowering his head, Eli replied that he thought that was the last they'd seen of it. They'd probably send it to the Imperial Research Division. Frowning, the protagonist said no, they'd probably transport him rather than send him there. The boy turned and grinned. Handing the blade to the hero, he said it was his second trophy. Holding the weapon in his hands, Luca heard that the blade, called a Graken but wielded only by commander-level warriors, was made from the bones of a beast from that civilization's home planet. That beast was now extinct, so it would be impossible to obtain one again, even if he wished. Standing before the young man, the hero asked if it was more like a ceremonial weapon, and if it could even be used in battle, just a simple knucklebone. No? Elijah replied that he should take it seriously. The hero sharply parried the blow. Looking at the weapon, he remarked that they had been told it was valuable. A crack appeared on the blade. Suddenly it disappeared. The young man closed his eyes, hearing something like magic. Elijah replied that he was giving it to him, to consider it a gift, to celebrate his becoming the young lord of the house of Castoria. Smiling, he added that yes, Graken but in warrior language means immortal, no, more like eternally white, and considered it a manifestation of his generosity. Pursing his lips, the protagonist replied that he couldn't tell if he was mocking him or being sincere, to which the young man replied that he was serious. Luke sheathed the weapon. Standing before the boy, he said thank you, he would use it wisely. A view of the city opened up. The hero entered the room. He smirked, looking at the blade. A view of the planets opened up, and the protagonist mused that Graken boot meant eternally white, but sooner or later everything ends. In this universe, spiraling toward its end, their existences are mere specks of dust, and that's why they dream of eternity. A medal appeared. The young man took the hero's hand, a thought dawning on him about glory, life, even their connection. The man held a pistol in his hands, and Luca thought he didn't want them to end. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist reflected on how sentimentality wasn't his thing, but so be it. How could he resist giving in to his emotions in such a situation? Raising his weapon, he added that this was the first time he'd received a gift that mattered. It was raining outside. Luca was sitting at the table. The blade lay on it. The protagonist smiled, thinking that Nicholas was doing his job well. Notifications appeared, and he added that he'd not only obtained the information he'd requested but had also been able to confirm whether the companies had a true owner. Had he investigated on his own, it could have taken him months or even years. The protagonist clicked on the notification. Looking at the message, he said that he was now truly in his debt. The man smiled, and Luca mused that Nicholas had likely already realized what kind of person he was, which was why he did so much for him so easily. Well, he wasn't the kind of man who didn't know when to repay a debt. As Luca and the man walked side by side, the thought occurred to the protagonist that if, by some divine stroke of luck, he became the head of House Castoria, then Nicholas would become their chief advisor and strategist. Grinning, the protagonist wondered if perhaps he was being overly optimistic. Rising from the couch, he added that, well, while Nicholas gathered the remaining information, he would put this matter aside. The protagonist's gaze froze. A heavy rain poured down from the sky. Luca stood in the middle of the room. Suddenly, an obituary appeared before him. The protagonist froze, hearing that Nicholas had died. People stood in the cemetery. A mother hugged her child. People stood before the grave. The protagonist lowered his head. A tombstone appeared, and Luca wondered if an air transport had crashed on Nicholas on his return, the details still being investigated. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if it could be because of the investigation he had requested. His memories surfaced, and the thought occurred to the protagonist that the timing was too suspicious to dismiss it as a coincidence. If he died because of him, then during the investigation he discovered something he shouldn't have known. If the information was so dangerous that it kept even high-ranking officials silent. A message appeared, and the protagonist wondered if the end point of the shell company's money was the only clue. Could it really have been such dangerous information? If his suspicions were unfounded, then at least this feeling of guilt would be alleviated. Standing in the rain, the protagonist wondered if it had been an accident. His brother frowned, and Luca wondered if the murder had been a contract killing. A heavy downpour poured down. People stood silently before the grave. The protagonist watched them. Then he turned and began to walk away. The man stood next to him. His head was bowed. The protagonist, looking down, considered the need to report the deal between him and Nicholas to Camillus. There was a chance his request was the reason for it all. The man stood in the middle of the cemetery, and Luca wondered if even Camillus would question the instructor even if his death was truly connected to Kinyuan. Touching his arm, the girl addressed him, and the thought occurred to him that, whatever the case, he needed to report this matter first. If the connection was discovered later, he would be considered an accomplice. Looking at him, she suggested they talk. They stood under a tree. Bending over, the girl said that everything was so strange. Nicholas's death, no matter how you looked at it, was completely unjustified. It didn't look like someone had ordered his death. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought about her older brother's death, and she was thinking about such things. It wasn't surprising. Nicholas used his own son as a tool. Family feelings in their family were just some kind of nonsense. Looking at the hero, Giselle asked him if he knew anything. The protagonist froze, thinking he was trying to figure something out from his expression. Water dripped from his face, and Luca considered asking for forgiveness, but hiding his emotions and thoughts was something he did better than her. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that if he had known, he would have told her, by the way, how he planned to act next. He saw how the relatives had all rallied around Jupi. Giselle replied that shouldn't he be worried about that. After all, he had recently disgraced Jupi? Frowning, the protagonist said that if he defeated him, then that was his limit. Raising her head, the girl objected. Standing next to them, the brother asked what they were talking about so animatedly. Smiling, he added that they should tell him too. Looking away, Luca replied that it was nothing special, asking about funeral etiquette. Jupi frowned when he heard that he wasn't well versed in ceremonies, to which he replied that, yes, if he didn't know anything, he should ask. Looking at the girl, he said that they were always ready to help him, weren't they? To which Giselle replied, "Oh, right." Her eyes widened when he said he would keep it brief, that there should be no surprises from now on. The hero's gaze froze when he heard that if they had any daring thoughts, they should forget them from now on. Standing before them, Jupi said that everything that had happened so far would be over, thanks to his grace, to which the girl responded that it was rude, that they were still in mourning. Giselle frowned, hearing that running away from the wake and conspiring here was ridiculous. The man clenched his teeth, hearing that he would say a few words then, unlike Nicholas, he was a soldier like him. Looking away, the hero said that if he won, it would be due to the difference in skill. He should remember that well. Frowning, Jupi asked what he had just said. They were standing under a tree. The servant bowed and said that the head of the family was calling him, and the brother added that the foundling from the street didn't know his place. Closing his eyes, he said that his father had business with him, so he should come. The umbrella tipped to the side. Turning, the brother said that he wouldn't forget today. The hero stood in front of the house. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked what he had called. Standing by the window, the man replied that he shouldn't tease Jupi too much. Camillus turned his head, hearing that he'd simply lost his temper. He'd called him out, fearing a fight, to which he replied that no, that wasn't the reason. A light peeked through the crack, and the door was heard to be slightly open. He'd better lock it properly. The protagonist approached the door. His head bowed. The father asked why his son had died. Luca's eyes widened. Looking at his father, he realized he hadn't even sensed his approach, when he'd managed to. The man lowered his gaze, wondering how much he knew, but if he lied, the hero pursed his lips, thinking he'd die. A view of the building opened up. Standing by the window, the father said he'd found a survivor of Torika's gang, supposedly sponsored by Kinyuan, and had obtained information. He traced the money flows of the fictitious companies listed in Torika's books, and after entrusting Nicholas with the investigation, this had happened. The protagonist stared at him silently. Frowning, he considered that it was only natural to be angry. No matter how ruthless a soldier he was, his son had died. Images of his brothers flashed before him, and Luca considered the fact that it was the eldest, the one he'd spent the most time with, and that this suspicious character was to blame. The hero narrowed his eyes. Memories surfaced in his mind. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and said that there was no definitive proof yet that Kinyuan was the sponsor, only circumstantial evidence. Camillus replied that if he believed that, then Kinyuan was the sponsor, and Luca remarked that he trusted him more than he trusted himself. The hero put his hands behind his back, hearing that there was no reason to doubt the abilities of his skilled subordinate and son. He wondered whether he should be grateful for this trust or afraid. The protagonist, head down, said he would continue the task without changing direction, to which the man replied that if he continued digging, he too would be attacked by the one who had attacked Nicholas. His father frowned upon hearing that he, unlike his brother, was a soldier, to which he replied that, yes, he was a simple soldier, so this might be beyond his capabilities. Luca's eyes widened when he heard that the enemy had seen the access logs to the Imperial official Nicholas's database. The insect perched on the leaves, suggesting that the enemy of the Empire had taken root within the bureaucracy, even among high-ranking officials. Nothing unusual, as this had happened regularly throughout the Empire's long history. The hero clenched his fist when he heard that the rotten parts were being cut out each time, with no end in sight. He thought that it wasn't the poor from the lower districts, but those who had achieved everything, who were rebelling against the Empire. Placing his hand on the windowsill, his father said that Nicholas would forgive him for these words, but that his death meant they were getting closer to the heart of the matter. Turning around, he added that, using the materials this young man left behind, they would find the end point of the money tied to Kinyuan, and with this information, they would cut out the rotten part of the Empire. Bowing his head, the protagonist replied that he considered himself in Nicholas's brother's debt. Frowning, he added that now, it seemed, a way to pay had appeared. The ships flew forward, and the protagonist reflected on how Nicholas's funeral had ended and everyone had returned to their daily routines. Leaning against the windowsill, his father said that he would complete the task Nicholas had been handling. The thought occurred to him that Hamilas hadn't interrogated Kinyuan, but was simply waiting for an hour, remaining silent, while he returned to the lair, the gang's office, to complete the mission. The protagonist stood at the entrance to the room. Gabriel, holding the man by his clothes, asked what it was, thinking he was joking, to which he replied that no, he'd simply relaxed a bit during the break. The man screamed in fear. Just a little bit. Gabriel threw him aside. The protagonist stared ahead silently. Lying on the floor, the boy asked why he'd come, then told him to save him. Suddenly, Luca kicked him in the face. Standing before the protagonist, the gang leader asked why he hadn't contacted him all this time while he was gone. He looked away, hearing that there was a family funeral, to which he replied that he was sorry. A family funeral, nothing could be done. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what had happened while he was gone. Gabriel sighed heavily. Turning his head, he said that he was definitely there last night, but a window in the room was broken, and Ken was heard to disappear. A view opened onto an alley, and the protagonist asked what had happened while he was gone. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that Ken had disappeared. He shoved his hands in his pockets and asked how, hadn't they been guarding him in shifts? Gabriel replied that he thought so too, but when he came in the morning, the bald guy was nowhere to be found. Frowning, he added that the bastard was lying on drugs and unconscious. The guy was lying on the floor. Luca turned in his direction. The man trembled with fear. The hero opened the door to the room. The window was broken. The protagonist stood by the window. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn it!" Standing before him, the gang leader asked if someone could have taken him, to which Luca reflected that these scumbags were even more trash than he thought, unable to even look after a half-dead cripple. Standing by the broken window, Luca said that it was unlikely. There was no place around where they could sneak in unnoticed, and if they had gotten in through the main entrance, they wouldn't have climbed out the window. The man exclaimed in surprise, hearing that he had tried to contact the bald man. Stretching his hands forward, he replied, "Yes, of course." But he wasn't responding. The hero replied that he should ask the gang to assign men to search for the bald man and Ken, and that he would contact Aleph himself. Gabriel asked if he thought the gang would agree to help. Turning around, the protagonist said he'd just have to entertain Martina once. The old woman seemed to have quite the appetite. He asked if he was joking, if he really looked that desperate. Gritting his teeth, Luca said that he'd been the one bringing these idiots, and was responsible for security. Frowning, he added that if that was how he could resolve the issue of responsibility, he'd get off easy, wouldn't he? Looking down, the man said no, well, even if that were the case, screw it. He clutched his head when he heard that if he really didn't want to, he wouldn't force him, they'd only try with Aleph. He replied that he understood, he'd do it, he'd entertain this woman. The protagonist turned around, hearing a "Damn it!" He started calling Aleph. Gabriel looked confused and said he had one request, just between them. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said, "That's how it is." The presenter frowned and said he'd let him listen, didn't want to blame anyone, but if he was going to rescue him, he should have warned him beforehand. Looking straight at him, Luca thought he still had a complaint. Putting his finger to his ear, the hero said he'd contact him immediately when he found Ken. Aleph replied that he probably considered him a sworn enemy, and in any case, he'd let him know as soon as he found him. He added that he was telling him, just in case, not to try to kill him arbitrarily. The protagonist lowered his head, hearing that he'd owe him a favor later, to which he thought debts were piling up from all sides. The boy watched them, his eyes widening in fear. Lying on the floor, the young man shouted for mercy. Looking at him, Luca thought he hadn't expected much, but this had even exceeded his expectations, and his partner asked what to do about it. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said this was his last chance, that he would forgive only this time, and next time. The young man's eyes widened. The protagonist frowned and said he wouldn't stop at just one eye. Blood splattered on the floor, and the thought entered Luca's head that he could be as angry at him as he wanted. The young man clutched his eye, and he added that hatred was easily suppressed by fear. The hero turned, hearing that a bald man had been found in lobby and rose. Looking away, the man said that he had been found dead in the area. Nodding, the protagonist replied that he understood. They were standing in an alley. Blood was smeared on the walls. Traces appeared on the asphalt. Pointing to the body, the girl said there was a stab wound on the neck, the carotid artery clearly severed. Gritting her teeth, Grace added that it was the work of a professional skilled with a knife. Gabriel looked at him fearfully and asked if it was Ken's doing, to which Luca thought he was truly skilled with a blade, but he was in a disabled state. Standing next to the girl, the protagonist asked if there were any witnesses, to which Grace replied that the footage from a nearby camera supposedly showed who had entered the alley. A glow appeared from the camera, and they heard it say it was about to be shown. A projection of the footage appeared in front of them. The bandit walked forward. The man reached out after him. Gabriel's eyes widened, saying that this bastard didn't appreciate their mercy. The protagonist sighed heavily. His eyes lit up. Luca took a step forward. He followed the tracks, thinking that a fight had broken out, and the bald man was pinned against the wall. The bandit grabbed the man by the shoulder. The protagonist stood still. Watching the fight, he thought he had been grabbed by the shoulder and was unable to break free. Blood was dripping from the knife. The protagonist lowered his head. He stood next to the corpse. Traces appeared on the asphalt. Stretching his hand forward, Luca realized they were exactly the same stains as on the wall. Frowning, the hero thought, damn, the bald man had done his duty. Crouching down, he added that he thought he was just a worthless worker, but he hadn't abandoned the task halfway through and had followed through. Looking down, the protagonist wondered if his pathetic insight had mistaken the side he'd seen for his entire being. Images of people appeared, and Luca mused that after Nicholas, he was once again indebted to someone, this time to the bald man. Frowning, he added that he'd left him in debt. Gabriel looked away, hearing that if he had a family or a lover, he should provide generously for them. If problems arose, he should help solve them. The man clenched his teeth. Looking at the projection, the man remarked that, by the way, the effect of his rehabilitation was simply astounding. Who would have thought that a man who couldn't even stand up would recover so much that he could deftly swing a blade? The hero replied that this wasn't the effect of rehabilitation. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if it was impossible to recover so much after just a couple of sessions, but Ken was definitely incapacitated. The girl lowered her head and said that a drug dealer's body had been found nearby, to which Luca suspected he was hiding something. The body lay on the ground, and Luca heard the cause of death as blood loss from a severed carotid artery, likely the work of the same criminal. Looking down, the hero thought that perhaps something would become clear once they gathered all the information, but for now. He put his hand to his ear, hearing a voice saying, "Come here quickly." Turning his head, Aleph shouted that Ken had attacked them. The protagonist stood still, listening to the order to come and stop him. He wondered if Ken still had allies he could call for help, or if he had come to the Colosseum alone. While calling a taxi, Luca wondered what he could do while traveling. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the distance. The taxi stopped in front of them. The doors opened. As he boarded, the hero announced that they were heading to the Colosseum immediately. Frowning, he added that they needed to find out what Ken was hiding. The taxi sped forward. The smoke cleared. The taxi flew forward. The girl looked away in fear. The man was sitting in the restroom. The townspeople looked up in amazement. The taxi stopped outside the building. The girl gritted her teeth, hearing that they had arrived at their destination. They looked away. The protagonist frowned and said that the profession of black taxi driver was highly resented, and that black taxi drivers wouldn't let them out until they paid. Sitting in front of the camera, he heard someone say he should pay, to which the protagonist thought no one knew what happened to unpaid bills. The entrance to the building appeared. Gabriel kicked the door down. Corpses lay on the floor. Looking away, the man turned to Luca. The corpse of a young man appeared, and the protagonist thought it was a familiar guard. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that the cut was Ken's doing, and Gabriel asked if he should go first. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that no, he would go. Grace didn't need to fight, that was their job, after all. The girl replied that no, the diva had really asked her to help. Smiling, she added that she'd specifically told him to protect Gabriel. The man turned away and said, "Damn it, he just wants to get shot here and die." Luca took a step forward. They walked through puddles of blood. Corpses lay on the floor. The protagonist stepped in blood. He crouched down. Looking down, the protagonist wondered if this was why the illegal drug dealer had died. The syringes lay on the floor, and the thought crossed his mind that he'd intended to live in the moment, that he'd injected too much. Even if he administered a large dose of a combat stimulant, at best it would be like returning to active duty. Ken's capabilities were so great that his skills were too good for a low-level gang. His partner, his eyes wide, said that this wasn't normal, and that he should be more careful. The body lay in a pool of blood, and Luca realized that he hadn't even taken a gun, but simply forced his way in with a knife. For a first-year cadet, that was more than impressive. Looking down, the protagonist considered that Aleph was probably already dead. They stood still. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened and he realized he was still alive. He abruptly rushed forward. Luca ran through a maze. The protagonist rounded a corner. A bright light appeared in the distance. The protagonist stopped abruptly. The bandit was sitting in front of the man. He turned his head and exclaimed. Smiling, the man announced that the young gentleman had arrived. Luca looked at him silently. Standing before him, the hero explained that he had broken his promise, to which Ken asked what promise he was talking about. He had already left the protection of Gabriel's gang. Lowering his head, he added that he no longer needed his protection. He had come here to achieve his goal. There's an old saying that revenge is a dish best served cold. The protagonist wondered if the brain damage was so severe, even after overdosing on stimulants. Could it be possible to remain so sane? Well, if you slit his throat, he wouldn't hear what he wanted, so the only option was to take him alive. Looking at the hero, the man asked how he could leave alone like that. Standing still, Luca said he was going to catch Ken. They were in the way, so they should move away. The girl elbowed the man, hearing that he was in the way, no matter how good he was. Grace placed her hand on her hip and said she'd keep an eye on Gabriel. Raising his hand, the bandit said he'd give him some advice as thanks for rescuing him. He'd better give up trying to catch him. He took the weapon from the stand. The katana sheath fell to the floor. The man held the weapon out in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that he was like a poisonous insect. Drawing the weapon from behind his back, the hero said, "Excellent." The protagonist held it tightly in his hands. Holding the sword with both hands, Luca thought it must be a heavy, high-pressure weapon. Smirking, he asked, "The exam can't be too easy." Then mused that a real knife was the opening of a crucifix. The assassin stood still before him. Staring straight ahead, the hero pondered what archives meant, what insight meant. His eyes seemed to have an X-ray effect, suggesting he was memorizing every detail in the office. Judging by Ken's posture, he must have been an exceptional craftsman before he lost his ability to perform. The bandit stared at him silently, his mouth hanging open. Standing before him, the hero pondered the fact that he didn't know the point of this move. To overcome the difference in effectiveness, he needed to find weaknesses through counterattacks, and his own body was less effective in comparison. The protagonist held the sword with both hands. Leaping upward, he thought yes, he had the advantage. The crate flew upward. Luca swung the weapon and wondered what had happened to Ken's hand and the table. The bandit grinned broadly. The hero gritted his teeth in rage, glaring at the man. The protagonist swung the weapon sharply. The bandit's eyes lit up. Luca skidded across the ground, thinking about how he'd drawn his sword and dodged the attack in such a short time. The hero frowned and added, "Damn, those are Arky's fighting techniques." Holding his weapon, the bandit asked if he wasn't going to answer, and the protagonist thought his movements seemed to see right through objects, and his positioning was almost prophetic. Now his doubts were somewhat resolved. Smiling, the protagonist mused that Tora was merely a formal director, then said that he was the true master of the arena. Tora was merely a disguise. Putting his hand behind his head, the man replied that, well, everything was fine for now. For now, he wanted to be true to his desires. Smiling, he added that he would offer him something. Holding his weapon, the assassin said that leaving him alone with Aleph for an hour would satisfy him, to which Luca replied that if he agreed, there was nothing he couldn't do. The host began shaking his head, hearing his thoughts. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he'd heard, and if he didn't want to. Tears appeared in the man's eyes, and he could hear himself denying it. Turning around, the bandit said they'd have a good time together later. A pool of blood formed beneath the man. Holding his weapon in his hands, the killer said there was nothing he could do then. Glaring angrily, he added that he still had business with Aleph. The hero stood silently before him, his brow furrowed. Looking at the man, the protagonist considered that he hadn't refuted his conclusions, meaning he was right. He was the one who had received Kinyuan's support, and Tora was simply acting as a shield, covering him. Holding his sword with both hands, Luca considered that if Ken was directly connected to Kinyuan, then killing him here would be unwise. Moving his leg to the side, he added that it was even more necessary to take him alive. Suddenly, the hero lunged forward. He swung his weapon. The man looked up. He leaned back. The protagonist glared at him. Swinging his weapon, he thought he noticed, realizing his blade would break upon impact with the crucis, so he dodged all attacks. A memory of the battle flashed back to him, and the thought entered the protagonist's mind that he must have realized when he'd cut through the metal table that the crucis was originally designed as a blade for creating variables. They parried each other's blows, and Luca considered how unsuitable he was for this kind of fight, where the enemy had to be taken alive. The protagonist looked away. His pupils dilated, and he considered simply killing him. The bandit looked at him fearfully. The protagonist struck the ground. Sitting in a chair, the announcer shouted. A glow appeared around the protagonist, and he thought, no, he needs to pull himself together. He can't miss this opportunity. Standing before the man, the protagonist pondered how, to capture Ken alive, he needed to see further, deeper, higher, and understand the flow of events. Standing still, the man muttered that his brain still had some spare resources, and he should learn to use them. A thought occurred to Luca, something Kinyuan had said about his brain still having spare resources, processing information in his field of vision without problems, and finding a way to utilize them without interfering with combat calculations. The hero's gaze froze, and he thought, okay, he'll try this. His brain appeared, and the protagonist thought he'd create another mindset, a second mindset that would complement the first, allowing him to see the bigger picture. A visualization appeared in the hero's head, and Luca mused that he'd first create a three-dimensional virtual space in his head based on the surrounding information, then place the enemy and himself there, launching a preliminary simulation. The bandit rushed forward, and he added that if he corrected the discrepancies between reality and virtuality using real-time data from his first-person thinking, he could. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he could calculate his moves faster and with more options. Extending his weapon forward, Ken said that no matter how much he underestimated him, being distracted in battle was too much. The protagonist bit his lip and wondered if he had slowed down because of the restructuring of his thinking, that he had somehow relaxed. Grabbing his weapon, he added, well, okay, the optimization of his thinking was complete. Luca swung his sword, thinking about how his first-person thinking processes the battle before his eyes, this combat thinking that calculates 2 or 3 moves ahead and reacts quickly. The hero glared furiously and thought that his second-person thinking was tactical. The man swung his weapon, and the thought occurred to him that it left the immediate battle to his combat thinking, analyzing the big picture. The man stood still. He'd been told he could plan not just a few moves, but much more, 30 to 40 seconds ahead. Rushing toward the bandit, the protagonist considered what it meant to be able to play optimally to capture the enemy alive. He reached for his opponent's sword. Luca grabbed it. The hero swung the weapon, gripping it with both hands. The man stepped aside. The protagonist swung his sword. The opponent looked away. The hero's eye glowed red. Ken grinned broadly. They swung at each other. Frowning, Luca thought he'd seen this coming, too. Looking at his opponent, he thought that if a stronger opponent was trying to capture him alive, such a move was a good choice in itself. He'd used the same tactic before. Throwing the weapon aside, the hero considered the accumulated combat experience making itself felt. The bandit clenched his teeth. The sword spun in the air. Leaping upward, the protagonist realized he was defenseless, the back of his head and back exposed. His eyes blazed brightly. Luca suddenly appeared at the man's side. He struck him in the back. The hero clutched his face. Aleph was tied to a chair. Lowering his head, the protagonist sighed. Entering the room, Gabriel asked, "Well, is it over?" His eyes widened when he heard the order to take Aleph and Ken to the infirmary. The man lifted the bodies. Standing behind the hero, the girl said the fight was impressive, his skill exceeding his expectations. The protagonist leaned back in his chair. His hand trembled. Looking at him, Grace asked if he was a cadet of the Imperial Guards. Lowering his head, Luca replied that it was none of her business. Looking at the girl, the hero thought she had been observing the fight. His fighting technique was based on the Imperial Guard's standard technique, so she inevitably sensed something familiar. The girl then remarked that while she wouldn't tell the diva anything, it was dangerous information. The protagonist smirked, thinking that if he had at least 3 or 4 subordinates like Grace, he would be happy. Right now, even Martina seemed enviable to him. Turning his head, he asked if Lavi and Rose could manage the arena, to which the girl replied that there would be strong resistance within. They might be a gang, but they have their own traditions and rules. Luca frowned, hearing that as soon as they interfered with the arena's affairs, the other gangs would severely restrict their actions. No gang wants one force to become too powerful. The protagonist pursed his lips, reflecting on Gabriel's lack of the necessary abilities to manage the arena, and neither did he. A memory appeared, and he added that judging by Aleph's condition, managing the arena would be difficult in the near future. The arena's future was none of his concern, but the current chaos in the lower districts was due to his interference. Kinyuan smiled and said he really was a kind man. The protagonist stepped in a pool of blood. The girl grinned when he told her to go first and help Gabriel. He'd be right there, to which she replied that she understood. Luca sat in front of her. He bowed his head. Looking away, the hero reflected on how Ken had learned his fighting technique from Kinyuan. They shared the same teacher. The sword lay on the ground, and the thought occurred to him that if he had a proper weapon and an equivalent cybernetic body, he wouldn't have lost so easily. He wished he could have fought him in perfect condition at least once. The protagonist sat up, thinking that it was impossible now. If this was his karma, then so be it. The weapon was stuck in the wall. Luca quickly pulled it out. He destroyed the sword. The hero put the weapon behind his back and thought to himself, "Let him rest in peace." The protagonist left the room. A hospital appeared, and it was announced that he had sent Ken there for compulsory treatment. The man lay on the cot. The thought crossed his mind: acute drug poisoning, missing limbs, a suicide attempt. There was no way to beat information about Kinyuan out of him now. Aleph sat up, and Luca reflected on the fact that he had successfully survived the surgery, but the Colosseum faction had already split among the surviving leaders. Lev stepped forward, adding that the nature of gangs was no different from that of a pack of animals. A weakened leader was simply exiled. The chair stood in a pool of blood. It was said that while the remaining leaders tried to reassemble the organization, a struggle for the Colosseum's manager would ensue, but that was none of his business. 3 days had passed since the incident. A view of the alley opened up. Striking him with his hand, the man declared, "What a bastard!" Gritting his teeth, he added that he was in front of Martina, and then asked if he had any idea what he had been through. The hero glared, hearing that he hadn't. The man's fingers trembled. Turning around, the protagonist thought it was apple flavor. The man sat on the floor, a thought crossing his mind about Grace dragging him like a pig to the slaughter last night, and then with the boss of Lavi and Rose. Something made him feel sick. Lowering his head, Luca said he'd been through enough. Sitting at the bar, the man said he should be grateful, thinking he was just treating him like this for the money, to which the protagonist replied that he was grateful for everything. His eyes widened, the partner shouted that this was his gratitude too, and that he was such a softy, he was going to freeze to death. The protagonist sighed and thought it was awkward to say such a thing, but Gabriel probably wanted to be friends with him. Clutching the juice box in his hands, he added that he couldn't allow that, he had to be prepared to use him. An image of a bandit appeared, and Luca wondered if he'd done the same to them. Looking at the man, the protagonist considered the possibility that if they got any closer, he wouldn't be able to use him as a tool. A girl entered the bar. She opened the door slightly. Looking away, the protagonist thought he'd dismissed the guards. No one was supposed to come. The girl stood in the doorway. She took a step forward. Luca looked at her in surprise and turned to him. Giselle lowered her head. Removing her hood, she remarked that it smelled odd in here. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that it was his own scent, and Gabriel asked who the girl was. The man looked at Giselle and asked again, hearing that she was Luca's younger sister. His eyes widened. He asked why he hadn't told him he had a sister. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't have, to which the gang leader replied that such things were perfectly acceptable. They were friends, after all. Pushing the man aside, Luca told him to make room, as she'd come here to find him. It must be serious business. Gabriel was climbing the stairs. Giselle glanced at the protagonist and asked what if the man overheard their conversation, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't like that, and his hearing wasn't that acute. He froze, hearing that he seemed to trust him. Putting the chip on the table, Giselle said that her father had asked her to tell him what was on it, even she didn't know. Holding the chip in his hands, the protagonist considered the likely destination of the ghost company's money. If the enemy was a high-ranking official, then the Imperial network was also unsafe. The man leaned against the windowsill, thinking that since he'd sent his own daughter as a trusted courier, Hamilas must be extremely cautious. Sitting at the bar, her sister overheard a comment about the situation in the main house. She replied that since he and his father were away for so long, Jupi was taking care of all the business. Suddenly, Luca grabbed her hand. Giselle jerked it away, hearing it was alcohol, to which she replied that she knew she had no desire to drink juice during such a conversation. Smirking, she declared that she wasn't a child. The carton of juice sat on the table. Sitting next to her, the hero mentioned that Imperial Guard cadets are forbidden from drinking alcohol, to which Giselle responded approvingly. Holding the glass in her hand, she mused that it tasted simply awful. The locals called it alcohol and even drank it. As she poured the drink, she remarked that Jupi practically lived in the main house now. Turning her head, she added that because he and his father had been gone for so long, everyone had joined him. The protagonist replied that there was nothing he could do. Unlike the lazy Jupi, he was constantly on assignment. If she found it disgusting, she could restrain him herself. Lowering her head, her sister said that she'd like to, but she wasn't strong enough yet. She needed to officially become an adult to have the right to do anything. Then she'd get serfs and be able to develop her business. Luca glanced at her and said that sounded like an excuse. Giselle blushed with embarrassment and replied that maybe he was cool, but he shouldn't say such things without knowing what was going on in her heart. Whatever she was planning couldn't be done haphazardly. She needed the legal rights of an adult. Holding a glass in her hand, she added that then she could graduate from the academy and lure away the talented people she'd noticed back in school. The girl smiled broadly. The protagonist chuckled slightly. Lowering her hand, the sister explained that this way she suppresses nervous system signals and sends them through the transmitter, while the receiver restores them. Giselle began to lose her balance, saying that while it wasn't as good as a physical connection, it was much better than the current primitive wireless control. The protagonist hugged her. The girl's eyes widened. Extending her arm, she said she could stand, to which Luca replied that he'd take her to the area where the drones patrolled. It gets even more dangerous at night. Giselle pointed her weapon at him and said it was okay, she'd brought a pistol. Her marksmanship was good enough. If she encountered a suspicious character, she'd just shoot. She pulled the trigger. Taking the weapon from her, the hero told her not to be reckless. A pistol alone didn't guarantee safety. His sister looked at him in surprise, hearing that if something happened to her, he'd be upset too. A view of an alley opened up. The protagonist pulled the girl's hood up. They walked down the street. Head down, the girl said she'd forgive him for causing him trouble. She'd only intended to hand over the chip and leave, but it seemed she'd gotten a little carried away. Walking behind the hero, she added that she meant she was nervous because she hadn't been out in a while. It was her first time descending to the lower districts alone. Luca replied that he didn't need to apologize. It was enough that she understood her guilt. The girl looked away. She turned her head. His sister took a few quick steps forward. Putting an arm around the hero, she asked him about growing up in such a place. Frowning, the hero replied that he, too, tried not to go out after dark. There were children who left at night and never returned. Looking down, he considered that was what made him even more afraid. People were standing in the alley, and the thought crossed his mind that if he retreated, he would fall into this abyss. He was different from true aristocrats. Drones flew through the air. The protagonist suddenly stopped. Standing behind the girl, he said, "Now let him go." Grinning, Giselle asked if next time they could come, not on business, but just like that. Her gaze froze. Luca stared at her silently. His sister looked at him in surprise, hearing him tell her to pull herself together. This was no place for fun. She bit her lip. Turning away, the girl said it was a joke. She had no desire to have fun in such a filthy place. She began to walk away. Looking at her, the hero reflected that he understood everything. When emotions were so openly displayed, it was hard to miss. Clenching his fist, he added that, however, he was a member of the Castoria family, and in a situation where even the slightest mistake could put him in danger, he had no need for relationships and emotions that clouded his judgment. The protagonist stood before the boy, and the thought occurred to him that he had seen even the distinguished Eileen stumble over a woman. Luca turned the other way. Walking through the city, the hero thought that he shouldn't have an intimate relationship with her. The sun illuminated the ruins. The protagonist stood on the rubble. The boy squints ahead. Luca looks at the ruins and asks if this is where Mark Baron's abandoned valley is. A glowing road stretches ahead. The boy stands in the wind and remembers that the information Hamilla's sent indicated the location of the money flow. A hooded girl stands surrounded by men. Luca continues to ponder that the place used to be run by the security company Deternin, until everything fell into ruin. Stones lie under the bridge. The boy wonders if they accepted antiques or works of art instead of money, and sometimes even intangible assets like valuable information. The boy approaches the concrete rubble and decides that VIP clients, requiring exceptional secrecy, probably preferred this premium security company. Several pairs of eyes stare at the protagonist. The protagonist silently recounts that the shell companies associated with the arena converted money into untraceable assets, occasionally did business with Deternin, and sometimes used third-party companies to process payments, making it nearly impossible for anyone other than a high-ranking Imperial official to uncover these schemes. The bespectacled man turns his head, and Luca continues to ponder that this is probably why Nicholas decided to dig deeper. Luca looks away. The hooded man stands before him. The old man, narrowing his eyes, asks what he's looking for and adds that if he needs directions, he can help. The older man touches Luca and says he can do so for an additional fee. The protagonist looks down. The protagonist delivers a swift blow. The old man sprouts tentacles from his back. The bespectacled man glares down angrily. He climbs the wall, and Luca thinks that reflexes like the man's are a clear sign of serious illegal prosthetics, although he managed to throw the old man aside with intent close to fatal. The protagonist looks away and thinks that now they won't underestimate him. The guy walks through the rubble. A collapse has formed in his path. Luca steps into the light. A glowing OM sign appears. Luca stares at the sign. High-rise buildings are destroyed, and the protagonist thinks that Deternin's office is somewhere nearby. He looks thoughtfully into the distance. The foundation under the protagonist's feet begins to break. The guy quickly jumps forward. Destroyed skyscrapers lean on each other. Luca stands between the rubble. The guy looks at the destroyed structure. The protagonist peers ahead and says that this must be the building. A window in the building shatters from the impact. The guy quickly flies inside. Luca looks back. There is a pile of debris on the floor. The protagonist clears the sign with his hand. The guy squints at the sign and learns that, according to the information, Deternin's office is on the 9th floor. Luca looks up. He climbs the stairs. He rushes up, thinking there's no hope of finding anything here. He looks down the shaft and thinks that if this organization was involved in Nicholas's death, they left no trace behind, and continues to ponder that they could only have left him significant evidence if they completely screwed up. Luca looks up and imagines that one of these doors must lead to Deternin's office, and continues to think that the enemy hindering his investigation is not so simple. The sign with the inscription gleams. The sign reflects the light. The guy raises his hand and mentally says that he understands why they are cutting threads and cleaning up their tracks. The protagonist strikes. Luca quickly approaches the wall. He lifts a piece of concrete. The protagonist holds the memory cards in his hand, thinking that he should extract the remaining information, just in case. Luca climbs onto the remains of the wall. He peers ahead. The wind blows through his hair. Rays of bright sunlight illuminate his face, and he silently wonders how he can stop the investigation and remove all traces. Steam escapes from the protagonist's mouth, and he continues that killing the investigator is probably the solution, and this method will surely help. Luca opens his mouth, thinking that it's clear why there are energy particles in this dust. The protagonist lowers his hand and decides that if they killed Nicholas, then sooner or later they will come for him. Luca touches his weapon with his fingers, thinking that an enemy will soon appear here who wants to eliminate him. A hooded man stands before the protagonist and says he's glad to see him again. The protagonist looks askance. The hooded man holds the protagonist by the throat. The warrior sits, and the protagonist remembers that this is the one who broke his spine and completely crushed Felix. Felix lies on the ground, and Luca remembers it's Rick Kaiser. The man in the black helmet looks ahead, and the protagonist thinks his weapon was made just for this encounter. The man in glasses opens his mouth wide and says that the ruin needs to be warmed up before firing, and continues that without a cooling shell, even 2 quick shots are enough for the weapon to warm up. The guy holds the gun in his hand and remembers that after that defeat, he ran simulation after simulation in anticipation of this day, and continues to think that the weapon's range is short, but he uses the pistol precisely because it has the highest firepower of all available personal weapons. Luca fires. A ball of energy rushes forward. The beam of energy spirals. The protagonist swings his sword, thinking that this is exactly what he was prepared for. Luca strikes. Rick meets the blow. The man in black armor steps aside and says he noticed how well the enemy prepared himself thanks to his toy. Rick looks at Luca and says he didn't think he'd grow up so quickly and be able to penetrate his armor in such a short time, adding that he might be a combat genius. The boy turns his head and thinks that even though it's a compliment from an enemy, it still warms his heart. The protagonist fires a shot at point-blank range and mentally screams that his enemy's death will warm him even more. The boy keeps his finger on the trigger of his pistol. The building lies down. Blue light pours from the opening. The young man holds the pistol and thinks that Rick's battle armor won't withstand the shockwave of the ruins. The antagonist darted to the side, and the protagonist added that he had no choice but to dodge his attacks. A crosshair appeared, and the hero realized that by eliminating one pattern, reading his movements became much easier. His foot kicked off the ground. The man swung at the hero. Luca struck with his sword. The opponent looked away. The young man took aim and realized he needed to go even faster. The hero fired and thought about how each time information from his senses reaches his brain. An image of the brain appeared, and Luca explained that his head was filled with chemicals and hormones, penetrating his mind. The hero looked away and mentally explained that this was the feeling when unnecessary emotions gradually fade, as did compassion and fear, leaving only a hideously overgrown aggression and belligerence, turning him into a fighting machine. An image of the hero's sensory field appeared, and he added that only battle thinking and logic accumulated in his split consciousness. The enemy came up behind the hero. The protagonist sat up and thought that the cybernetic body was in perfect condition, without the slightest discomfort or hesitation even in instant movements, and everything was functioning perfectly, as these pieces of metal felt like their own flesh and blood. His foot kicked off the ground. Luca flew at his opponent and realized that today he would give it his all, to the last drop. The antagonist dodged the orbs. The man stopped. The protagonist flew at the enemy. Luca swung his sword and mentally willed the enemy of the Empire to die. The sword touched Rick's shoulder, and the young man added that he would die along with Felix's nail. Red energy pierced the antagonist's body. The ground cracked beneath the people's feet. The hand lay still. Light penetrated the room. The young man raised his head and thought it was pleasant. The hero's hand grips his sword, and he thinks there couldn't be a more satisfying blow, trying to comprehend how refreshing it was to rip off Rick's head instead of his arm. Luca stands before the antagonist, realizing his brain would melt from the sense of accomplishment. The man clutches his wound and says he can now be considered a full-fledged guardsman, and the young man tries to understand why the enemy isn't using his weapon. It doesn't look like he's hiding it somewhere. A blue aura envelopes the man's body, and he says that as a reward for the hero's growth, he'll show him one of his tricks. The protagonist realizes that if he doesn't use his weapon even now, after losing his arm, there must be a reason. The boy looks ahead. An image of the antagonist's energy appears. A bright flash illuminates the room, and the hero tries to understand what it is. It's not just speed travel. Rick stands behind the hero, who realizes he's literally vanished, and the man says he won't tell him trivial things like the Empire doesn't deserve loyalty, or something about the voice of the people, and he won't feed him such meaningless nonsense. The young man delivers a roundhouse kick, and the antagonist adds that the hero is an inveterate individualist, and Luca realizes he's seen something like this somewhere before. The stranger extends his hand, and the protagonist realizes it resembles Force's power. Rick's silhouette stands behind the hero, telling him that after this, he won't be able to let him go, and adds that the young man shouldn't count on luck, because this time everything will be different and he'll definitely smash his brains out. Luca lowered his head and thought it was hopeless, because no matter how much he calculated, the result was the same, because as long as this guy had that teleportation ability, he had no chance of winning. The hero looked back in surprise when the man said this was his final offer. The antagonist extended his hand. The sun illuminated Rick, who asked how Luca would live, as a machine or as a human, since he still had a choice. The hero tilted his head, wondering if he understood this philosophical talk about machines and humans. The youth turned and added that he only knew that if he didn't accept his offer, he would kill him, since his chances were slim. An image of a young Luca appeared, remembering that his devotion to the Empire had once been sincere, like a child who unquestioningly believed his parents were always right. The man stood, and the youth understood that the Empire wasn't always right, and that there was much vile darkness within it, yet the Empire had accepted him. The man tilted his head, and the hero realized that Jamila's had accepted him too. Eli smiled, and the hero remembered that he had become his friend. The girl looked forward, and the hero said that Giselle was just family for now. The man and the girl stand, and the protagonist adds that there are also Gabriel and Hilda, and concludes that no matter what anyone says, his place is in the Empire. The young man smiled. The protagonist pressed his pistol to his sword. The hero forms a cross with his sword and pistol and says his name is Lucas. The wind rustles the boy's hair, who adds that he is the sword and shield of a great empire. The antagonist tilts his head and asks if the hero intends to spend his life doing dirty work and then be disposed of. The protagonist looks forward and replies that if it's for the empire, then yes. The man clutches his head. The antagonist turns and asks if Kinyuan heard that. The young man looks away, and Rick adds that he understands that he cares for him, but he's a fool. The silhouette looks down. The man lowers his head. The hero raises his head and thinks that he knew Kinyuan would one day become his enemy. The stone stands. The man steps on the ground. The long-haired man lowered his head. The young man lowered his weapon and assumed he, too, was an enemy of the empire. The man spoke the hero's name. The protagonist clutches the weapon and says that one only needs to know whether one is an ally or an enemy, and that's all. The bearded man remains silent. The antagonist looks ahead, and the male voice says that he wanted to be on his side. Luca raised his sword. His hand grips the sword, and the young man realizes this is an ambiguous answer. The robot turns and asks why he chose this man, since Eli, opposed to the empire, would have been the best option, and the hero realizes that he has always been that way. Kinyuan looks ahead and replies that Eli is talented, but not a suitable candidate for Archi's Victima, and the hero adds that Kinyuan is exactly that kind of person. Luca stood before two opponents, and the antagonist tried to understand why Archi's Victima was so important. The man added that being a double agent required a special mindset to utilize it, and excellent candidates like Luca were rare. The hero realized he couldn't avoid the question forever. The man lifted the chair. His hand brushed off the dust. Kinyuan sat down and said that he and Luca needed to talk some more. The long-haired man looked forward and added that he thought they could come to a different answer. The young man raised his head. The man sat in the chair and repeated that he thought they could come to a different answer, and the young man realized he would get the answer from Kinyuan. The robot turned and said that this guy had a clear opinion, so why bother? The man lowered his head and asked Rick to let him talk to Luca some more. Kinyuan raised his head and said that he needed someone to hand over his position to, as he didn't have much time left. The protagonist leaned over and said he had no intention of becoming a traitor to the empire, adding that he needed to know him. The man responded that he knew full well the hero was constantly wavering, and if he stayed here, he would become an Imperial guard. A red aura enveloped the stranger, and a male voice explained honor, status, and material wealth, as well as the Empire's most glorious warrior. The young man looked at the robot, and Kinyuan concluded that in exchange, he must become part of the machine. The hero shifted his gaze and said that becoming part of the machine was simply a difference in perspective, as it didn't mean becoming part of the Legion, but rather using the Legion. The antagonist looked ahead, and the young man explained that it was a tool, like other mechanisms. The man turned. Kinyuan sat down and explained that it wasn't a difference in perspective, as the Legion could not be controlled by the human mind. He added that through training the guards, their humanity was diminished, leaving only their thinking and individuality, turning them into weapons of war. An image of the hero's brain appeared, and the man explained that this is how an Imperial guard is reborn as a biocomputer, specifically as a key component of the Legion, adding that the young man is smart, so he understands what he's talking about. The young man stands. The captain holds a mug and says he will give advice not as the commander of the guards, but as a senior comrade, adding that to survive long within, irrational and ineffective impurities must remain, and the young man realized that Jamilia's advice was sincere. Luca raised his head and said that even if this was true, it was no reason to betray the Empire, since it was enough to simply prevent the Legion from consuming him. The robot turned and told Kinyuan to stop, since the hero would not be dissuaded. The antagonist stands behind him, a man asking him to end it. The long-haired man leaned over and said it was a pity. Kinyuan understood and repeated that he was truly sorry. The long-haired man bowed his head. Light reflected off the prosthetic. Kinyuan twisted the antagonist's head and explained that he was sorry he had to kill Rick here. Blood trickled down the robot's head, and the man added that it was extremely unfortunate. The young man looked forward. The antagonist's body lay on the floor. The boy picked up his sword and asked what was happening here. Kinyuan turned the robot's body over and replied that he had killed an enemy of the Empire, and Luca said that wasn't what he was asking. The man scratched his beard. The head looked up with a blank stare. A bead of sweat trickled down the young man's face. A metal hand pierced his head, and the man realized that Rick had treasured his treasure very much. His fingers held a sphere, and Kinyuan noted that he had intended to take it with him, even in death, and the boy guessed that it was the arcana. The long-haired man examines the object and explains that if Luca had accepted Rick's offer, he wouldn't have had to kill him himself. The man adjusted his collar and added that it would have been enough to add him to a watch list for those joining the terrorists, and simply report on the situation. The protagonist looked up and said that the instructor was a double agent, and he didn't know how much he could trust his word, to which the man replied that he was pleased to hear that, as it was proof that he wasn't rusty as a double agent. The protagonist grabbed the sword and suggested that it was all an act, to which Kinyuan replied that he and Rick couldn't have been fooled by a single act, explaining that the Empire wasn't perfect, and that the criticism leveled at it was also sincere. Sweat poured down the young man's face, and the instructor declared that the empire shouldn't be destroyed, as destroying a dam because it wasn't perfect was utter nonsense. Luca clutched the sword and asked who he was. Kinyuan stood up and said he wanted to tell him something before answering. The man extended his hand and began by describing the protagonist's journey through a dangerous reality, where even right and wrong were blurred, and how he navigated chaos where no step forward could be seen. He added that he had fought against certain death, even in desperate situations where hope had vanished, but he, a young man, had not lost his compass. Kinyuan bowed and said he understood the boy's anxiety and worry, and he was ready to pay him his respects. The protagonist lowered his weapon. The hero's eyes widened when he heard that in the end, he had sided with the Empire. The man raised his head and said that, knowing the Empire was wrong, that the world wasn't so simple, he had chosen this path through his own experience and will. The hero looked down and replied that the reason wasn't so great. A hand touched the young man's head, and Kinyuan declared himself the protector of humanity, the founding father, adding that praise be to the Empire's first emperor, Dino Cratius. The man extended his hand and declared himself a servant of the emperor's brother, Yuri Cratius, the eyes and overseer of the emperor, holding the title of Aki's Domini. The hero looked at the hand, and the male voice added that his words were the will of his majesty. The young man lowered his gaze, and the man said that Luca bowed his head, and the protagonist thought that he still didn't know what was right and what was wrong. The boy bowed his head and mentally remarked that high and low, privileged and poor, wherever one looked, there was only a rational distortion, but not only the Empire. The hero knelt and understood that the world, this universe, was such by nature. The man extended his hand and declared that he, born as Luca and becoming Luca's Castoria, was authorized to serve as Aki's Domini. Kinyuan lowered his head and added that they were nowhere and everywhere at once. Looking down, the youth repeated the instructor's words. The long-haired man looked down and motioned for the young overseer to stand. A silhouette stood before the screens, the eyes and eyes of the emperor's overseer, Aki's Domini. The screen went dark. This rank and position are not recorded in documents. Even the emperor, if asked, denies the existence of Aki's Domini. The youth looked at the monitors and thought that he didn't know how many Aki's Domini there were, but their number was small. If there were hundreds or thousands, it would be difficult to keep a secret. The young man kneels, thinking there could only be two of them, just him and Kinyuan, while the man begins to explain that the Empire has learned from past experience, and that a rigid social structure and strict rule generate strong resistance, and if resistance is suppressed by force, everything ends up being turned upside down. The instructor lowered his head and explained that people like Nemesis and Rick are allowed to operate within reasonable limits, controlling their scales so that they don't threaten the government, because this eliminates much resistance and discontent. The hero looks down, and the man adds that few people truly want to overthrow the Empire, and the young man realizes it's a trap, a surveillance operation. The antagonist lies on the ground, and the protagonist realizes that the Empire wasn't looking for internal enemies, but simply gradually released the water until the dam burst. The young man looked away, wondering what the Empire's limits were. Kinyuan said that Luca had clearly remembered that when you feel things are changing for the better, discontent subsides. The man poured tea into a glass and added that human life is nourished not by despair, but by hope, for the belief that things will get better helps overcome misfortune and suffering. The man took a sip. Ruck lowered his cup, and the instructor explained that hope helps one survive even a terrible reality. The man raised his head, and the protagonist realized that even this rebellious attitude was loyalty to the Empire, like an overseer. His eye rested on the ground, and the young man tried to understand whether Rick truly wanted to overthrow the Empire. The man sat in a chair and told Luca to continue pretending to investigate his activities, adding that if he took Rick's body, it would enhance his reputation and lead to a promotion, and would also make him the most accomplished cadet in the history of the Imperial Guards. The man then asked if the guard commander knew about the overseers. His hand touched the floor, and Kinyuan commented that Jamila's flaw was his excessive loyalty, saying that if he had a little more freedom, he would be more comfortable. The hero then asked if the instructor knew Nicholas had died but didn't intervene. The man looked down and replied that the death of Nicholas, a high-ranking official and the eldest son of the guard commander, was a great consolation for the rebel forces, as killing such a figure creates the illusion of accomplishment, but in reality, they are easily replaceable. His hand began to tremble, and the instructor added that in any case, after Nicholas's death, everything would be quiet for a while. The young man realized that, from a practical standpoint, it was better for Nicholas to die, which meant he allowed him to be killed. The hero lowered his head and assumed Rick had ordered the assassination. The instructor approached the hero and replied that he was still his student and therefore couldn't learn everything from him, as he was still on the brink and could be eliminated at any moment. Kinyuan squeezed the boy's shoulder and told him to understand his situation. The young man thought that he hadn't become attached to Nicholas, but still felt responsible. After all, if things were so complicated, who should he hold responsible? The instructor, the terrorist group, or perhaps even the Empire? The hero looked away when the man said the time would come and his majesty would summon him. Kinyuan lowered his head. The instructor turned and added that until then, he would be tormented by doubts and discontent. Luca sat on the ground, and Kinyuan told him to keep them to himself, and the hero realized there was too much vague information. An image of the hero's induction into Aki's domain appeared, and the young man tried to understand the connection between this title and Aki's victim. The silhouette stood there, and the protagonist wondered if so, who was Aki's victim? Was it true that Linoel, who led the first rebellion, was a traitor? Perhaps he too was working for the Empire for political reasons. Luca looked up. The young man was standing outside and reported that Rick had been killed. He had encountered Rick during an investigation of the detonants, after which there had been a shootout. He hadn't contacted Rick because there was no communication in the dungeon, and he was awaiting further instructions. He had left the underground tunnels and moved to the communications zone to report the situation to Kinyuan, who had been with him long ago. The sun shone on the hero. The man turned, and the young man remembered the words about the Empire's overseer and the Empire's ghost. The protagonist looks ahead. Someone is walking among the ruins. Luca watches drones fly past. The plane is parked in the middle of a ruined city. The guys gathered in a circle. Luca studied the man. He was shocked. The guys strapped the corpse in place and noticed that it was indeed a nickname from Nemesis. Standing before the projection, the warrior said that the protagonist had done an excellent job, and that this merited the Order of the Cross, 4th class, the first time in history that an Imperial Guard cadet had received such an award. Smiling, he congratulated MC on the brilliant completion of the mission. The stunned protagonist began to speculate that he could now view literally every single piece of information on every Imperial Guardsman, even though he outranked him. The others then began to discuss the guy's relief. Most likely, his nervous system was holding together by a thread. Holding his face, the guy apologized, then mentally noted that the unfamiliar information constantly flooding his field of view was making him feel nauseous. He lowered his gaze and emphasized the fact that he needed rest. A message popped up suggesting he lower the information display level. Lying on his bed, Luca realized he'd slept for a full 16 hours. He remembered falling asleep on the ship and noted that there was plenty to be tired from, after everything that had happened, but he never expected to snore in front of his superiors. He imagined the chief centurion and added that he still couldn't believe that the guy who had deceived both the guard commander, Hamilas, and his friend, Rick, was the Empire that controlled everything through Kinyuan. He imagined the Emperor and emphasized that he was the only person who truly understood all this chaos. Opening his eyes, the protagonist declared that the more he thought about it, the more goosebumps appeared on his skin. He imagined Operation Juliet, and noted that the guard commander had once planted the witch Barbara in Nemesis, even if Hamilas didn't know that Kinyuan was an observer on the Emperor's orders. A message from the commander appeared, telling MC to report to his office after the examination, after which the guy concluded that he must continue to hide Kinyuan's identity from Hamilas. He climbed the stairs. The protagonist began scanning passers-by. Frowning, Luca wondered if this was the world Kinyuan had seen. The protagonist remembered watching him go, and noting that he'd said the Emperor would summon him soon, and until then, whatever grievances or doubts arose, he should keep them to himself. Clenching his fist, MC mentally wondered what moment would have to come for him to step off this dangerous roller coaster of life, since he'd certainly ascended to a safer position after this incident. He sought information on each person in front of him. The man sat at a desk and allowed the protagonist to enter. Luca stood before him. The young man saw a red notice that access to the Centurion's information was denied. He stood quietly, thinking that the information was unavailable for viewing. A guard commander was a guard commander. The projection vanished upon touching him. The man, with a serious expression, noted that he was listening to his report. The protagonist stood before him. Hamilas frowned and asked if he'd met Rick one-on-one. Looking down, MC replied that Rick had persuaded him to betray the Empire, but he'd refused, prompting a fight. Looking at the intern, the commander explained that Rick Silva Nunez was a particularly dangerous criminal, long elusive to the Empire, and that he'd once been a distinguished guardsman. The protagonist then explained that the Aki's martial art had helped him, though only just. If not for his training under instructor Kinyuan, he wouldn't have survived. Crossing his legs, the commander asked if the intern had learned anything new about the traitor. Putting his hands behind his back, the protagonist reported that he'd been unable to obtain anything, not even proof that Noel, Torika's patron, was Kinyuan. Hamilas, smiling, said that as Luca knew, his feat had indeed been an unexpected result. It was so unusual that it even seemed strange. Beads of sweat trickled down the young man's face as he considered the centurion testing him. Looking at the coat of arms, the protagonist silently asked himself not to feel guilty for deceiving him. He remembered his comrades and noted that if the man had known the whole truth, he would have definitely understood that it was all for the Empire. MC, with a serious expression, noted that, as he had already said, his victory was due to the Aki's martial art, and for a military man, excellent service is no reason for interrogation. A smile appeared on Hamilas's face. The commander lowered his head and noted that, as the protagonist knew, awarding a 4th-class cross to a cadet was an exceptional case. There were no precedents, but given his feat, the committee would approve it without objection. Looking at the boy, the man announced that since this would enhance the family's prestige, a celebratory banquet would be held at the main house, so he needed to be prepared. He hoped MC had studied ballroom dancing well at the Kracia Academy. With his hands behind his back, he listened as he was told he would be the main character. He stood at the awards ceremony and explained that time had passed, and he had received the Cross Order of the 4th class for military merit, adding a line to his biography in exchange for minor formalities. A medal hung on his chest. His comrade mocked him while Luca said he had invited his classmates to the banquet, including Eli. Most volunteered to attend, seizing the opportunity to socialize. Thus began the grand banquet, where he was the hero. The night sky enveloped the city. We were transported to the Imperial banquet hall, where many guests had gathered. The doors opened. A girl stood before the protagonist and asked if he had memorized the names of all the officials and officers who would be attending. Frowning, the young man replied that everything was under control, only to hear Jupi sound incredibly nervous. Giselle looked him in the eye and said that Jupi couldn't have imagined a cadet would receive the Order of the Cross, 4th class. She looked at him, embarrassed. Placing her hands on his chest, she listened to Luca's explanation of his luck. She straightened his tie and said she hadn't realized he was so modest. Looking down, he listened as the young woman explained that Jupi would likely use all his connections and influence at this banquet, trying his best to keep up with his achievements. It would be interesting to see. Looking at the puzzled man, the protagonist began to reason that even with everything, Jupi hadn't achieved anything. He had been running around from anxiety before, and an imperial nobleman couldn't be ordinary, especially with a great father. He imagined Hemila's. The girl, crossing her arms, declared that her beloved looked excellent. She examined the young man's appearance, and noted that he truly did resemble a young gentleman. Extending his hand, Luca remarked that in the lower districts, everyone called him gentleman, to which he replied that the one in the middle always receives ambiguous treatment. Standing before him, Giselle emphasized that this wasn't advice, but fact. Hemilas entered the room. He passed his daughter. Smiling, the man remarked that she was a smart girl. The commander stood across from him and said he regretted her lack of military talent, after which the protagonist explained that he had thought she wanted to become the head of the family. Frowning, the intern listened as he explained that family traditions were stronger than the young man thought, especially in older families. Even the intelligent Nicholas had suffered because of them, after which MC declared that Giselle was still better than Jupi, who had never earned a single military award in all his years. The centurion glanced at him askance and replied that no one knew what lay ahead for a man. Today they were celebrating his heroism, and there was no need to be too strict, although that was also his virtue. The protagonist glanced at his watch. Looking at the man, Luca noted he had something he wanted to ask. Clenching his fist, the protagonist explained that he and Jupi would clash. No matter how hard he tried, he still considered him his rival. If Hemilas wanted to make his own son head of the family, he should say so now, so he would defer to Jupi and back off. The man extended his hand. He placed it on the young man's shoulder and explained that the head of the family is the one who leads and protects the clan and home. If a person is ready for this, he doesn't care who it is. Smiling, the commander emphasized that he felt even Luca wasn't ready enough yet. He wasn't the man who would die for the Castorian clan. He removed his hand from the intern's shoulder and asked him not to speak lightly of family leadership. Hemilas left. The protagonist calmly concluded that the man was right. If he considered himself an outsider in the family, he couldn't claim the right to be head, yet the centurion still regarded him as equal to the other children. Touching his shoulder, MC declared that, moreover, the commander recognized his abilities more than anyone else and kept him close. He stood quietly, thinking that he felt like a small man. Luca glanced at the invited guests and added that it was a troubled and unpleasant night. The banquet was being celebrated wildly. A waiter was pushing a serving cart. He passed by the people. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist said he was glad to meet the man who had said he was honored to receive recognition from such a promising man. His place was already in the past, and he was fresh blood in the empire. The boy, looking pleased, thought that the corners of his lips were still trembling. Hemilas clapped him on the shoulder and asked him to hold on. He stood next to him and said that today, Luca was the face of the Castoria family. The boy stood before him. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if he would have to constantly endure this horror to be part of the family. He imagined the commander's crazed face and added that Hemilas, whom he had seen on the battlefield, seemed like a man born for battle, but he forced himself to fulfill these duties to fulfill his duty as the head of the family. Looking at the mentor's face, the protagonist guessed that to become part of this family, he would have to do the same. They walked to the balcony. Turning around, the man noticed that the head centurion had arrived. The commander approached Director Jean and introduced his son, Luca, after which the man asked to look at something important. The protagonist's face was serious. Looking at Jin's face, the boy realized he was the director of the 4th laboratory, looked after by the royal family, one of the most important people in the empire, childless, and devoted all his time to research. It was nice to see someone who wasn't stricken with vanity. The man, looking crazed, asked if that wasn't remarkable, noting that this fingernail-sized holy stone could release enough energy to power an entire spaceship. Clutching his face, Hemilas explained that transporting ores without a special sealing container was dangerous, after which Jean urged him not to panic, as he had coated it with his own light energy sealant. Its liquid form made it easy to use and versatile. Grinning, the director added that it was still being finalized, so a small energy leak was possible, but a slight explosion wouldn't cause any problems. The frightened boys left the place. The commander said Jean had brought a prototype from his lab, a state secret. If spies from Bellato or Koret had been present at this meeting, he'd been told the Centurion was too picky for his age. If they could consistently extract energy from this ore, everything would change. The man, looking pleased, asked if Hemilas knew why the research would be conducted jointly with 3 countries, no matter the cost. He raised his hands as fireworks exploded in the sky, emphasizing that it was because he wanted to see the results before he died. The man looked up, ecstatic. Smiling, Luca reflected on how carefree he was, despite his position in the Empire, a real oddball. Jean began to laugh. The commander extended his hand and remarked that, judging by his energy, he could easily live another century. The director then declared that he was barely half what he once was, that he knew himself well, and that his brain wasn't what it used to be. Raising an eyebrow, the scientist said he understood what they were saying, but he meant something else. He was being corrupted. The woman walked toward them. The dumbfounded protagonist turned when he heard her voice. She happily remarked that the restroom had an excellent self-cleaning system. It was really clean down there, so she was sure he'd like it. The boys looked at each other in surprise. A dumbfounded Jean ran to her, telling her that she shouldn't ever do anything so stupid again, since he preferred the smell to cleanliness. The director hugged her and introduced her as Martina. The protagonist took a glass of wine. His face was haggard. He remembered the commander turning around and telling Luca he'd done a good job and could now do whatever he wanted. MC watched the crowd. His eyes began to glow. Looking at the girl, he wondered where Martina had come from, as even an observer could see she wasn't an aristocrat. Looking at her face, the guy noted that she was older than he'd expected, then asked if there was a reason she was playing the girlfriend of such an eccentric nobleman, adding that he was sure people like Jean had the authority to bring someone from the lower class into their retinue. Looking down, Luca thought it was ability, that even others were willing to forgive any eccentricity. He noticed a scream. The director jumped from the balcony, shouting that he felt like he could fly. He closed his eyes. The guys nearby were discussing how Jean always did that when he was drunk. Eli approached him and asked how the star of the party was doing, to which he replied that he was losing his luster. Looking at his companion, he asked him to stop being so prickly and smile, then asked if the protagonist knew how many girls wanted to talk to him but couldn't because of his creepy expression. They clinked glasses, and MC asked if he knew anything about director Jean Gao. Smiling, Eli stated that he did. He was one of the most authoritative experts in the field of ancient civilization studies, after which MC asked if he had any questions. Standing nearby, the guy replied that it was too late today. Getting through to him was harder than he thought, as the director got drunk quickly. The protagonist was surprised to hear that Jean had been allowed into Bellato. Holding a glass in his hand, his companion said that even if they were potential enemies, he should visit this place. If 2 nations united and shared technology, it would leave a third behind, not to mention civil relations. Glancing at Luca, he pointed out that many of them secretly visited Bellato, especially in the border town. Loud music blared from the speakers. They looked at each other silently. Placing his glass on the tray, Eli announced that it was time for dancing. Waving his hand, he asked for a beautiful woman. The protagonist also put his glass away. Giselle was fending off some guys who wanted to ask her to dance. Eli approached the girl and asked her to dance. The light fell on the protagonist. Squinting, MC wondered how many more parties he needed to attend before he felt this comfortable. He remembered sitting at the table while the guys were arguing and added that for now, he preferred that small room. The girl touched his shoulder. Giselle, looking puzzled, declared that he couldn't just stand there and watch, he had to dance. Looking at her, Luca declared that he was a poor dancer and would probably step on anyone he was partnered with. He responded that people wouldn't like it if the star of the party refrained from dancing. It was rude. The protagonist, looking serious, asked what the big deal was. Giselle was embarrassed. She looked away. The girl's mouth dropped open and she said, "What if he has no one to dance with?" Someone was approaching. Turning around, MC noticed Martina, who assumed their star didn't have a partner. Extending her hand, she asked if Luca would mind dancing with her. The protagonist stared at her. He turned his gaze to Giselle. Her face was sad. The girls surrounded him. Beads of sweat were streaming down Giselle's face. Looking at the girls, MC tried to decide who to dance with. He glanced at his girlfriend. Frowning, he silently apologized to her, as he needed to talk to Martina. Giselle stood in front of him and remarked that it was timely. She thought she'd have to find him a partner herself. Squeezing his hand, the girl said she was glad they'd found a girl worthy of him. She turned and walked away. Luca watched her go. Martina, looking serious, explained that when she heard the name of the hero of the occasion, she thought it couldn't be true. Luca turned out to be a bigger deal than she thought. The protagonist took her hand and clarified their connection to Dr. Jean. Smiling, the woman asked not to be questioned. The woman began to walk toward the dance floor. She tugged at the man and declared that she would tell him everything herself. A surprised MC followed her. They began to dance. As she danced, Martina explained that the diva, Love and Rose, often plays the role of companion to influential aristocrats. In other words, she's the mistress of the cream of society, such is the unspoken role of a diva. Rumor has it that the first diva was the emperor's mistress. Looking him in the eye, the woman said that these were just rumors. No one knows if they're true, after which the protagonist wondered if that's why she attacked him, even knowing he was an aristocrat. Martina looked him in the eye and asked if that was a satisfactory answer, at which point MC remarked that if she had a powerful patron, she wouldn't be afraid of low-ranking nobles. The dead-end affairs in the lower sector were most likely their doing. Looking down, the protagonist replied that this answer was more or less satisfactory, and wondered if Love and Rose was also trying to overturn the rotten system from within. Closing her eyes, the woman added that in that case, she had a small question. Continuing to dance, she asked why the son of an Imperial Guard captain was getting involved with slum gangs and whether it was a questionable hobby. Holding her shoulder, MC informed her that it wasn't a difficult question for him, but if she knew the answer, he feared she wouldn't last long in this world. Light fell on them as Luca explained that even Dr. Zni couldn't protect her, and the safety of the Lovey and Rose itself would be in question. Martina tilted her head back, listening. She was a wise woman, so he was sure she understood. She raised her head. The woman stepped on his foot, saying it was improper to mock a lady. She looked pained, emphasizing that she understood what the protagonist had said. She walked away from him. MC was surprised. As she left, the woman emphasized that the safety of the Lovey and Rose was her top priority. Smiling, the man assumed he had witnessed blatant insolence. Giselle left there, thinking that they were both the kind of people who wouldn't spare their lives for the gang or their home, so everything seemed right. The protagonist glanced at his watch. He was alone. Looking around, Luca mentally noted that it was time for him to go. His gaze fell on the lonely Giselle. She lowered her head, looking sad. The surprised guy turned to her. MC suddenly turned his attention to the brawl. Jeff looked at Eli with a satisfied expression. His comrade glanced at him. He started moving his lips, trying to ask for help. The protagonist was puzzled. Looking at the girl, he wondered what she should do. Giselle was surprised when their gazes met. She was embarrassed. The girl, her face flushed, walked away. Luca frowned. Turning around, he concluded that he would talk to her later and asked if he could see Eli for a minute. The protagonist entered a dark room. He looked exhausted, noting that he was tired. He remembered helping Eli. Hemilas looked at him with a satisfied expression. As he left, the young man emphasized that his senses were gradually dulling, and that he didn't understand what people saw in alcohol. He then asked why he would poison his body and mind with his own hands. MC shifted his gaze. He stopped in front of the painting. Studying the image, Luca noticed that it was the current emperor, Yuri Karfika. Stunned, he reasoned that this was the one who knew absolutely everything, and that, as an overseer, he was now obligated to obey him. Looking down the long, dark corridor, the protagonist wondered what other mission he could entrust him with, besides deceiving Hemilas. Footsteps could be heard in the corridor. The young man was taken aback when asked if this was the star of the party, Luca Castoria. The stranger was walking toward him. While attempting to scan the man, the protagonist saw that access to information was denied. Perplexed, MC emphasized the fact that he appeared to be his age, but the rest of his information was completely hidden. He imagined the boy and emphasized that the only royal in the palace was Franz Kratia, the crown prince. Kneeling, the protagonist considered that even though he was underage, information about him was classified even for the overseer. The boy was surprised when Luca said he was greeting a descendant of the founding emperor. Smiling, the stranger asked if he had good eyesight. No wonder he'd earned a medal as a cadet. The stunned protagonist reasoned that he needed to pull himself together. One wrong move and he'd lose his head. He couldn't ask anything and should remain silent until the young man spoke first. Smiling, the man said that MC could rise. Surprised, MC looked up. The young man turned around and asked them to follow him, to show him their garden. The intern watched him go. The protagonist began to follow, swallowing with tension. They moved down a dark corridor. Moonlight filtered through the window. The protagonist turned around. Looking around the room, he reflected that the banquet had only recently ended, and they still hadn't met anyone. His face was serious. They stood in front of the doors. The young man continued to lead him. They arrived at the garden. Smiling, the young man remarked that he wanted to talk to the rumored protagonist. He descended into a pond where carp swam. Examining the fish, the stranger emphasized that they were simply fools. The carp gaped as he explained that they thought they'd just have to reach out and they'd be given food, so they swam eagerly. Those who simply followed the crowd didn't even understand why they were doing it. They were simply drifting along, following the flow of others, uninterested in facts and truth. Luca put his hands behind his back. Looking at him, the boy emphasized that he could speak if he wanted. Standing behind him, the protagonist explained that they swam precisely because they'd actually been given food, having learned from experience. He replied that this was true. If you didn't give it to them, at some point they'd stop flocking, so sometimes he fed them. His eyes began to glow as the boy explained that he did this so the little ones would think they'd made a significant effort, and would diligently follow his hand. Watching him, MC informed him that even if it was just the master's whim, those who surrendered without a will would not receive even this reward. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Closing his eyes, Luca listened to him say that he was right. It was good that he had spoken to him. Since he was in the garden, he could look around. These were all terrestrial species without the slightest adaptation to the environment, and this garden was like a miniature Earth. The protagonist examined the garden. The main character glanced at the fish. Looking at them, he noted that they even seemed cute. He was taken aback by the order to kill them all. Luca calmed down. He entered the pond. MC caught a fish. The pond filled with blood. The boy watched this with a satisfied expression. Drops of water flew before his eyes. The protagonist lowered his head. Holding the carp in his hand, the stranger declared that he had done well. Frowning, the intern looked at him. He turned away when he saw the young man begin to eat the carp. His face was stained with blood. Handing him the fish, the stranger asked if he wanted to eat too. Standing before him, Luca replied that he would eat it if he ordered it. He stood quietly and listened as Luca told him he could go. They would see each other next time. The protagonist bowed. He emerged from the pond. The boy left the garden. Water was dripping off him. The protagonist walked back down the corridor. He was suddenly surprised to see a light. People were looking at him. Stopping, the intern wondered how there had been so many people there. MC quickly turned around. There were wet footprints on the floor. Looking down, MC thought it was tiring, as if he'd been hypnotized all day. Water was dripping from his shoes. He stepped forward and explained that a week had passed since that incident. Standing in the middle of the city, the boy announced that he had visited the lower districts, leaving behind the unpleasant feeling associated with the young man from the Imperial family. He imagined familiar faces and added that while the Nicholas case had made it clear that network communications carried a high risk of exposure, Hamilas had also realized this, which was why he was relaying information through Giselle. The puzzled young man concluded that as long as there were observers in the Empire, none of the security networks could be trusted. The man approached him and asked why Luca had forced him to come there. Everyone was looking at him, and drones were constantly following him. Gabriel, dumbfounded, said he was allergic to rich people. Such places made him sick. The young man bit his lip. He pushed the man aside and asked him to stop spouting nonsense and report on the situation. Kneeling, he explained that the Colosseum had been taken over by a madman named Jupi. This fool had gathered all the Colosseum bosses and shot them, and now, without Jupi, no one could handle the practical matters. Gabriel handed over the gang members' form and said he thought Jupi would be kind to them. After all, they were the ones who stopped Ken Noma's attack. Looking over the documents, the protagonist thought he no longer had any reason to cling to the lower districts, no longer any reason to delve into Kinyuan's past, but he wished Gabriel would support the gang. It was unlikely anyone else understood his intention so well. To do that, the organization needed to be strengthened from the ground up. He imagined Martina. MC tore up the documents and asked to watch for now. A stunned Gabriel listened as he was told that if he couldn't handle it himself, he could call the main character, and that he should forget about Bayan, who was too smart. Turning around, the man asked if it was a bad thing that the man was smart, since there were already so many stupid people around who had enough problems. He was told that the gang was still in its infancy, and if anyone smarter than him showed up, they'd simply devour him. Smiling, MC said that if Gabriel understood, they could go. They would decide what to do with Ken Noma after they checked his condition. The man's expression was puzzled. He began to follow the boy. A blue sky surrounded the hospital. Ken lay on a bed. He was unconscious. Someone was walking toward his room. The person stopped in front of the door. Standing in front of the building, Luca explained that he had gone to the hospital where Ken Noma was staying with Gabriel because it was a real clinic, and treatment was quite expensive. If Ken proved useless, he planned to send him back to that cheap hospital down there. The protagonist stood in front of the door to the room. He began to open it. The protagonist felt a sense of pressure and pondered the fact that the hospital hadn't contacted them about visitors, and the electronic entry system had no record of entry. His eyes glowed brightly as MC discussed the sound of voices coming from the room, and more than one. Gabriel was taken aback by the words that he would enter alone. The man turned and listened to the order that if anyone else tried to enter, they were to be stopped. The protagonist opened the door. His face was serious. Kinyuan was sitting in front of Ken. He didn't turn around and asked the boy to sit. The protagonist sat next to him. Looking at the man, he informed him that the instructor was indeed Tora and Ken's patron, then asked if he had trained Ken in Arki's victim. Looking at the patient, Kinyuan stated that it was necessary to use them as a source of funding for Nemesis, as he had believed, Tora and Ken were excellent gang leaders in the arena. Frowning, he explained that thanks to this, Rick had risen to a key position within Nemesis. At the time, they were on an unofficial mission, infiltrating the organization, and one day, Rick had proposed to overthrow the Empire together. He imagined his comrade and said that Rick had destroyed the Empire from the outside, while he had done so from the inside, through the Imperial Guard. Looking down, Luca concluded that Rick had indeed betrayed them during the mission. He imagined Kinyuan and added that Kinyuan had likely already been an observer back then, or even earlier. He recalled the image of the dorm leader and noted that only recently had there been the story of the witch Barbara, who had infiltrated Nemesis. The Empire's capabilities were more than sufficient for such operations. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked if he'd chosen Ken over Torek because he had the fighting talent suitable for the Acker's victim. He was told that was exactly it, even admiring MC when he promoted Torek to boss to spread the risk. Touching the man's face, Kinyuan said he cared about him. Watching him, the man declared that he'd abandoned him, knowing it would lead to his death. He then heard that Kinyuan's mission had ended when Rick had truly betrayed them. He'd been ordered back immediately by those above, fearing he might also change his ways. He still lived under constant suspicion. Luca looked at him silently. Looking at the man, MC thought he'd steadfastly endured all the suspicions heaped upon him, remaining unperturbed even on that dangerous line between life and death. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist remarked that Kinyuan was planning to kill Ken today. As if he intervened, there was a chance he would regain consciousness. He replied that, as he knew, an observer should leave no trace. Glancing at Ken, the protagonist assumed it was because he had pulled him out of the abyss. Closing his eyes, the man said he shouldn't feel responsible. Ken had at least briefly experienced the outside world in his right mind, and even if Ken died, he would choose that. The protagonist frowned at these words. He turned away. He imagined the emaciated man and thought he now understood why Kinyuan had left the terminally ill Ken alive, why he hadn't killed him, knowing he could become a threat. MC remembered sitting over the wounded Gabriel while the man stood over Ken and added that, like him, Kinyuan also didn't create false connections. He carried out his tasks, suppressing his own feelings. The man clenched his fist. Looking at his hand, MC emphasized the fact that it was his conscience. The man turned his attention to the intern who had addressed him. Rising from his chair, Luca declared that he would kill Ken himself, as even he wouldn't want to kill more than 2 close friends. It would negatively impact his mental health. A smile appeared on the teacher's face. Standing opposite, the man said that, as he always said, the protagonist is a good student, because he teaches one thing, while the boy grasps 10 things at once. He placed his hand on the boy's head. The teacher, with a satisfied expression, noted that sometimes his rapid growth was even frightening. Kinyuan began to leave the room. Luca began to stretch his hand. He grabbed Ken by the throat. The man left the room while MC said that for the sake of the Empire's safety, he would eliminate him. The pulse on the screen disappeared. Luca was suddenly taken aback. He noticed Grace step on the boy's face and say that his legs always sway. Turning around, she asked the next person to leave. The man, looking dumbfounded, asked why he needed to learn such complex technology when he could simply use a gun. Clutching his head, the protagonist thought that Grace had been living in their gang's office lately. Since the gang was growing successfully, focusing primarily on security services, it was necessary to systematically review the organization's status. It was still far from perfect. Gabriel grabbed the man by the throat, while MC reasoned that he was undoubtedly a serious opponent for a regular gang, but there were many bandits with abilities similar to his in the lower districts. Sitting on a chair, he added that until the gang was fully established, Gabriel needed someone to watch his back, someone with both the ability and the motivation to take care of him even without him. Grace turned around when she heard her name being called. The man, looking serious, asked to arrange a meeting with the diva. They walked through the city. They were silent. The protagonist glanced at the girl, who asked if he had recently had contact with the diva. As he examined her, MC reflected that he had no reason to look for Martina first in the lower districts, so she assumed they'd met somewhere. He recalled the woman approaching him at the banquet. Hands in his pockets, the protagonist remarked that she'd reportedly excelled in her studies, to which he'd replied that there was no point in lying about such things. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist offered to amuse her a bit. If she'd tell him why and under what circumstances she dropped out of the guard cadet school, he'd tell the story of his encounter with the diva. Grace looked intrigued. She averted her gaze. Looking at the brightly colored signs, the girl explained that she'd become a guard cadet as an irregular from the lower districts, not even from a single-digit orphanage. Afterward, Luca informed her that she'd received an excellent opportunity for advancement, something that didn't happen often. He listened attentively, explaining that she was far more reckless than the other cadets. Narrowing his eyes, the main character wondered if it was because she had nowhere to return to. Irregulars who entered the guard cadets were usually in that situation. Being selected meant being prepared for a hard life. He walked beside her and asked why she dropped out, to which he replied that there had been another irregular in the year above her. The girl remembered how the boy had patted her head and told her such a coincidence was rare. They had quickly become close, like brother and sister, and their mutual support was such that they would jump into fire for each other. Stepping forward, Grace explained that even after becoming a full-fledged guardsman, the senior visited her often, his abilities were recognized, and he was issued Legion battle armor. Lowering her head, the girl explained that he used it in every important mission or battle, and Luca asked her to speak frankly. Stopping, the protagonist declared he didn't have much time to report a common bandit as a saboteur. Turning around, Grace suggested she thought the gentleman wasn't particularly loyal, after which the young man remarked that he'd never been called obedient in his life and thought it was funny, but that was precisely why he'd become an Imperial observer. With her hands behind her back, the girl asked if the protagonist could fulfill one request before answering. Looking away, she declared she wouldn't ask about the diva's meeting with him. Instead, she was interested in what had happened to the elder. It was nearly impossible for her to obtain inside information from the guard. The elder's name was Rosen. MC frowned. He imagined the men in suits and wondered if this was an irregular like himself, and a Legion user at that. If so, he'd be interested too. A smile appeared on Grace's face when the main character promised to tell her if he met Rosen or learned anything about him. She imagined a boy in Legion armor and declared that the elder was recognized as talented and often fought in the Legion, but after each battle, his personality gradually crumbled. Luca frowned at this, thinking it wasn't such a special story. Standing opposite him, the girl noted that, more accurately, his humanity had disappeared. The last time they saw him, he was crying, saying he feared he would lose himself if this continued. Grace listened attentively, explaining that the Legion wasn't a weapon one could withstand with mere willpower. His elder simply lacked the wherewithal. This made MC think that Rosen, too, wasn't so special among the irregulars after all. Take Camilla's, for example, who fought in the Legion countless times, but his personality remained intact. Looking at her, Luca suggested they finish the conversation on the way, since there wasn't much time left before the appointed time. He started to leave.